All right. I think I'm live right now. Yeah, I'm live right now. Yeah, I'm live right now. All right, we don't need that. I just needed confirmation. All right, everybody. Welcome to the live stream. You are in for a special presentation that we have prepared. And I'm just going to double check to see if the technical end of things is on point. Please let me know in the chat if there's any issues that you can hear or see. Yeah, I'm live. And I think I just need to pull up the chat. Yeah, I'm live. Yeah, cool. I am live and looks and sounds good. All right, good. All good. All right. There's always some technical considerations at the beginning, and so I just wanted to make sure we had them squared away. And so I think we're good to get started. Like I said, you're in for a treat for this presentation. There is going to be a lot for you to digest. And happy AV10. 10 years of fighting against human supremacism on the streets all over the world. And this is going to be my best attempt to commemorate everything that has happened over the last 10 years. And the way that we're going to manage all of the questions and comments on this stream is that we're going to do a Q&A at the end, but any questions that are left in the chat, I'm going to ask Stanley and whoever else on the team to put those questions together, and I'll address them at the end during the Q&A. So again, to you, I want to say welcome and thank you for joining this stream. For those watching it back, you are also in for a treat. Make sure you have your popcorn ready because we're going to go through a lot. And so without further ado, let me begin. And we will get started with the presentation. So this weekend, we have 5-hour cubes happening worldwide, starting tomorrow up until Sunday, which is the 19th. Today, I am presenting this 5-hour online presentation for you. And like I said, this is in commemoration of our 10 years of activism for the victims of human supremacy. The contents or the chapters of this presentation will go as follows. I'll do a bit of an introduction, of course, which is what I've just done basically, and then we'll do the history of AV. Then we'll go through an outreach masterclass, the latest one that we have, and then we'll do case studies. I'll show you a case study of 16 outreach interactions. These outreach interactions are really good examples of the variations of different outreach interactions that you will find yourself in when you are doing Cubes of Truth. And then I'll take you through testimonials that have been submitted, then we'll do Q&A. So this is going to be a really high-level live stream for all of you out there. And first I'll get started with who AV is. We founded April 2016, Asal and I, in Melbourne, Australia. We started this organization on the streets with just a simple idea of wanting to get out there to do masked video outreach using screens. So we just wanted to get the truth out there, hold people accountable, but at the beginning, we didn't even call it a Cube of Truth. We started with the name Thousand Eyes Experience. Then we also added a virtual reality element as well. So it was called Thousand Eyes Experience, and then when we added the virtual reality aspect, we called it Thousand Eyes and Virtual Reality Experience. So we always wanted to specialize in street outreach, and when we formed the organization, which came a little bit later because the initial idea was just to be street activists, but then starting an organization made sense because of course you need an organization in order to take the model of street outreach and take it to the globe, right? So my goal was always to be the best at doing street outreach. And then later came the organization, and when we decided to form the organization, we made a very important decision on what kind of structure we wanted for the organization, and that was to have a top-down hierarchical structure. And that means that Asal and I have been making the executive decisions from the top down since we started this organization exactly 10 years ago to the day. We have various teams in the organization. Asal and I are the directors. Then we also have the regional organizers. We have the inductions team. We have the events team. We have the design team. We have the IT. We have social media. We have chapter organizers. We have video editing. And we have volunteers who show up to the cubes and contribute with doing outreach and standing in the cube and recording outreach. There's many different aspects of this organization, but yeah, I want to make a special shout out right now to the core team of AV because I think we have the best team in the world. And we have always maintained an abolitionist stance against all forms of animal exploitation at the hands of humans. Since day one, that was clear. However, we have tried different methods, different approaches along the way, all within the same goal. But right now, I think we have reached a point where we are crystal clear about what we're doing. Isn't it just crazy to think that 10 years ago today, there was only one street action in one city? And shortly I'll be showing you a video that takes you through all the way from the beginning to roughly where we are now. And it is really wild to see the progression and the evolution. So, really? Oh God. Someone just told me that the slide is not showing. Damn, why is that the case? Yeah, but that's not supposed to be the case. You're supposed to see... Can you show me now? Okay, that's really ridiculous. I don't know how to fix that. We did multiple tests before running this live stream, and it seemed that we had it all sorted out. I'm not sure why the presentation's not showing. If anyone can tell me what I need to do with OBS, please let me know. I'm using OBS to stream right now. I'm gonna call Stanley. We're gonna get this sorted in real time. Hey, what's going on? Do you know?
So what does OBS show on the preview screen?
It just shows my desktop, which is exactly what everybody's seeing.
Okay, so is it because you've got two desktops open? Like, where's the presentation? Like, what is that in a separate desktop?
No. What do you mean by separate desktop? There's only one desktop.
You know how in Mac you can have like separate desktops you can switch?
No, that's not the case.
Uh,
Minimize OBS, someone said. Maybe that's what I need to do? But I already have actually done that. It is minimized.
If we do a quick Google Meet and share your screen, that might help.
A quick Google Meet.
To share the screen.
Okay, let me pull it up. So you can't currently see my Google Chrome right now, right?
No, I'm just still seeing your desktop.
Yeah, that's so strange. We tested this rigorously.
Yeah.
All right, so...
It was perfect, but yeah, I'll jump in.
All right, let's just join that last meeting room that we had.
Okay.
All right, I'll see you there in a second. And, well, just... Yeah, where is it? Thank you for your patience.
Okay, I'll end the WhatsApp call and meet you there.
All right, cool. Thank you for your patience. We will sort this out, and then we will proceed once we sort it out. Please check chat. Presentation is not showing. Yeah. Not showing. We're able to see your desktop. I see the slide with AV Tribe. That's not a slide, but thank you for saying that you can see it. It's chilly and sunny in Poland. Okay, this stuff happens. Thank you for your understanding. Jota, David, Jeddah. Paul, so you use virtual desktops? No, I don't use virtual desktops. Is OBS frozen? The cursor isn't moving for us. Is OBS frozen? It's not frozen, no. I appreciate you guys trying to figure this out with us in the chat. No, you're not. What are you... Okay, we got Stanley joining now. We'll figure it out. We will figure it out. All right.
Okay,
All right.
let's see OBS.
All right, my OBS is now open. Can you see that?
Right, so if you drag So drag a tab in front of OBS.
Drag a tab in front. What do you mean by that? You mean a program? A tab.
Yeah, it's only showing the desktop. Okay, let's just remove the desktop and put it. Remove the stat source and put it back.
Remove the source.
So
This one?
yeah, let's get rid of that and just put it back.
Remove. Okay, and we put it back. It's a video? No, what is it? It's
macOS screen capture.
Okay, and we'll just create a new one. Display capture, window capture, application capture. Window, right?
Yeah, display capture. So we want to show everything. Yeah.
Display capture.
And display. That's it.
Built in. Now.
Okay, this looks good. Okay.
Show cursor, hide OBS from capture. Yes, definitely want to hide OBS.
Hey, I can't hear you for some reason. Oh, hi. Sorry, I had the tab muted. Yeah, just press OK. Okay, now you can see stuff.
Now you can see stuff. Okay.
Yeah, we can see everything now. It's all good.
All right, we're sorted. All good?
Cool. See you.
All right, thank you. All right, so basically we're good to go now. I'm going to pull up, where is it? This has got to look weird for sure. I need to close. Close that, and then this is the presentation. So you should be able to see the presentation now. Can I get a confirmation in the chat, please, from someone? All right, we're all good now. So I will proceed with the presentation, but just so you could see what I could see, what I was presenting was this here being, oh, right, I need to drag my face into it. Still not perfect. It's okay, it's okay. So I just need to drag my face into it. How do I do that? I don't know how to do that. Stanley's going to tell me. Stanley is our tech support for the day.
So, is there a source where it says Mac? What are the sources basically?
Mac OS screen, video capture, and audio
video
input.
capture.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, do you see your face on the OBS?
I don't see it, no. I see where it should be, though. I see a red thing. Look.
I just. Oh, okay. Okay, so I think that's below it. I think you need to drag. It goes to the sources. Can I see the sources?
Oh, there we go. We fixed it. All right, that's it. That has to be the last technical support glitch that we have now overcome. So I will now proceed with the slide. Thank you, Stanley. All right, so this was what I was talking about. We have the chapters of the presentation, so you can see that visually. This is what we're going to go through over the next 5 hours. Who is AV? I was talking through this with you, and I was up to the abolitionist stance, so I had covered this. However, just so you can see this visually, like I said, we founded in April 2016, 10 years to the day, the 16th of April. And we always wanted to specialize in street outreach. We decided to operate with a top-down hierarchical structure from the beginning of forming the organization. And then these are the teams. I won't cover the teams again, but best team in the world by far. And then we have always maintained an abolitionist stance on animal exploitation at the hands of humans. So let's go through the history of AV. So this is a rough breakdown of our history since 2016. We founded the organization 10 years ago exactly. And initially, we actually didn't found the organization. Let me correct that. So 10 years ago was the first time we stepped out onto the streets, right? And initially, it was about being the most effective we could be at doing street work. That was always the goal. And then in 2017, we had our first International Cube Day. And then we did the World Tour 2018 during our second year anniversary. And then in 2019, we had One Damn Day, which was a 24-hour cube in Amsterdam. And then we made a statement that year as well by removing the environment and health slogan from the bottom of our logo, because we initially did start with animals, environment, health on the bottom of the logo, for those of you that remember that. Then from 2020 to 2023, we had the lockdown due to the pandemic, no campaigns. We did a bunch of live streams and doing cubes where it was possible, but for me and Asal in Australia, it was mostly impossible. During the lockdown in 2021 was when we decided to create AV United. The movement was divided and we wanted to bring unification to the movement. And this was during our 5-year anniversary. Well, that year was when we had our 5-year anniversary. It was just before we formed AV United. And in 2023 was when we did One Damn Week. And that was when the flowchart was introduced for the first time, which is kind of crazy to think about because the flowchart has only been around for 3 years, but it's completely changed the game with how we do things. National Cube in London thereafter, that was the most memorable thing that I did after One Damn Week. We did a huge cube in London with 100 people. And then I did 2 full weekends in Birmingham with 8-hour cubes on each day of the weekends, of those 2 weekends. And then, or 7 out, between 7 and 8, we changed them depending on the day, but they were really instrumental for me in my activism on a solo level for sure. Then I also did a huge Europe tour throughout Italy and Germany that year. 2024, One Damn Month. It was the first time we did a month-long campaign, 31 days straight. This was completely unheard of and completely unseen. Even these week-long campaigns was completely unheard of, completely unseen. In 2019 is when we did the first one in New York. But One Damn Day was like the most significant thing I think that we embarked on that year. However, One Damn Month, following One Damn Week in Amsterdam, was absolutely, just monumental on every level, because 31 days, after 31 days, you become a different person and a different activist. Okay, so just one moment. I'm learning about another technical problem. I want to make sure this is squared away before we continue. Okay, I hope that's better. Someone was saying it was too large. I've just reduced it. Yeah, that should be better. All right, cool. So let's continue. Then after One Damn Month, there was a Europe tour that followed, and there was also another national campaign in the UK. 2024 was a great year for us. And then 2025 last year was absolutely, how do I even describe that? We had so many things happening that were beyond what I had expected to happen. Especially with Gary Yourofsky coming out of retirement and joining us for the two campaigns here mentioned, One Dom Month and One Damn Ode. 2026 this year is where we will do over 45 major actions around the world, and I'll be doing a world tour with Asal. So we'll be going to America again, doing the West Coast all the way through to the East Coast, and then we come back to Europe and we do a whole range of things which I can show you later. But let's start from the start. So this was our first struggle. After doing 4 actions, we faced our first boycott. And this was an interesting time because this was what really tested us. At the beginning, it was a matter of realizing that not everybody is actually aligned and is not supposed to be considered an ally in this movement. Can you just make sure this is connected? The power. I don't think it's turned on. Yeah, now it is. Okay, now it is. So the way that this happened was basically we had some volunteers that were assisting, and egos got involved, and they started to feel like what we had started was theirs as well. But like I had said, when the organization had formed, which was before this drama happened, we decided on a hierarchical structure, and it was always clear that Asal and I were the ones that started this. And so AV was the organization we started, and they were assisting. But like I said, egos got involved. That day, there was a vegan march in Melbourne City, and there were thousands of people, probably 2,000 people that showed up. And that day, we expected to have our biggest cube ever. This was our 5th ever cube that you now see photos of on the screen. And so after 4 actions, we had this drama where these volunteers that were helping, some of them were my friends as well, were wanting to boycott us. And they successfully did for a short period of time. So what they did is, because they realized that Asal and I were not willing to allow them to take AV and do whatever they wanted with it, they decided to try and destroy AV. And so what they did was, they showed up to this march and they made social media posts leading up to the march saying that AV was no longer a thing, and that this action that was scheduled right after the march in Melbourne was cancelled. And we were expecting to have the biggest turnout ever. Like I said, this is our 5th action, and we had already, up until that point, the last action before that, leading up to this, we had around 40 people showing up to volunteer for the action, maybe even more than that. I think it might have been up to 50. And so it was really big turnout. And now you can imagine, if a march is happening in the city right before this action was scheduled for our 5th action, how big that would have been. We would have potentially had 200 people, maybe more, showing up to do outreach with us. However, we only had 2 people showing up as a result of their boycott. And one of them is standing behind Asal in the cube here, and the other person is the one taking the photos. So they were just there to take photos, which I massively appreciate, because otherwise we wouldn't have a documented historical artifact to present right now to all of you and to discuss. But this is an important thing for all of you to see. You need to see and understand this, because we did this cube anyway. And even if it was only going to be me and Asal, it would have proceeded. We would have done this anyway. So we kept moving forward, and this is a testament to you as well. With whatever it is that you need to get done for the animals, then you need to just keep moving forward regardless of people testing you and trying to boycott you and work against you. And you will have people doing that, especially when you're trying to do something special. So here's another photo of how we started. And I want to say a shout out to Jeff here. This guy's name's Jeff. He's holding the speaker in his hand there. He's using his tablet, a little tablet. And the footage on the screen is Thousand Eyes Experience. It's called Thousand Eyes. That's why the event was called the Thousand Eyes Experience. And the date of this action was June 4th, 2016. This is very shortly after we started getting out onto the streets on April 16th. This is me correcting the footage on Asal's laptop. And so now we'll fast forward to July 2nd, 2016, where we went through a process of rebuilding. And, it took time before we built the chapter up. Going from having 2 volunteers showing up, the next action probably had 3 or 4, maybe more, but wasn't many at all. And it was due to the fact that there was all of this drama and this boycott campaign that they were carrying out went on for several weeks. And then we got those numbers back up eventually. By July 2nd, which was about a month later, we were doing cubes every week. This is how many people we had with us. So after about 3 or 4 actions, we had our numbers returning back to a good amount of volunteers. In August 2016, after 17 cubes, what we called the Thousand Eyes Experience back then, we decided to move to Thailand and expand to the world. The goal was always there. We wanted to build AV to be a worldwide organization. I was always saying that we wanted cubes on every street corner. And we started calling the events Cubes of Truth. I said it during a debrief, but it was only like an internal label. We still kept calling the events online Thousand Eyes Experience, but yeah, on the local level, I guess you could say, internally, I guess you could say, we called them Cubes of Truth. But the goal was always to make AV global, of course, right? Because animals are being exploited everywhere. So we knew that what we were doing on the streets in Melbourne was so effective that we needed it to be everywhere around the world. We knew that we were onto something special here, but we kept working at the model itself in Melbourne City with the people in this photo, and there's others that aren't here in this photo as well. But this was our volunteer base at the time. And I told the team at the time that we were leaving and we were going to Thailand so that we could live with low expenditure, like have a low cost of living, so that we could focus full time on building AV instead of having our jobs, which we worked full time, which ate up most of our time. And so Melbourne, as a chapter, was setting the example for the rest of the world. And then we left for Thailand after 17 cubes. We could no longer lead and organize these cubes, me and Asal. We had to make a sacrifice for the greater good. And so what we did is we appointed 8 organizers to manage the chapter while we went on to make AV global. We set up the first chapter outside of Melbourne in Chicago, USA. So we went from Melbourne City all the way to the Windy City in the USA. That was the first chapter that we opened outside of Melbourne, which is kind of crazy. And then we also opened up in Copenhagen, Denmark, and then in Gold Coast, Australia, then in New Zealand, and etc. Then in 2016, exactly on the 21st of September, is when I reached out to Gary Yourofsky and I showed him some videos. I showed him one particularly, which was a 3-minute video that really showcased our work. And I'll show you that video in the presentation. We have like a 2-hour video to show you, and we'll get to that in a moment. But I sent him this video, and this was when Gary was on social media in the last 2 years stint of his activism before retiring. And then I said it would be really great if you shared this because I think our work needs more eyeballs on it. And he did. We already had some rapport up until this point as well, because I shared with him the pharmacist video, which was my first viral video. That's the one you can see here in the bottom left-hand corner. We'll also show you that in the video presentation shortly. And that was recorded at the 3rd ever AV Action, which was right before the drama happened. So recording outreach was always a big part of the goal with AV. And that video got over 5 million views across all social media platforms, which back then was a really big deal. In 2016, that was actually a really good thing to happen. And so I sent him that video for feedback. He gave me feedback. But then I sent him this 3-minute video in September to say, please share this, and he did. And at that time we had 8 chapters, and he gave us a real boost with making this post. And it came at the right time because we were in Thailand, fully focused, full-time on building the organization, and we were ready for the influx of interest that came our way, and we knew that AV was going to be massive, but we just needed that boost from somewhere to come. We needed to get more exposure. And another thing that's worth noting here is that I asked him for some advice about the drama that I just spoke about, and he told me to go solo and to stop running an organization because he's a solo activist. And so of course that was his advice, but I knew that AV was too special for that, so I went against that advice. And look at where we are today. This is the first cube in New York City, 2017. The photographer who made this photo took the animals' environment health out of the picture. And so I think that they knew what was up. At the time I was like, why did they do that? But actually they knew what they were doing. And this is a really special photo because this is in Union Square in the subway. And this is just a really powerful moment in AV history. This is early 2017, that photo was taken. Then our first International Cube Day was towards the end of the year, November 5th. This is the design that we had for it. The first ever International Cube Day, and we had 100 cubes confirmed, which was a huge milestone for us because after Gary gave us that boost, we were sitting at our computers constantly doing induction calls from people that were messaging us. We got so many people interested in the work that we were doing, and we really built the organization up to well over 100 chapters, and we had 100 of those chapters confirming that they would do cubes on November 5th, 2017. Then, this was actually before it. This has also helped us to build our chapters. I was invited to speak at the Vegan Campout, and Asal and I were invited to do a workshop at the Vegan Campout. This was the second year that the Vegan Campout was operating. It's actually their 10-year anniversary this year as well. And so 2016 was their first vegan camp out, and that was really small. But then the second year that they did the vegan camp out, it was really large. And you know, it was still very early days for them, but this was a great memory for us to be doing this outreach workshop. And then I also did a talk, and I'll show you some of that talk in the video presentation we'll get to in a moment. Then back to International Cube Day. This was also monumental. The Toronto chapter did a huge International Cube Day, and then they also did the first ever AV March, which was called the March of Truth. And then also in 2017, what needs to be mentioned is the first 12-hour cube. This is the first ever long form, cube that we ever did. And we operated from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And during the last 3 hours, our batteries died. Not because we ran out of battery power, but they just died unexpectedly. We thought we had enough power to continue for 12 hours, but they just failed. And so then we had to come up with something because we didn't want to end the cube. So we decided on doing something which we called the matrix approach. And at the time, we didn't have little blue and red pills as props. So we went and bought Skittles, and we used the blue Skittles and the red Skittles. And this was in January. So January in Melbourne is the opposite of the rest of the world. It's actually really hot. Our summer is December, January, February. So you can imagine these Skittles melting in the palms of the cuber's hands. But it was a massive success because we still continued to do outreach. People were still stopping. They were interested in what we were doing. And I provided an adjustment to the outreach approach for people to use to get the conversation started. And you can actually see that in the video presentation, which I will get to. 2018 was the first world tour beyond what we did in 2017, going to the vegan campout and doing a little bit of a tour throughout the UK. And yeah, we did as much as we could back then, but we didn't have the resources. And so 2018 was our first year doing a world tour. And then April 16th was our 2-year anniversary, and these are the numbers that we had for operating at that point for 2 years. We did 3,617 demonstrations, the Cubes of Truth. We did 125,253 conversions, and this is when we had a tally. We no longer do this anymore for various reasons. And then we, at that point, had 585 official chapters within 2 years of operating, and that means that we were operating in 61 countries. Our largest that we had ever reached in terms of numbers was 1,011 chapters in over 80 countries. It's actually hard to determine exactly how many beyond that because there were so many unofficial chapters and unofficial cubes operating that we don't have reported or recorded. This was part of the AV World Tour when we were in Toronto. This is the Toronto cube that we did. And I believe that, yeah, that was really powerful. I believe that this was the first cube that Vegan Gains came out and joined on the streets. I think it was the first time he had done outreach with us. And also Ask Yourself was there, and just a bunch of people that I knew online but didn't see on the streets, and they came and joined this action. It was really cool. Then 2018, we went to San Francisco. As part of the Animal Liberation Conference, this is a conference that was put together by DXE, and this action was called the San Francisco Takeover. And this action was huge. We had 8 cubes operating simultaneously throughout the city of San Francisco. This was the workshop. Can you believe? We had to somehow fit like 800 people into one place to do a workshop. There was also a workshop as part of the conference, but this was like the briefing / mini workshop that was done before we started the Cube. This was not a long workshop like you know them to be today. This was more of a briefing and a touch up on things that people should know before we got started. But yeah, we had like 800 people all there. And we'll be back in San Francisco this year as part of the USA portion of the tour. Then in Berlin, we did the first 24-hour Cube as part of the organization. The German activists who were a part of, so we had the regional organizer Dennis. He was lead organizing this as part of the regional organizer team in Anonymous for the Voiceless. And the local organizers were also part of this. And then we were invited to be there. And this was where our second drama happened as well. However, this was just a very powerful moment regardless of the drama, because we operated with around 1,000 activists for 24 hours straight. And there was just so many powerful things that came out of this. And there's also a video of this, which I'll get to. 2018 was the second International Cube Day. 2019 was the third International Cube Day. And this is the tally that we had. We tallied 12,406 people taking veganism seriously after just one day of global activism. I don't want you to focus too much on the numbers. This is why we stopped doing this. I will speak on this actually a little bit, but we had 538 confirmed cities on the third International Cube Day. So the first International Cube Day was 100. The third International Cube Day, we had 538 confirmed cities doing a cube. So the reason why we stopped doing the tallies is because there were too many people reporting numbers that we couldn't trust, quite frankly. There were people saying things like, we got 32 in a 3-hour cube. 32 people going vegan is completely unheard of, unrealistic, and there were too many people reporting numbers like this that we just thought, okay, this is getting silly. But it was a good system to some degree because we were trying to get data. That's the good thing that I can say about this. The other thing that's negative about this is that it gave people the wrong idea on what success actually looks like. We need to measure success, but we shouldn't be measuring success like this. This was our lesson. So we stopped the tally, and we actually just deleted the numbers that we came up with up until the point when we reached 500,000. We just deleted it, or it was 250,000. I think it was 250,000. And then, yeah, we just deleted the number, and we just said we're not doing tallies anymore. And not a single person had an issue with this. It seemed like everybody was like, okay, cool. One of the things I want to say about this as well is that shifting away from these numbers to focusing on the process of the work was a game changer, because when you focus on the quality of the process, the outcome will find itself. You need to focus on the process, not the outcome. The outcome it follows naturally. But when you're focused on the process and making sure you're doing the best possible work, and the quality of the work is your only goal, the outcome is inevitable. All right, so in 2019, we followed that 24-hour cube that happened in 2018 in Germany with our own 24-hour cube that me and Asal led. So we led this campaign in Amsterdam, and we did 24 hours in Dam Square. And we also had the local organizer, and we had the assistant director, who were massively supportive. And like I said, we just have, we have some of the best people that have worked with us over the years, who have contributed at such a high level. But yeah, this was a monumental moment, and Asal and I were completely exhausted after this. We'll show you some video of that as well. 2020 was another International Cube Day. 2021, another International Cube Day. 2021 was when we did AV United. Like I had said in the historical timeline, this was the first international action that we did where we set out to unify people within regions. So AV United is a campaign structure where your nearby chapters all decide to meet in a chosen city, one that would be the most effective to meet in, and you all do a cube of truth that's bigger and better than you would normally do it. And so this is a really good opportunity to unify with those within the AV network that are within a reasonable range, a reasonable distance, so that you can come together and do something special. This was our International Cube Day in 2021, in 2022, and then One Damn Week in 2023. This is the first week-long campaign that we did in Amsterdam. And now I'd like to talk more about AV culture. So in AV, we've always been open to feedback. You know, just because we have a hierarchical top-down structure, AV has always been set up in a way that we take feedback, and we have actually evolved a lot as a result of the right kinds of feedback that have come to us. Not every single piece of feedback is something we are going to take action on. Of course, it's impossible for us to take everything that we hear and apply it. But there is a great deal of feedback that we have been given that we have taken action on, and we're always open to constructive feedback. Of course, feedback needs to be given constructively, and suggestions given through the appropriate chain and channels of communication, and this is something that we thrive on. And we also have a 360-degree feedback culture, which means that you also need to be open to receiving feedback if we give it. And I don't see how we can grow and be the best versions of ourselves for the animals unless we do this. We also have a call-in culture, and that means that we want to create a supportive environment where feedback is given privately and compassionately, rather than criticizing someone in front of others, for example. And we don't like the idea of people making social media posts and trying to boycott and bash. So we are very big on doing things privately and professionally. And we have had constant and consistent development over the years because we are loyal to tried and true principles over dogmatism and ego, and we take the task of being the most effective most seriously. So why the mask? Why did we decide to use the mask from the beginning? Well, we had to choose a mask, obviously, and there were several white masks to choose from. And as soon as we found this mask, it made all the sense in the world. Obviously, when you go back to the history of this mask, Guy Fawkes represents something different, and what it represents now has evolved over the centuries. Once, he was a hated villain of the 1605 gunpowder plot, but in the 21st century, the Fawkes mask represents a symbol of resistance. And it was just obvious, as soon as I saw the mask, it was like, of course we use this, because the animals don't have a strong enough representation within the anonymous movement. So we wanted to change that. And so we became anonymous for the voiceless. And now I'm going to take you through the Outreach Masterclass. But actually what I would like to do is, before I do this, I would like to play the video presentation. I think that would be really cool for us to go through, since we just went through the timeline and there's a lot here to cover. So that's what I'm going to do. Let me just pull that up. All right, now please let me know in the comments how the audio sounds on this. But this runs for an hour and 25 minutes, so get your popcorn and get ready, because there's a lot to cover here, and this shows you visually what I was just talking about through the historical timeline that I just covered. So let's get started.
Thank you for everybody that came out. We did 4 hours. First half an hour was just us getting set up. We made it happen. And we had way more positive responses than we did negative. A significant amount of seeds were planted. We used vegan easy booklets, which are fantastic. And it's just overall an outrageously good outcome. It's the first time that I'm hosting an outreach campaign. There's another one in...
Before I continue, please let me know in the comments if there's an echo, because I recognize that I have my microphone here. And if the audio is coming through clearly from my laptop, then I'll continue. AV team, if you could let me know, I'd really appreciate that. I just don't want to play this for an hour and 25 minutes and realize that there's an echo. Perfect. You could actually be louder. Someone said no echo. Okay. The video is way, way louder than your voice. Someone's saying that it's too loud. Another person is saying that it could be louder. A bit louder. So, okay, I'll put the volume down a little bit. I am quiet now. Okay. All right, so let's continue. I'll start from the start again. I'm now reading the comments on my phone, so if there's anything that's worth noting, let me know.
Thank you for everybody that came out. We did 4 hours. First half an hour was just us getting set up. We made it happen. And we had way more positive responses than we did negative. A significant amount of seeds were planted. We used vegan easy booklets, which are fantastic. And it's just overall an outrageously good outcome. It's the first time that I'm hosting an outreach campaign. There's another one in 2 weeks that I'm doing, and that one's going to be definitely bigger. Then we're also going to be doing the public transport style outreach. This one was street outreach. So yeah, I'm just really happy with the outcome. I feel like I've had a good day's worth of work. We definitely made a difference, and that's such a good feeling, you know? Those who say that veganism doesn't make much of a difference, obviously are full of shit. So yeah, it was just overall a fantastic day. So I'm going to be doing this as much as I can. I've learned a lot from this experience, so now I can organize them a little bit better. So shout out Chris Dalforce, you are such a legend, dude. I can't believe how powerful the footage is. Without your work, we wouldn't have much Australian footage to work with. So I'm really grateful for all the work that you've done, and we put it to good use today. Shout out to everybody that came out today, and just shout out to everyone, man. Just legends for doing what you do for animals and supporting others who do what they do for animals. I love you all, you beautiful humans. Keep doing what you're doing, and don't let any fuckheads try and tell you that this doesn't have an impact or veganism doesn't have an impact, because it definitely does. Peace and love.
This isn't extreme or anything to go vegan, because it already aligns with the values that you already have in your heart. Because you already don't want to see animals being cruel, being treated cruelly. So we're just asking people to live in alignment with their own values that they already have. All the information that you need is in that booklet, like for example recipes, where to eat, There's a massive vegan community in Melbourne, so if you want to reach out and talk to people and get information, meet up with people, make friends, there's always a support system there for you. You know, your friends might give you shit for going vegan, but at the end of the day, you're the one being more brave because you're living on purpose. You're doing what you agree with. We're just asking people to be empowered, you know, to live on purpose and to do things that they actually agree with, and not, you know, because if we don't look at this stuff, it doesn't stop happening, you know. So this is in Victoria. They're prodded, they're bashed. The farmers don't give a fuck about them. They're treated as slaves, you know. That's how they're viewed, as a commodity, as a product. They're not even viewed as living sentient beings. But they're just as sentient as any dog, any cat, lion, or monkey, you know.
I'm going to tell you about a new...
So, okay, now some of you were telling me that my microphone is not loud enough. I don't know how to fix that. So I just hope that you can hear me clear enough. Let me know in the chat. And I just would like to say something before I continue. What you just saw was the first ever action. And as you can see, I was recording my outreach. And, okay, thank you for the feedback. I will turn down the video just a little bit so that it's not as loud, because I think that's the general feedback I'm getting, that it's way louder. Yeah. Okay, I will. I'll do that. Thank you for the live feedback here. Just want to make sure that you guys, you know, enjoy this as much as possible and that you can digest this as best as you can. Okay, so I was recording outreach from the very first action. That was April 16, 2016, what you just saw. That was exactly 10 years ago, what you just saw. And I was literally holding my camera with my hand in front of the bystander while recording. So there was no special camera setup. I had no camera person on that day. It was me holding my camera and recording myself. But this is how important social media was for me. And for AV as an organization, I just want you to understand that the street actions are part of the goal, but social media was always a part of that goal. It was always a massive reason for us to get out on the streets, was to record outreach interactions. And without social media and without video content especially, AV would not be anywhere close to where we are today with all these chapters and all these, you know, all this evolution. So understand that about AV. AV, when you think of AV, don't just think about AV as street activism, unless you think of street activism as a model that includes social media. It has always been the case, and it will always continue to be the case, because how else are we going to connect with everybody around the world? And you just never know how many millions of views pieces of content can reach over the years. You know, like I mentioned, the first viral video that I recorded was from the 3rd ever street action that we did, and that reached over 5 million views since it, but I don't know where it's at now. And that was on multiple platforms at the time, and I haven't tracked them, but regardless, this is, you know, how social media works. You just never know how it's going to go. Okay, so Stanley's asking me to turn the mic up, but I can't actually do that. It's already up all the way. I don't know how to turn it up any louder. Yeah, it's as loud as it can be, I think. So I'm just going to continue as it is. Yeah, I hope that the audio is actually coming through on my microphone and not through the laptop, but I think it is. I'm just going to double check that. Yeah, it is. I'm not sure how to turn it up, so you guys are just going to have to deal with this audio as it is, although it doesn't sound, from what you guys are giving me as feedback, it doesn't sound like it's bad. Yeah, cool. All right, let's continue, okay? So that was the very first AV action that I just showed you. Now we will continue.
Direct action initiative in Melbourne.
I'll just go back.
I'm going to tell you about a new direct action initiative in Melbourne called Anonymous for the Voiceless. You might have seen them in the CBD in recent months on the weekends. They only got started in April this year, and what they do is they arrange themselves in a square facing outwards, with each person silently holding a laptop that screens looping footage of factory farming. And they're all dressed in black and wearing those Guy Fawkes.
And just for a moment, I want you to see the different signs and the different things that we tried out. You know, a lot of people, they wonder what kind of things we have done to test our methods. Look at these signs. So the one on the left here is local footage, free range, certified humane, RSPCA approved. And with the ticks, right? And so we thought it would be effective to show the public that what they're seeing on the screens is all of the above. But we found that some people were actually confused. They thought we were promoting local, free range, certified humane, and RSPCA approved because there's a tick next to them, right? And so this was counterproductive. We could have said what you're watching is local footage, free range, certified humane, RSPCA approved. But then this also opens up the welfare discussion, and we wanted to avoid that because a lot of people tended to bring those arguments to us, and our whole goal was to destroy the welfarist position by being an abolitionist organization, which we have always been since the very beginning. Of course, abolition for me was just what veganism is. I didn't even understand veganism any other way. Then this other sign, watch to see why we're here. We found that we didn't really need to ask people to watch necessarily, that we could just intrigue them through having an art installation and that would bring them to us. But this is just to show you the different things that we tried. Please let me know if the audio on this video is okay. Not my microphone, but the video that I'm playing.
Hawks masks, you know, the ones from the V for Vendetta movie, and more recently and significantly from the worldwide Anonymous movement. That's a capital A.
We get mixed reactions, but mostly we get positive reactions and positive responses. We literally get non-vegans coming up to us and thanking us for being there. Quite a lot that happens. A lot of gratitude from the public. Granted, we get a lot of ignorance and we get a lot of scoffing and argumentative bystanders who just want to pick a fight, and that's cool. I'm always game to respond to those people.
So my suggestion has always been you can't.
So this is the video that I spoke about, recorded at the 3rd ever AV Action, my first viral video, and it got over 5 million views, recorded in Melbourne. Here we go.
To respond to those people.
So my suggestion has always been you can't blame eating meat completely. Okay, in the society, it's always going to eat meat. Rather than do that, okay, so perhaps you can find a way to cut down on meat consumption and maybe provide more choices for free-range animals.
Choices as in like more like humane ways of enslaving them, or
Well, if you want to use the word enslave, I would say maybe you find a more humane way to raise the animals.
but if they're not slaves, what are they? Are they free?
You can say that to the government. I'm just slave to the government, or do you have free will?
This happens because consumers pay for animal products, not because the government says yes.
No, because the government say this is not banned. Okay?
But it will be banned if more people rise up and become vegan.
Well, you come in with what? 16-year-old girls with low iron level, and you ask them why. I just turned vegetarian a few weeks ago. So, and they're tired all the time. How do you explain to those people? Say, look.
How do you explain that vegans actually live on average 9 years longer than people who eat animals?
Well, are we talking about just the general population?
So I just want to highlight the evolution here. Back then, I was willing to appease and entertain these health arguments, but we no longer do that for various reasons which we'll get into later.
Or are we talking about those who actually adopt a healthy diet?
Let me ask you this. Are you actually willing to look into this information? Because I don't want to get into a shit fight with you on the streets while I'm running this campaign.
Yes.
So what I'll do with you, I'll give you the information to look at,
Yes.
and you can look at it if you're actually open-minded to it or not.
Yes, of
Okay?
course, I'm open-minded.
Really?
I suppose it's maybe the way that you present the idea.
These cameras were lodged back to the farm, and then the road.
Yes.
So it's
And you're trying to tell me it's not edited at all in any way to sell your agenda? So the camera just goes from there and cut off to the next scene? That's a form of editing.
Mate, if you really believe in your position, how about you go and visit a factory farm and then come back and talk to me? Because I guarantee you only see animals being enslaved, tortured, and killed.
Of course, but
Okay, so if you really think that this is not going on, I dare you to do that.
I know it is going on.
No, because you think this is sensationalized, so I dare you to do that. I dare you.
But are you trying to tell me you're not? That's not exactly.
The truth doesn't need to be sensationalized, man.
Yes, it
We're not here-
does.
No, it doesn't. We're just showing people exactly what goes on. And if you think that that's not the truth, look into it for yourself. I'm not here to argue with you about what
You're
really
not-
goes on.
you're not
This
here-
is what goes on.
So are you here to fight with me, or are you here to sell a message?
You're here to fight with me.
I'm not here to- I'm
well,
not
you're
here to
here
fight.
bringing these arguments to us, but I'm trying to tell you, if you don't agree with this, don't take my word for it. Go ahead and look into it for yourself. Are you open-minded enough to do that? Or are you just going to go along with what you've been told to believe by your factions of education and the society that you've been raised in?
And you're trying to tell me you're not trying to change my mind by showing what is here.
You came to us, my man.
No,
We're
I was just walking
standing there,
down. I
you
was
came
just
to us.
walking down the street.
We
And
didn't force this in your face.
this isn't the first time I've come across this. Let's just go. This is just.
This is what, I mean, what argument could you have for animal cruelty when it's unnecessary?
Would you say, okay, so would you prefer to tell the consumer, say, look, we simply have to increase the price of farming because I understand this is the lowest common denominator, the cheapest way to raise an animal. I disagree with the way the animals are raised, but rather than doing what we're doing here, maybe more effort can be one way of pushing free-range animals.
Look, I'll save you some time. So I used to think there was an ethical way to raise animals and kill them, but I'm telling you right now, there is no ethical way to treat another animal, because you're an animal yourself, as if they are a product when you don't need to eat them.
But the whole way you're trying to sell this idea is you're trying to tell humans
Yes.
that we have to go against our nature. You can argue it's against or not against our nature, but most people will argue they would prefer meat over veggies.
But that's just a want, it's not a need.
Maybe you can find a way. Okay, first of all,
Are
maybe
you going to stop eating animal products until that way is implemented?
no. You can only cut
That
back.
means you're a hypocrite, and that means you don't really care.
Okay, I'm giving you free advertising here. See how many people are actually looking at this now. How many will walk away and say, today I'll be a vegetarian? I can tell you zero.
How long have you been an activist?
None. But what is the conversion rate of changing people from their mindset of changing, I want to eat meat today to be vegetarian?
Vegan, not vegetarian.
Or vegan. Okay, whatever you want to
Conversion is quite good if you're open-minded and if you actually have a heart. If you care and you're a logical person and you're rational,
Yes.
it's very easy for you to go vegan because we're not asking you to do anything that's extreme. We're just asking you to align your actions with your values that you already have. Most people disagree with animal cruelty already.
So, why are people still eating dairy milk products and
Habit,
meat?
convenience, taste, tradition. They're the four reasons.
I think taste would be perhaps the biggest reason
Okay, but it
why.
never justifies personal enjoyment. Can never justify treating another being who feels in exactly the same way you feel
Yes.
like they're nothing, like they're a product.
I'm against what you're presenting here. Yes,
Yeah.
it's wrong
That's what you
against
support.
factory
You
farming.
support this though.
No.
You're the one paying for this.
Nope.
So you disagree with what you do. That's something you have to take up with yourself, not me.
I buy free-range animal.
Free range. You want
Yes.
to see free range
I
footage?
try impossible.
If you're willing to look at the free range chickens in the virtual reality experience.
Absolutely rubbish, guys. But you can only do what is possible in this world.
And and it's possible to be vegan. So why wouldn't you do that?
Do you really believe it's possible to do
We're all vegan.
Okay, how come no one's afraid to show their faces? Is this part of your...
What does that have to do with anything?
You're trying
It brings people in. We brought you here. I'm sure that was one of the reasons you walked up to us. But that doesn't have anything to do with what we're discussing. But as I said, I'm not going to get into any partnership from it. Seeing the facts yourself. Stay in time.
Okay.
Trying to say that was pretty much.
All right. Good talking to you, brother.
There was recently
Okay, so first of all, there's so many things about this that we don't do today. We've learned. However, it is something that is pretty damn close to the principles we still hold today. The principles are still there. Back in May of 2016, 1 month after we started, the core principles of what we stood for were definitely shining through in this interaction. And so I'm not totally embarrassed by the way that I managed this interaction. But what I want to note here is that Asal is standing to my left and she's recording me on this little camera that you can just see there. And so she recorded this interaction. So this guy knew that he was being recorded and he was full of bravado and arrogance, and this guy was acting like a fool, being such a douchebag the entire time. And he kept flip-flopping and changing the points from one thing to another. He also didn't really seem to be listening to what I was saying. And we have a 3 strikes policy now, which saves a lot of time. But at the time, this kind of content didn't really exist. It was coming, it did exist on YouTube to a degree, but there weren't many viral videos like this. And so when I shake his hand at the end here, you know, I watch this back and I think my hand needs to be cut off, because we don't do this anymore for several reasons. And look how sloppy the cube looks. I mean, shout out to Jeff again here, standing here in the cube once again. So there's several things I could say about the work that we were doing that we just don't do anymore. But let's proceed, because this interaction really did have a lasting impression, and it shaped the direction.
there was recently a pharmacist. Well, this was during our 3rd demo. This pharmacist guy came.
Let me just. So now I'm speaking about the impact of this video.
Trying to say that was pretty much.
This was during our 3rd demo. This pharmacist guy came by and he wanted to argue. He was being really abrupt to begin with. He wanted to really like stick it to us, you know. And I got in and we went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And once I put the recording up online, it's now got over 500,000 views. And people stop me all the time in the streets of Melbourne. That guy has helped me to get the message out to so many people. Because the people that watch that consider these arguments. They're thinking about it now. They're thinking, well, does it make sense to eat meat? Does it really? We've been doing it since we were born. We've been told by our parents, by teachers, by society. But does it really make sense? And I'm putting forward arguments to solidify the fact that it doesn't make any sense. And then you hear a seemingly educated and qualified individual, such as a pharmacist, arguing with a vegan activist. And yet the vegan activist is clearly making more sense. And so that has gone out to the world now. And the amount of people that have messaged me saying, how do I go vegan, help me? They're asking questions like these people want to know more information.
I'm here with Dane. Dane just came up to me on the streets here in Melbourne. And what did you say to me?
So to Paul that I saw a video of his online and it really made a difference in my life. It made me think a lot harder about animal cruelty and what I'm eating, what I'm putting in my body and what my friends are putting in their bodies. And I'm stoked for what he does. I'm really stoked for him.
So which video of mine did you see online?
You arguing in the street with a pharmacist.
Arguing with the pharmacist. And did it just come up on your feed on Facebook? Is that how you found it? And it made you think?
Odd.
And was that the catalyst? Like that was the one that made you think about meat, dairy, and eggs,
It made
and your
me-
diet and lifestyle and things like
Definitely
that?
made me realize that me sitting on my ass and simply eating, just eating what I'm eating isn't doing anything. It's not making a change. It's really helping nobody. So that video made me realize that I should be doing more. That starts with me, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Of course.
wow. Wow. Well, I can't wait to meet that pharmacist so I can shake his fucking hand.
Me too, dude.
Because he has helped me convince so many people to take veganism seriously. And on the day I didn't realize how many people he would help me impact until I put the video out. So that's incredible that this guy just came up to me and said that, because that makes everything I do worth it, everything that we do worthwhile. So I really appreciate you stopping me
No problem.
and saying that, man. Thank you, brother.
Have a good night.
So, okay, one thing I need to note about this guy, Dane, is that he not only became vegan as a result of that video that went viral, he also became an activist. And just last year at the vegan campout, we saw each other for the first time in years. Not since this interaction, because he did cubes with us after this interaction in Sydney. I saw him at the vegan campout last year with his band, To the Grave. That's the name of the band, check them out, To the Grave. And that band is a fully vegan band. In fact, on their Instagram page, it's labeled an animal rescue service. And in the bio, it says vegan violence from Australia. Everyone's still a murderer. So their music is completely dedicated to animal liberation. And Dane has been vegan ever since. So this interaction on the streets, like him bumping into me and going, hey, I recognize you from this video with the pharmacist guy, then after this moment goes on to become vegan, joining Cubes in Sydney. Then we stayed in contact on social media, but kind of lost touch for years. He started this band. I'm not sure if the band was already in existence at this point. It may have been. But needless to say, the band then became a vegan band, totally vegan, totally dedicated to vegan activism and the animal liberation message. And then he was with his band performing at the vegan campout last year. That's another thing I wanted to mention, is that he wasn't just at the vegan campout, he was there with his band performing. And so what a full circle moment that was. And I also see RC in the comments saying that he found out about AV thanks to this video. And that's awesome, because RC is a powerful activist that we have in the AV network today. So what a lasting impression that video had. Let's continue.
Stopping me and saying that, man. Thank you, brother.
Have a good night.
The animals are not willing participants. We're teaching them that it's okay to disregard animal life, that human life is more sacred than animals, when every creature on this planet values their life just like humans value their life. We all suffer in the same way. We all feel pain in the same way. A knife in my throat is just as painful and harmful as a knife in a cow's throat, in a chicken's throat. Because people don't realize how much they're harming animals in their daily lives. Most people I know aren't evil people, but most people don't realize their daily choices support evil. So if you put a knife in my hand when I was growing up, even though I ate meat, said, hey Gary, go kill that cow, Millie, you must be crazy. I'm not sticking that knife in somebody else's throat. So we pay other people to do it. So I want to reach those people that are passively evil, that passively take part in this, and that's the masses.
So that was the first ever promo video that I recorded. It was on my shitty phone at the time, and very basic video editing. But this is in July of 2016. So at this point, promo videos was something that I was still learning. But I knew that promo videos were important, so this was the first attempt. As you can see, it's not very good, right? But the point I'm showing you here is that you just get out there and you get it done. You don't have to have a perfect model and a perfect skill set. If you rely on perfection before you get out onto the streets, you will just be stuck in analysis paralysis and you won't get anything done. So this is my message to all of you. Whatever it is that you want to do for the animals, get out there and get it done. And then you will polish it along the way. It's taken us 10 years to get to a point where we're crystal clear about what we're doing, and we still have much to be learned. So it doesn't stop. The work of mastering your craft is forever. And this is the first viral promo video that was recorded by an activist, and I edited with that activist. We worked on it together, but they recorded this, and then we made it 3 minutes with the powerful footage from that Thousand Eyes video, which is on my YouTube, by the way, if you want to check it out, but it's extremely graphic. So be prepared if you do watch it. And that video, Thousand Eyes, is something that was produced by Chris Dalforce of what is now known the Farm Transparency Project. But this was back in 2014, 2015 when this video was produced. We used portions of that video in this promo video because that's the video that we used on our screens. So without further ado, I will show you the first promo video that was also the one that was shared by Gary Yourofsky in September.
Unto this door, unto this door, unto this door, the way. I can't control withering wonders, flowers that lose the shade. I lie awake and watch it all. It feels like thousand nights. I lie awake and watch it all. It feels like thousand nights. I'll be the call. I will be quiet. Slip to the ball away. No, I'll be a stone. I'll be the hunter, a tower that casts a shade. I lie awake and watch it all. It feels like thousand nights. I lie awake and watch it all. It feels like thousand nights. I lie awake and watch it all. It feels like thousand nights.
All right. Man, it just really affects me. Yeah. So this is unscripted or unprepared, but I'd actually like to also show another video. I'm going to pull that up now, and and it was also a really powerful video that went viral after this. I just need to find it, so just bear with me. Yeah, here it is. So this also did really well on social media, and I think it's worth watching. It's 3 minutes, and there's also some really good public reactions. So this was also one of the videos that helped us to become a global success and to get the awareness that we needed. Oh, man. All right, here we go.
Right now, I want you to think about how you would feel if the moment you were born, someone else had already planned the day of your execution. Because that's what it's like to be a cow, a pig, a chicken, or a turkey on this planet. Humans have victimized animals to such a degree that they aren't even considered victims. If you eat animals and the things that come out of animals, you are intentionally causing pain and suffering. The fact that anyone would fight against veganism, against animal liberation, which means you are against compassion, just proves how completely irrational meat, dairy, and egg eaters can be. It is not your right to deny someone else their freedom and their rights. If you honestly place yourself in the animal's position, there's no way you can justify the things that we do to them. 60 billion land animals, 90 billion marine animals are killed every year on this planet for a sandwich. What kind of society justifies mass murder?
Yeah, shout out to M Mount. I'm not sure where she's at these days, but she recorded this and then we edited the video together. But fuck, man, after 10 years, this shit doesn't really feel easier. It just reminds you of it reminds you of where we started, but then it also reminds me of just how much work we still have to do, and Gary's words and that music and seeing, you know, the early days of AV all put together, and just being reminded of how important that video was in the story of where we are today is just, yeah, I'm feeling a range of things right now. So anyway, let's continue. So this is the second ever chapter. I mentioned earlier that outside of Melbourne, we opened up in Chicago, USA. So this is in October of 2016, and this is just a short clip to show you what that cube looked like in Chicago.
The next goal is 100.
So it's only a short clip because there's a lot of cruelty, there's a lot of graphic stuff we took out. But if you want to see the full thing, it's on my YouTube channel. Just look up Chicago. You'll see it. But yeah, you can see some public reactions here, and yeah. And then the next video we're about to show here is to commemorate our little milestone at the time, which was getting 10,000 likes on Facebook, 10,000 people following our page on Facebook, which was a big deal for us at the time.
The next goal is 100,000, but right now we're going to celebrate 10,000.
Shout out everybody that supports us. We get way more support and way more love than hate, so we want to shine light on that right now and make sure it's known that we appreciate you all. We now have 7 chapters around the world, including Melbourne. We started in April, so this is only the beginning. I just want to say thank you to those who do support us. Over 34 demonstrations.
This is commemorating 1,000 conversions in 6 months. So by November 2016, we had tallied 1,000 conversions, and you'll see me talking more about that.
The beginning. I just want to say thank you to those who do support us. Over 34 demonstrations, we have successfully convinced 1,010 people to take veganism seriously. So we have now clocked over 1,000 bystanders that have taken veganism seriously as an organization. And a milestone that I'm going to celebrate by getting a tattoo. I like to talk directly to vegans, I guess, because we're the ones that are promoting veganism. We're the only ones that are going to promote veganism. And I think it's important that we stop talking about veganism as a compassionate movement. And this idea that being vegan is about compassion and love. Because I didn't go vegan for compassionate reasons. And I don't think that it is at all about compassion. It's just about being rational and sane. And it's about justice. If you don't kill humans, it doesn't make you compassionate. Therefore, if you don't kill animals, you're not compassionate by default. If I was to walk down the street and I don't take a stick and I don't gouge it into a cat's eyeball, that doesn't make me compassionate by default. So we need to stop talking about veganism as a matter of compassion. It's a non-action. It's just the normal thing to do to not cause harm and suffering, especially where it's unnecessary to do so. And so anything you do beyond veganism, you could say that being active, being a vegan activist would be compassionate because you're helping others make the connection and in turn helping animals and helping the planet. Whereas by being vegan, you're discontinuing your brutality. You're discontinuing the contribution to the industries that enslave, torture, and murder. It's a non-action. You're discontinuing your contribution, your promotion of that industry or that lifestyle, that mentality that views animals as products, as commodities, as slaves to a species who believes that we are the crown of creation. It's a non-action. When you're doing activism, you're helping others to make that connection. I guess you could call that compassionate, but I still don't do it for compassionate reasons. We do activism because it's a matter of justice. This is a revolution that should have taken place before I was born, but I was born into this world. I realized this was going on. I realized the severity of it, and now I just feel that I have a duty to react to this and to make sure that the revolution is powered in the direction that it should be powered as much as possible before I'm dead and gone. So by default, veganism does not make you compassionate. If we have a vegan world, that's not necessarily a compassionate world. Be sane, be rational, be vegan.
Paul Bashir.
Paul Bashir co-founded Anonymous for the Voiceless in 2016 with Asal Alamdari. The public outreach events have activists presenting visual media of atrocities inflicted on non-human animals in what's been dubbed the Cube of Truth. Trained activists are on hand to counsel the viewing public, and within less than a year, the organisation has held over 250 of these events in over 70 cities across 17 countries.
Oh, Paul Bashir, yeah, that guy is badass.
Paul deserves a lot of credit for what he's done with Anonymous for the Voiceless, because he's taken street activism, which was happening a lot, but very sporadically, very disorganised manner. He's taken that and made it into a professional organisation with a clear set of rules of how to carry out the activism.
All right, I've got some pretty cool news.
So that was player-based news reporting in 2017. They did the top 100 most influential vegans, and I was mentioned. This is after 1 year of starting AV. There was also here a photo. This is actually a very memorable moment because this is the first ever action that Asal and I did in Thailand. This was the first ever of its kind in Southeast Asia, probably in all of Asia. And this cube was something we just got out onto the streets and did without a permit. And the officials came and saw us, and they were very confused by what we were doing. There were people that were upset and saying that we were violating Buddhist traditions. But we were there to say that, you know, actually it's the other way around. And then the officials said it's okay for you to do what you're doing, just get a permit next time. And then they said, can we take a photo with you? And this was just a really strange moment because I didn't even understand why they wanted to take a photo with us. I think it was just for their record. But you can see this half smile on my face because I'm just happy that we're not getting arrested and that we can continue doing the work. And then this guy's smiling and he's got his thumbs up. The whole thing was just really strange, but just a really important moment. And soon I'll show you in this presentation, there's a video of this actual action. And it's a very notable action because, like I said, it was the first in Southeast Asia, the first of its kind. And then this was me announcing that I was invited to the Vegan Campout.
I've been invited to speak at the Vegan UK Campout 2017 in July. What we need to do is treat this like a justice movement. And like I said, the more that we take this as a war against animals, and the more that we perceive it as such, we will operate differently as a movement. We'll be more organized, we'll be more structured, and we will by default force people to take us seriously and this issue seriously. Because again, we're the only ones speaking up, and we need to keep speaking up. Thank you.
Someone asked here, where does Anonymous for the Voiceless stand with regards to the actual outreach message? Do you advocate strict abolitionism or other variations? Welfareism?
So, because I was in the UK and you know, we did the Vegan Campout, I also used that opportunity to do some cubes with Asal throughout the UK. And also I had the opportunity to do this online workshop for everybody. And so I organized this entire thing for us to sit down, and I had to like make a time, make a date, you know, that it would work for everybody. And got everybody in one place with an internet connection that was cutting in and out. The whole thing was a struggle, but I just knew that this was something that needed to happen as a result of us all being in the same place at the same time. And at that time, this was a big deal because there weren't really workshops like this in existence. So I knew that I needed to like lead this and make this happen. So this is what happened as a result. I got everybody in one room at one time, and we did this. And questions were coming in like crazy, and this was one of the questions that was asked.
Abolitionism or other variations?
So the question again is like, you know, do we promote abolition or do we promote other things as well?
Veganism reduction.
Just veganism.
Just veganism,
yes.
yeah.
Veganism.
No stabbing at all.
No stabbing with a nice knife.
Well, I just think like veganism is defined by the avoidance of animal exploitation, right? And so anything less than that, it can't be classified as.
It's not vegan.
It's just not vegan. So
that's the moral baseline is veganism.
Isn't that abolitionism? Like that's purely what it is.
What we have to be mindful of is people want a get out of jail clause, don't they? They want a reason to not go fully vegan. So if you give them that, they'll cling to it. So even if you have a conversation with someone, they go veggie then vegan, alright, that's better than nothing, but you should never advocate for vegetarianism. Always advocate for veganism. And if people message us or whatever and they say, look, I've given up this product, say that's great, but always make sure that you push them to go vegan.
Don't sell out on animals.
I think it's important to add that it's so important that we all have that same message, because as soon as some activists are promoting a different message to other activists, we dilute the message. It has to be strong, clear, and concise.
We want to be consistent.
Very well said. And a clear vegan message.
Yeah.
Yes, but to answer your question more specifically, we on our website we do state clearly we are an abolitionist vegan group.
Which means all animal exploitation we disagree with, all types, we think it's all wrong, they don't deserve to.
And we're not even willing to have a discussion about, animals being treated more nicely in factory farms or whatever the case may be.
A lesser of two evils is still evil.
I feel amazingly blessed that I'm living in Thailand. I've been here for nearly 3 months. I've been dreaming of living here full-time, being an activist, not having to work for anybody else, and now I'm doing it. I have the chance every day to work on something that I love. I get to build an organization, and I don't take enough time out to really appreciate that. We've now got 17 chapters for AV. We have Sydney, Australia. We're gonna have 2 of our team leaders over in Sydney to help and establish.
So this video is going back a little bit. So we skipped forward a little bit, but we're just going back a little bit because this is a moment of recognizing how big the organization was growing at that point. So November 2016 is when I recorded this.
Establish that. We've just opened up Launceston, Australia. That's going to be the 17th of December, the first event, and 10th of December for the Sydney event. Gold Coast, Australia, which I've already mentioned, that's going to be a weekly event now. Chicago, USA, we're still working on locations. It's called the Windy City, so, it's really cold and that's something we have to work around. Portland, USA, this weekend's going to be the first event, so we'll see how that goes. Austin, USA, we've just opened up that one. We haven't got an event set yet, but we've got the location down and we're just checking the things out with the council and whatnot. Austin's going to be great. Houston's also going to be great. We've got Houston, USA. Another one that's going to be coming up soon is Los Angeles. We've got an event occurring on the Walk of Fame. There's a lot of activism going on, a lot of vegans, big community of vegans in Los Angeles. So I'm extremely excited to see how that's going to go. Edmonton, Canada, we've just opened up a chapter there. Mumbai, India. This one really touches me at my core, guts and glory, trying to make it happen. Copenhagen, Denmark. Casper's the guy that's running that, amazing guy. And then we have Malmö, Sweden. We haven't established an event for that yet. We just set it up. Then we have London, UK. We have George Martin, who I did a podcast style interview with on my channel just recently, who has stepped up to the plate and is now spearheading the chapter. As you may know, London has a fucking great vegan community, and I couldn't be more excited over the fact that this is now happening in that city. That's happening on December 3rd. Frankfurt, Germany, I have already mentioned. The first event is going to happen this weekend. And South Africa, it's going to be happening this weekend. And of course, since I'm living in Chiang Mai, my partner and I are going to spearhead the Chiang Mai chapter. The first event is going to be the 17th of December.
This is that cube I mentioned in Chiang Mai, the first ever AV action in Thailand. It's important that we covered this.
directors of Anonymous for the Voiceless. We do Cube of Truth demonstrations, we do street activism, and what we've put together we believe is the best and most effective kind of street activism. We started in Melbourne, Australia last year in April, and in our first year we've set up in 138 cities around the world. The reason we like to do this video is because we like to expand globally.
We need your support. We're currently on a world tour. We started on the 4th of July in Chiang Mai, Thailand. We're now in the UK. We've done events in Norwich, Birmingham, Cambridge, and today in Exeter. And the reason why this world tour is so important is because we're able to physically be in each city to help to optimize each of the Cube of Truth events, to collaborate with the organizers, and to bring more volunteers out to these events and produce more results and make more of an impact on the streets in convincing people to take veganism seriously. As a result of every single demonstration that we've done so far, we have yielded the highest results for that chapter to date. We also promised that we would set up in 3 new cities as a result of doing this, and in those cities they will continue to have Cube of Truth demonstrations operating after we have gone, and they'll at least operate once a month. So the first chapter that we've set up is here in Devon. Today we had an event in Exeter.
We had so many activists out on the street travelling from all over the county, which was amazing to see. Even some people who actually came from the next county on. It was just really good to have them both there kind of guiding us through exactly what we need to do with the structure of the cube. We ran a workshop the night before as well. Everyone in the group is buzzing. I mean, we did 83 today, so we've got 83 people taking veganism seriously, and that really has put everyone in massively high spirits. And as a lot of activism groups may understand, sometimes it's really difficult to get people to come out to these events, and just having Paul and Asal here has been a massive help. We've got a lot of new faces and people that want to continue to do this thing, and if they can do this on a worldwide scale, it's going to make such a huge difference for the animals, which is the main thing.
We're also setting up a new chapter in Barcelona, Spain, and we're going to be there on the 3rd of August doing the first demo with them.
We wanted to show and prove exactly what we're going to do in the short period of time we've been on this world tour, so that you guys can understand exactly how much impact and awareness we're going to create as a result of this project. As you may know, veganism is the most pressing issue of our time, and we need to create a vegan world ASAP. And we feel that the most effective way to do this is to educate. And without education, there will be no liberation. The animals need us. We want to excite vegans to get out there and learn how to speak to people and to do these Cube of Truth demonstrations in the most professional manner.
As a result of our demonstrations, since we started in April 2016, we've convinced about 20,000 people to take veganism more seriously.
I just want to say today was by far the best event we've done in the UK. We've only done 2, but this has been amazing. But seriously, everybody was busy on outreach, which I really appreciate. It just seemed like the vibe was off the chain the entire time. So, round of applause for everybody's effort. Yeah, well done.
Animal agriculture is a business, right? They want you to buy products, so it's a marketing term.
So what you just saw there was London. December 3rd, 2017, December 3rd, 2016 was the first ever Cube of Truth in the UK, and George Martin was the organizer for that chapter. And that's him doing outreach there. Also, definitely want to give a shout out to Chris Hines, who was sitting next to me in Asal in that video. And also shout out to Banana Warrior Princess, who was also in that video with, you saw us doing the workshop, and that was mentioned in the chat. I just want to make sure that people know who these people are. Chris Hines came to say hello at the vegan campout, and he's still doing really good work for the animals today. And he has an important documentary coming out soon, hopefully. And it's all about veganism and music. So definitely check out that when it does drop. And then what we're just showing here after London is the first action in Italy. The first ever cube in Italy was in Bologna.
Alors, Animus.
And then this is the first ever cube in France. in Paris.
C'est une association australienne qui existe depuis un tout petit peu moins d'un an. Et voilà, du coup, j'ai vu passer leurs actions à travers des vidéos sur Facebook. Et j'ai contacté Paul Bachir, le fondateur. Et je lui ai demandé s'il y avait une antenne en France. Il m'a dit que non, donc je me suis proposé. Et voilà, quelques mois plus tard, on a fait le premier Cube de la Vérité à Paris.
And then this is a testament to the things that we have experimented with. People have criticized AV for having people standing in the cube. Some people think it's pointless to have people standing in the cube as an art installation. Well, we tried this model where we had the screens showing the truth in what we call the manless cube. There it is there. That was a construct that was built by an activist that we had working with us, and they were an amateur engineer, let's say. Or maybe, yeah, regardless of, yeah, we don't need to, basically the story is that this was an idea that we had, and then this was created by that activist based on the idea that we had. And this didn't require any human to show the truth, but we just didn't get the same kind of results. And shout out to Vincent, also being the organizer for the first chapter in Paris, who we just saw speaking on camera before. Vincent. And so yeah, this is also back to Paris. This is where we did the matrix approach. And this was a big action that we did in Paris with Vincent being the guy who was, you know, he was the organizer there at the time, and he helped with this action massively. So one thing about this is that, I'm actually going to see if we can pull it up, just so you can see the kind of outreach that went along with the matrix approach. I don't like the term matrix anymore, and you know, referring to meat eating back in the day was a mistake, because meat eating is the opposite of vegetarianism, not veganism. And so, you know, I'm showing you the evolution as well here. But I'm going to show you some outreach from Brisbane City. This was like around the time that we were locked down. In fact, the year of this was 2022, July 30th, 2022. So the reason why we came up with this idea, like I told you before, was because we didn't have screens to use. And when we don't have screens, for whatever reason, we can do this approach. And so you can always get out there and do outreach with something cool that gets people's attention, and then you can capitalize on that attention. So now I'm going to show you an outreach approach with this model. Find your local chapter. Hey man, would you like to know why we're here? You would? Sure. So did you notice how this is proper protocol being enacted? Do you notice how his hands opened when the outreach began? That was part of the art installation. So this is awesome to see that. Offering you, I'll let you all know what we're doing here if you like. So what we're doing here is we're offering you the blue or the red pill. Have you seen the Matrix? You have? You haven't? Have you? No. So as you probably know, the blue pill, if you choose that, then you can just carry on with your day and your reality will remain unchanged. If you choose the red pill, I'll tell you the truth and nothing but the truth. So which do you choose?
Which do you each choose?
I like red.
You like red? What about you? Red? Red. Okay. So my first question, and this takes a couple of minutes. My first question is, how do you feel about animal abuse?
What do you mean?
No go. You too? Yep. So, is it safe to say that you're each against animal abuse? Yes? Do you think it's possible to be against animal abuse while eating animal products, such as meat, dairy, and eggs? You say no? What about you two?
Okay, well,
But like,
we're talking to people that
it's a difficult question.
those products.
So basically, you're trying to stop these people that are.
What do you find difficult about that question?
We're telling people that they're trying to avoid eating those products.
It's sort of contradictory, right? How do you feel about that?
I wouldn't say it's abuse.
Okay, so if it's not abuse, could you describe how it could not be abuse? Like, how do you eat animals and what comes out of them without abusing them?
Yeah, any animal product.
A tiger can eat this prey, and that's just how stuff happens, but that's not abuse.
Well, it is obviously, right? They're being quite violent. They're ripping them apart and eating their guts. That's pretty abusive. But a lion has a pretty good excuse because they're in a survival situation. They don't have other options. But what about you?
I do have
Yeah, you do have other options in a modern society, right? So you doing it to a cow is beyond cruel. Any human in a modern society, right? Does that satisfy? So just so you're aware of what he said, because I understand that you can't hear everything that they're saying here. He said, well, if a lion does it to, a zebra or a deer, that's not cruel, that's not abuse. And I said, yeah, well, it actually is. It's really brutal and they're ripping their guts out. He's like, yeah, true. And I said, but you doing it is beyond abusive. And he agreed. But the whole point here is that you can see the principles being enacted before the flowchart was released. Before we had a flowchart, these were the principles of holding them accountable. This guy was being held accountable individually, and I was also holding all three of these individuals accountable. Your question there? Yep, okay. So then, what do you feel would be stopping you from no longer abusing animals and being vegan today? Nothing? And what about you two? Society would be stopping you? How do you feel society would be stopping you?
I'll be kicked out of the kids' clubs.
So he actually made me laugh there because he said something that was incredibly honest. He said, society would be stopping me from going vegan because I would be thrown out of the cool club. I'm glad you're being honest because there is a social pressure that comes along with being non-vegan, right? But do you subscribe to social norms above your own values? No. Do you really when you say yes? Yeah. Just because everybody else does something, does that justify you doing it? No. Okay. If you were in the animal's position, like a cow's position or a chicken's position, how urgent would you say it is for it to end, what they're going through? Being bred into existence, being tormented, being murdered. Very urgent. What about you? How urgent would you say it is if you were in their position? Pretty urgent, huh? And what about you? Yeah? Okay. Do you know what the number one benefit is of being vegan and no longer abusing animals? Yeah, by you, right? Yeah. Well, for them, yeah, they're no longer abused, they're no longer tortured and murdered because of you. It won't end the industries completely, but you'll no longer be the reason that they suffer unimaginably. And then for you, when you say that you're against animal abuse, you'll actually no longer be hypocrites, right? Do you find that fair? Do you disagree with that? It's fair? Yeah. So then what do you think you'll do after this conversation? Do you think that you'll stop abusing animals and become vegan? Yep. 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 All right, so would you like a card? Yep. I'll give you one, I'll give you one, and I'll give you one. So on this card, if you're not convinced to be vegan as of today, and I will say that what we've spoken about is not just food for thought, this is a moral obligation.
If you are truly against beings who are innocent, suffering unnecessarily because of your choices when you can easily make another choice in society, then you have a moral obligation to be vegan. But if you're not convinced for whatever reason to start doing that as of today, then go to that link, cubeoftruth.com. There's a speech on there called The Best Speech You'll Ever Hear. And the guy has convinced millions of people to be vegan. Just listen to what he has to say. There's also a documentary on there called Dominion, which shows you the reality of animal agriculture. And if you can't watch it, ask yourself, if it's not good enough for my eyes, why is it good enough for my stomach? All right. Take care.
So, obviously there's a lot of progression since then. And that was just to show you how you can take people through the outreach interaction without screens involved. Back then, using that matrix approach. That was the point of me showing you that. But soon I'll show you outreach examples that are much better. So this is the first International Cube Day video that Asal created. And I'm going to show you this because it was a very powerful promotion for our first ever International Cube Day.
Remember the 5th of November, the gunpowder, treason and plot. I know of no reason why the gunpowder treason should ever be forgot.
Conversation that I had, the last interaction that I had, was a picture-perfect result for this plan of attack working. I approached him and I said, hey, do you want to know why we're here? And he was just perfect in terms of being the perfect, curious person that you want to talk to. And he said, yeah, sure. And then I gave him the spiel. And he said, okay, I'll take the red pill. And then I went into animal cruelty and whether he thinks it's wrong. And then I said, okay, well, most of us would say that we're against animal cruelty, but did you know that when we buy products such as meat, dairy, and eggs, we contribute and support, quite literally, to the most violent form of animal cruelty on this planet? And he was all ears throughout the entire discussion. I'm still running on a high from this. I'm still thinking about it, how well it went. It was just incredible. Anyway, by the end of it, he was just aha moment after the other, one after the other, and then he pledged on the spot that he would go vegan.
Yeah.
So, I'm just really happy. I'm just really happy because of the approach itself working. I didn't expect this much of a result with it, so just round of applause for making that last bit happen with the matrix approach. I think it's a testament to our commitment to this cause as well, so you should all be proud of yourselves. We didn't pack up and go home when we could have, and we tried a completely different approach that no one's really ever done before.
And it worked.
And it worked. And it's because of our optimism and our attitude. It's really because of how committed and dedicated we are to this cause, so a round of applause for that. The world's first 12-hour queue, we just pulled it off. Now I got you motherfuckers excited.
If you ask vegan why you're vegan, they're just gonna come up with the typical reasons, which is because the animal, because ecological reasons. But for me, I turned vegan because I saw a lot of hipsters eating vegan, so I want to do it. I want to be cool.
At first, I just wanted to try going vegetarian, and then I kind of learned more about the ethical side of it.
So we are vegans. Have you heard vegan before?
Vegan is a position you take when you see all forms of animal exploitation as wrong.
To cause least amount of pain to other forms of living beings.
And making decisions in their lives to reflect what we believe. We need more people doing that. We need more people acting. It's fantastic that in your mind you know it's wrong, but we need people to act, right? To just know that it's wrong is not enough.
This is happening every single minute around the world.
It was raining heavily in our original location, but we're now set up right here, which is a perfect spot for tourists and locals. They continue to walk through here.
We've got two aspects. We've got the cube, which is the people standing in a cube form with the masks on, and then we've got the outreach.
We're not stopping people. Like, I noticed you stopped to take a photo, you're showing some interest, so that's why I approached you.
And I really liked the approach today where you're not sort of antagonistic or forcing people to convert.
We first of all want to expose people to what's going on because a lot of people have not seen this kind of footage before. So.
I'm going to do something called an objection handling workshop where you guys throw all of your non-vegan objections at me that you find the most challenging that you have to deal with. God says it's okay, plants have feelings too, our ancestors ate meat, etc. And I'll respond to them one by one. We will respond to them one by one and help you with those challenges that you're having. Sound like fun?
Yeah. You guys said 150,000 people and roughly have moved either curious about veganism. How do you guys gauge that?
So how do we define it? Okay, so as you know, when you're doing street activism, there's no way that you can define exactly, there's no way you can say definitively that somebody has gone vegan, even if they say that they're going vegan to you. The only way to fully know is if you hire a private investigator to follow up on their lives. So, since you can't achieve that, then the best thing that we have is to go on our sincere feeling of whether they are going to go vegan or not. So we count this as somebody who doesn't just make a couple of compassionate comments about animals, nod their head while they're talking to you, and then take a card and leave. We're talking about people who have shown you clearly that they take this issue seriously and that they want to move in the direction of becoming vegan. And then when you give them the information, they show interest in actually following up and looking at whether it's a documentary or going and signing up to Challenge 22, which is a 22-day vegan support group that anyone can sign up to for free. So, and you can also gauge by asking them, do you think you'll be going vegan after this experience you've had with us? You can prompt them with that question as well. So that's how we gauge. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the best that we can do, and yeah, that's where our tally comes from. And I would also say, if somebody says God put them here for us, I would also ask, do you think they're here for us or with us? Because that's also another distinction you should draw, that animals are here with us, not for us. Okay, so the first question was protein.
Yeah. I like to say to them, where do you refer them, or like? So first you can tell them, well, did you know that you can get your protein from plants? And also I like to say, people like to eat chicken or cow's flesh for protein, and I like to say, where do you think that cow got their protein from? Obviously you can get it directly from plants. I think this one is really easy for them. Like, people usually don't have anything to say to that. And also, if you want to continue, you can actually show them how there's more protein, for example, in beans compared to a steak. And also it's got no cholesterol, and so you can just show them facts.
So yeah, this is 2 years after we started. We did that. We were in LA, and we did the San Francisco takeover in 2018 as well, which we showed just before that. I just want to quickly go back just to show that this was in May of 2018, that San Francisco takeover, and the Animal Liberation Conference by DXE, that was 2018, and then this is the world's first 24-hour Cube of Truth in Berlin.
do today, every second of that day, animals are being bred into existence, enslaved, tortured, and killed. Every second of today for 24 hours, we're standing up and fighting for those animals.
What's up, everyone? Okay, so now we're moving forward. You know, given that we were in the United States, we also ended up in Miami, and this was a really notable testimonial that happened. So I won't tell you the story because everything is explained in this video, but I really like this memory. Everybody, we're in Miami right now for the Cube of Truth as part of the AV World Tour.
Yes, sir.
And I just wanted to introduce you all to Gio. Gio is here as part of this event as a bystander. He stopped.
Yes, sir. 100%.
He has really blown me away with his response to us being here, so I just wanted to share this all with you. So Gio, what do you have to share with everybody out there in the world?
Honestly, that this is horrible what they're doing, and if you don't have a single cell in your body that you feel bad for what's behind me, slaughtering and just killing these animals for no reason, that they didn't do nothing to you, you don't have no feelings for nothing. Like, why? I just want to know why, you know what I mean? My man here, he actually blessed me. It was a blessing that I was here. I usually don't come here to this area. I come and then I leave, I jump on the bus, but it was a blessing from God, honestly, that I made a left and saw this movement, that it's just an amazing movement that I hope you, honestly, you and the whole world, whoever sees this, jump on this, you know, become vegan. Because me, I can say right now, I will be vegan, no matter what, 100%.
As of today, you're going
today,
vegan, right? And then you're going to join us here potentially and speak up with us, right?
And this man right here, God bless his soul. This is a good man.
Thank you, bro. I really appreciate that.
Showed me the ropes, and I honestly...
It was crazy. We were just doing...
Honestly, on camera.
Brother,
man.
thank you. I really appreciate that.
So
it was crazy. I was doing the briefing for the event, so we were just starting the event. We hadn't even set up the cube yet. And Gio just somehow felt the energy and just knew that this was...
I had to be here.
Yeah, that's really crazy.
A speech to everybody, you know, to start this right here and all that. And my subconscious, I'm here listening to this amazing dude saying this amazing speech. I wanted to like interrupt, but I would never do that. So I said, my subconscious kept telling me, as soon as he stops, say something. Because if you don't say something, you're not gonna make a difference. You know, like you must say that, hey, I'm on board, I'm with you. I respect this movement. I am vegan, honestly, not because they came and brainwashed me, no. You gotta do it yourself, and you gotta want it. It was like a weight lifted off my shoulder. But honestly, this is the best thing I've ever done. I was supposed to be on the bus 3 hours ago, and that's not important. I'd rather walk home. But I need to be right here. This is where I need to be. Because I more than respect this. I adore this movement, and I will march, like I told him, until my souls are gone and I'm walking on my feet. Doesn't matter. I will be behind them, and I support them 100%.
Gio, thank you so much for sharing that with everybody.
Absolutely.
For everybody
God bless
watching
you guys.
this is how real it is.
Absolutely.
How amazing is this? Gio actually stopped. During the briefing, he committed to staying here and being educated further, having a really long conversation with me about how he's already been against bullying his whole life. Now he's making the connection that what we do to animals is no different to what the bully does to the kid in school.
Yep.
That's getting bullied constantly.
And the women too, makeup, you know where that comes from? Whale fat. So watch whale wars, man. When they harpoon these beautiful whales, and they're gonna be extinct. But
there is vegan makeup though.
And that's what I was about to get.
There's always a vegan option.
Vegan makeup, that's the option you need to, that's the line you need to be on that side, not on this side.
The right side of history.
The right side of history.
Exactly.
My man follow, my man right here.
Gio, thank you again. I really appreciate you, bro.
It's a pleasure, let me tell you. It's a pleasure from my heart, and there's not one fake bone in my body. This is not a fluke. They didn't brainwash me. I'm vegan. Mark my word, I'm gonna be vegan. No, I am vegan from here on out.
My man.
That's it.
That's what's
and
up.
God bless you. Thank you for the time, for letting me, speak to whoever sees this. And I hope you guys get inspired from this movement, because I surely did. Because it's the right thing to do. Why not? Why not do right when you can?
So that was in Miami, Florida, in the US. What a testimonial that was in 2018. And then this was the outreach workshop I did in Vancouver, in Canada.
We know that people love free food, and our gang is trying to...
So this is all part of the AV World Tour, the first World Tour that we did. This is, again, only 2 years after we started the organization.
Convince people to go vegan, so we want to get people's attention and have that conversation with them. But our executive decision on this was that essentially when we have conversations with people, we focus a lot on the animals that people consume in their diets. And the animals that we're showing on the screens are mainly food animals like cows, chickens, pigs, turkeys, fish. And we feel that if we introduce the actual physical food element into the event, that we're positioning veganism, we're overly positioning veganism as dietary, and we don't want to do that. As you know, diet is just part of being vegan, and being vegan is a moral standpoint that you take when you see all forms of animal exploitation as wrong. And so it's also our job as educators on the streets to make sure people understand this on the streets. But if we add the food element, I feel like we're confusing people and making this far too much about diet. Yeah, so that's why I decided to not go with the food element. There's two other reasons as well. One other reason is that you have to also pay for things like permit costs, and there's food licensing fees and insurance and stuff like that goes along with having food at your events, and that can become very costly for our chapters. We don't really want to go down that route. Let's say somebody eats something, they get sick, and we have a lawsuit on our hand just based on that. And there could be people out there trying to troll us just with that. They could do that. I don't know, there's many factors here to consider. The other reason had to do with, let me think. Also, we feel like if we're effectively educating people, if I'm talking to you as you're not vegan, and I'm talking to you and I'm effectively educating you on what veganism is, our aim is to have you connect to that sense of injustice, because that's what this is predicated on. And we feel that if you're effectively connecting to that sense of injustice, the last thing you should want to do is eat food at that point in time. So we feel that if we're doing our job correctly, food should not even be in the picture. So that's the other reason. Does that help?
Yeah.
We don't have an official time period on how long we wait before moving in and talking to somebody. I like to say 30 seconds, but I don't have an official time period that we place on this, because everybody's a little bit different in how they respond to the footage they're watching. And also, I think it's just a fine art of knowing when to move in. So you basically don't want to wait too long because they could walk off, but you also don't want to move in too quickly because you'll reek of desperation and push people away. And while this is the most urgent issue on the planet, reeking of desperation doesn't work in our favor. So I would say don't even go by timing, just
just use your best sense of judgment. If you move in too quickly, I guarantee you will push people away. If you move in too late, you'll be too late and people will walk off and you'll miss the opportunity. So this is all about working out when to move in. It's mastering that art. I believe strongly through my own research and experience that the vegan movement has taken so long to actually come to fruition because of this one simple fact. We have not been promoting it as veganism. We've been promoting it as a diet, as something that people could do gradually, etc. Now, would we take the reason why it's going slower because of that is because we would never do that with any other injustice. We would never say racism is wrong, but on Sundays, fine. Just do it in a park somewhere where we don't have to look. But it's okay, just maybe cut down gradually and then you'll become a non-racist one day. Do you know what I mean? We would never say child abuse is unacceptable, but if you're addicted to it, I know what it's like. Maybe just only keep the kicking in the children in the face. Maybe keep that to Sundays or just one day a week, you know, like we would never say that. So my point is, like, we should just be promoting what is morally correct, and that is that no form of animal exploitation is morally justified.
So this is a campaign that we put together for the first time. We only did it 1 year in 2018, August 26th to be exact. And we chose 4 cities and we asked the world to meet in one of those 4 cities. And so the whole point of this was to have like 4 huge actions happening at one time. It didn't work out to be the biggest success that we intended it to be, but maybe we could relaunch this at some point. But yeah, the 4 cities we chose were London.
What is up, everybody?
London, Manila, and Manila was in the Philippines to cover the Asian region. Melbourne, Australia was for Oceania, and then Toronto for North America. London was for the Europe region.
What is up, everybody? My name is Paul Bashir and I am the co-founder and director of Anonymous for the Voiceless. And I'm making this video on behalf of Asal and I to thank each and every one of you for taking part on International Cube Day. We made history as an understatement, and just to show the enormity of what we've just done to everybody, just to bring some perspective, I guess, because I don't think everybody realizes what we've just done. I don't think there's ever been another movement that has taken part on the same day in over 500 cities and towns to say enough is enough, especially not in the vegan movement, and this is the world's most urgent truth bomb. I'm honored and privileged to be able to fight with such dedicated humans, and I'm so thankful for everybody getting behind AV and supporting us and the work that we do. Thank you to all the Cubers for standing strong in the Cube. We need you. And thank you so much to the outreachers not discounting on the vegan message and spreading it clearly. Let's just remember that Cube Day is every day until we see animal liberation.
But it also looks more professional when we have a strong posture and we're holding the tablet or the sign nice and strong. So we're gonna have to check in people as quickly as possible. So when people come in, find their name, check the date. If they get the badge, give them a badge. If they speak any other language, give them a language badge. We're doing a 24-hour cube in Dam Square, Amsterdam. So we're about to start. We're checking people in. We're going to start very soon, and we're going to operate for a full 24 hours.
running behind schedule, but it will be a lot more orderly once we get started. Are you ready? Welcome to One Damn Day in Dam Square, Amsterdam. We don't promote anything less than veganism at these events. Vegetarian, eating less meat, etc. should not be celebrated. When outreaching, make it clear that veganism is about the animals and that the health and the environment aspects are there to solidify the argument, but they aren't the argument. When outreaching, also encourage people to become active and speak up for the animals after going vegan. Don't just ask them to go vegan. Ask them to speak up in whichever way they find effective or to join us at these Cubes of Truth. Stands for Anonymous for the Voiceless. We fight for the animals. We fight to end their exploitation and to bring a world of justice to the animals. That's the campaign that we do as an organization. And these Cubes of Truth set out to educate the public about how we can stop our involvement and our participation in animal exploitation, which is an evil thing to be involved in, and that the solution is to be vegan and to speak up for these innocent beings. Think with your heart instead of your mind, because your mind is conditioned. But if you want the facts and the reason and the information and the logic, we have all of that on our side as well, because we have the truth on our side. And then if you want to know how to go vegan, which is very easy in this day and age, you can learn very quickly how to do that on our website, which is cubeoftruth.com.
I got that the monument side has 43 people. Can other sides report their number, please?
First shift is now underway. We're about to end the first shift actually, but I just wanted to show you this cube. It's got 54 people on each side of it. Get here, we'll be here for 24 hours. We'll be here until midday tomorrow. I want to say thank you to each and every one of you for being part of this momentous occasion. We made it happen for the animals, and what a statement. I want to say a special thank you to the organizers of this event. Other than me and Asal, there was Brad, there was Desi, and we had others who really helped to make this the success that it was. A big round of applause for all of those individuals.
I also want to thank everyone who volunteered at the gazebo helping with the check-in, check-out process. It would have been impossible without you. Thank you so much for helping.
You guys want to hear the tally, don't you?
We operated for 24 hours. All up, we had over 400 or 500 volunteers, and we got 3,586 people.
So that was the first of many actions we have done now in Amsterdam. Dam Square Amsterdam is like our stomping grounds for major campaigns now, but that was the first one of its kind. And One Damn Day is really special in AV history, but this campaign is also really special, and we haven't spoken much about this yet, but this is the first week-long action in AV history. New York City, July 2019, 3 years after we started getting out onto the streets in Melbourne, we did a week-long campaign in New York, and this is what it was like.
We're here in New York City, 8 straight days,
12 hours a day. We don't coddle people and baby people. We are very to the point about why animal liberation is a moral obligation and why anything less, there is no justification. Make sure no volunteers go over and speak to the guy who's stolen our masks. He's carrying a knife. Repeat, he is carrying a knife. Week of Truth is the name of this campaign because we're here for 8 straight days getting it done for 12 hours a day. If you're in and around, if you're in North America, shit, if you're on the other side of the world and you can make it here, get out here, talk to the public with us, and get this done. It's not going to get done on its own. You have to be out here fighting.
So the tally for today was 558. Now, the tally for the week. Are you ready? Yeah! 3,026 people.
I'm curious, are you wearing sunscreen?
Yeah, I am.
You're wearing sunscreen. I have a question.
Oh, I'm waiting to hear it. I can't wait.
Question.
Yeah.
So, if you had to obtain food in a natural environment, how would you obtain it?
That's a dumb question. I'm not in a natural environment. I'll do what I can, obviously.
No, I mean,
Dude,
my point is whether you're consuming plant or animal foods.
What's this got to do with sunscreen?
Well, let me finish, because it makes sense. Whether you're consuming plants or animal foods, you have to be out in nature to obtain those foods, correct? If you're at a farm or you're hunting, right?
You mean in a survival situation? A legitimate...
No, not in a survival situation. If you were in a scenario where you had to grow your own crops or raise your own animals, you would have to be out in nature, right?
But again, is this like in a community,
so
in a town?
The point is our modern life has allowed us to obtain food in unnatural ways. And if you need to cover yourself up and wear sunscreen and you can't even be in the sun for a couple hours in New York City...
Yeah, why did you shave?
Why did I shave?
Why did you shave your face? It's not natural, dude.
Because I don't want to look like a dirty piece of shit in the middle of New York City.
Oh, so you think... Oh, okay, so that... this guy, man.
You got a tattoo on
Dude,
your
you
neck.
shaved your face and you're standing here saying, don't use sunscreen. What? Dude, your argument is nature, though, and then you shave your face, and then you say, oh, I don't want to look like a piece of shit. Your arguments are fucking laughable, dude.
You do understand there are some indigenous people that didn't have facial hair? And some people don't grow facial hair, right?
And so what?
Every single...
I know that you shaved your face, and that's why I'm asking you.
Every single human has to be in the sun, outside in nature, to obtain food. Shaving has nothing to do with that. Let me
your
explain this again,
your argument was nature though. Hashtag nature though. And then you shave your face. Yes, it is. You said it's not natural.
The argument is that
it's literally what you said.
The argument is that in order to procure calories as a human being, you have to be out in the sun. Because our modern amenities have allowed us to use supermarkets and obtain our food without having to be out in nature.
What has that got to do with you needlessly exploiting animals?
My point is that you have to wear sunscreen and cover up because you can't even be out in the sun for a few hours.
And you have to shave your face because you can't live with the fact that you're ugly.
We'll let the viewers decide that one. The guy wearing sunglasses. All right, who's next?
End of discussion. Don't hurt your feelings. Don't worry, you get over it, baby. It's all right.
It's like I'm feeling fucking nice today, man.
So let me tell you as well, I eat all types of food. I used to be a vegan. I've never been a carnivore.
You were never vegan. Vegans don't go back.
You don't know me, bro.
No, that's not what I mean.
You don't know me.
No, I think you don't know
sorry.
veganism.
No, maybe
that's
I
what
don't.
I think.
Maybe you're not, and that's what I'm saying. Maybe if I spoke to more vegans, I'd understand it more.
Maybe yeah.
You're right. Maybe the correct term now is plant-based, right?
Sure, yeah.
Right, sorry. So that's my ignorance.
No worries, okay.
It's true, you're right, man. I was never a vegan.
You did it for health, maybe?
I done it for health purely, yeah.
Yeah.
So sorry, my ignorance.
No, all right, no worries.
That's what I'm saying. That's something I've learned now. You know
Okay,
what I'm trying to say?
yeah.
I'm not a carnivore, never been a carnivore. I do enjoy meat.
Yeah.
I do love animals as well. It's very hard. And my point is this: I don't want to take too much time. I just hope we can have a quick
Okay, by all means.
What I'm saying is that, like I say, I've just learned something from you. I've just learned something from you that veganism is more about about the animals, it's not about the plants, right? I've learned something talking to you today.
Okay.
And I'd like to learn more about it. Like, everything you said, like no disrespect, Frank, everything you asked him, like he had a good answer for. And like, if you're trying to make a video that's like purely, you know what I mean, like purely like carnivore, like let's get these vegans, like it's going to be difficult because he knew what he was talking about. He's educated, and I'm sure that all of these other people are too. You've got people like Vegan Gains and Herb Henchart, that's what I'm saying. Like they're suckers. Even though I watch them, they're suckers because they're debating Frank. You know what I'm saying? They should be like, bro, it's not about the diet. It's not about your fucking minerals. So that's where we're at, documenting this.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I guess that's where I'm interested about it. I want to speak to some veganers.
What's going on?
I just want to
This guy's just wasting your time. What do you want us to do?
He knows he's factual, bro. He knows what he's talking about.
I love how you're getting angry all of a sudden.
I'm not. You're standing here talking to him for 20 minutes. Just when we work a guy that's the party pooper. He doesn't want.
That was by far my favorite bit, where he comes back, he's like, what are you doing? He's clearly angry, and he gets his cameraman, who he paid to work that day to record this spicy footage that he thought he was gonna get. He stands there and says to him, nah, he's factual, bro. He knows what he's talking about.
Want me to entertain you guys. He doesn't want me to talk anymore.
Is that why you're here for entertainment? That would be the only thing that you could possibly achieve is entertainment, because education is not your thing.
The first thing is the feel, felt, found method. And this is just a little tool that you can use when somebody says to you, yeah, I understand what you're saying and everything, but I don't think I could give up eating meat. And you get frustrated in that moment. Instead of just saying what you want to say necessarily in that moment, hold back and just say, I understand how you feel, and this isn't fake, this is real deal. You do understand how non-vegans feel because you used to be non-vegan most likely. I understand how you feel. I felt similarly when I started looking into this information, but what I found is that we can't justify 15 minutes of palate pleasure over the torture and the suffering of animals. And you bring it back to the injustice and away from the trivial nonsense. But you do that with relating to the person and removing the us versus them dynamic.
Because you were saying earlier, and I do understand how you feel when you say this, it's perhaps a big change to make, right? And I understand how you feel because I felt similarly when I was in your position initially when I first started looking into this. I thought about the stuff I might be giving up and I don't want to give it up just yet. I'll take baby steps. But what I found is that baby steps are for babies, right? We're adults. And once you know better, you ought to do better. I'm actually going to give you a truly
So the reason we put this in there is to show you like a sales approach that we have already tried, and why I know firsthand that these sales games and political games, they don't really work. They're unnecessary and they don't really work. I could have said that without the sales bullshit and just got straight to the point. But I was trying to use this conversational tool that I learned from sales that is really designed to get people over the line, and it's really not something that has a place in activism through my experience. This is the first Holding Non-Vegans Accountable workshop in 2020. So those campaigns, Week of Truth, One Damn Day, and those two are the most pivotal in my personal activism as a leader, as a director of AV, and as a solo activist who does street outreach, like as an activist on the streets just trying to get people to go vegan. So this workshop was a long time coming, but in 2020 was when it all crystallized to me that the core principles of the outreach that we had really came together in this workshop, but this was still very unstructured. You know, I literally had points on my phone that I was reading and I was just speaking from the heart. But you can see a lot of these principles in what we're doing now, but there's also things that you can see in this workshop that we have evolved.
Adaptable approach for everybody, okay? And the reason why it's an approach for everybody is because I'm actually not going to give you Paul Bashir's special approach. I'm just going to tell you what I've observed, what I've analyzed within the movement that is tried and true and works no matter who uses these tools, okay?
So that's all I'm doing. I'm just telling you what I've observed that's worked and what I've practiced myself and I know works. I'm going to start at the top though. I'm going to start with the definition of veganism, because in our movement currently, everybody seems to have their own definition. Have you noticed? Right? Does this bother you guys? Do you wish we were all on the same page about this? Yeah? Okay, well, I'm going to attempt to do that right now. So the actual definition, if you go back, all the way back, only pertains to animals. It's very basic, isn't it? It's very simple. Somehow our movement has conflated this with other things and we've made it more confusing. We've conflated it with health. We've conflated it with environmentalism. And it seems to get further and further away from animal rights, when in actuality, it is only about animal rights. And the only reason why we talk about the health and environment aspects is because animal abuse is the biggest injustice in the world, to the point where it does impact our health and the environment. That's how large the injustice is. So we should really be focusing on the core problem here that's creating the mess that we're in, the problem that's leading to our environmental crisis, the problem that's leading to our health crisis, not talking about the health and environment to get people interested. The word speciesism, the word veganism, and the word animal exploitation, and carnism as well, carnist. People don't really understand these words. It doesn't really hit the way that we want them to hit. I'm not saying don't use these words. I say vegan all the time. But I want you to focus way more on what these words mean and use words like human supremacism, because that clearly explains speciesism and it clearly explains what being a non-vegan is all about, human supremacism. Finally, after 4 years since our last big campaign, we are back on the streets doing it again in Amsterdam. On September 2nd this year, Asal and I will be facilitating our biggest planned event to date, One Damn Week. We are going to be in Dam Square for 8 straight days doing a huge Cube of Truth for 12 hours per day. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
It's been a long time coming. I'm going to talk a little bit about AV's history before we get into the ins and outs of what we are supposed to be doing during this week in Amsterdam. I'm going to talk a little bit about how we even got to this point right now where I'm standing on the stage and you're sitting in those seats. And I want to talk a little bit about the pandemic and everything we've gone through. This event was actually supposed to happen in 2020. So we're 3 years delayed to be at this point. And a lot has changed in that time, not only within AV, but the animal rights movement. And, I need to speak on that because I need you all to really feel how much of a struggle it's been for me personally as an activist. And I think a lot of you here can relate to that. We not only had this event scheduled in 2020, we also had 2 weeks in New York scheduled the same year. So we had on top of that, we had an awesome tour that we had scheduled, which was all over the world. And in each of those cities that we were going to, we were also doing big cubes and workshops like this one. All of that got cancelled, and on top of that we went through a lot of dramas, and we basically went back to square one as an organization. We went from having 26 paid staff members helping us to upscale the organization and to become even more powerful. And for the last 3 years, we've basically gone back to just having myself and Asal running the organization as the only staff in the organization. So we are actually back to square one. We are back to basics. But here we are. You know, we're now doing this event, and I'm very energized to be doing this with you all, and I'm just so glad to see that you're all here to be a part of this masterclass. So this is the flowchart, guys. This is everything I've just spoken about, but I'm actually showing you from start to end. So this is the first time that the AV flowchart was introduced, and I want to say a shout out to Faraz Hadasini is the co-founder of, I believe the co-founder along with Darius, of ASAP, the Allied Scholars for Animal Protection, doing good work in colleges around the United States and also in other parts of the world. And he helped with basically putting what we were doing, you know, he could see what the outreach was, and then he just helped to like do the initial flowchart. So this was the first flowchart that we rolled out, and then the flowchart became a lot more developed as we evolved. And also, I just want to speak a little bit more on what I was touching on there, because I want you to imagine the level of struggle that we have gone through over the last 10 years. There were 3 major dramas that we faced, and I was just talking about the 3rd major drama that we faced. When I say drama, I don't use that word lightly. I'm talking about real struggles that tested our will to continue. And so the 3rd one was us being cancelled as a result of something that happened in June of 2020 when we made a post on social media, and over that post that we made, which was in response to the BLM situation where they used pigs' heads, and you know, there were also other things attached to this, but basically this is what was the core of us being cancelled. And we then went into lockdown. So the pandemic hit, we were in lockdown, then we get cancelled. So can you imagine having the biggest world tour planned ever, and that year we had scheduled 2 weeks of truth in New York City and 1 damn week. That was all scheduled in the year of 2020. Then we also had a huge list of cities all around the world we were planning to go to do other really great campaigns, major actions. And all of that was taken away. 26 staff members, all of that was gone. And we were just locked down. And I couldn't even do cubes. We couldn't even go out and do cubes. Can you imagine like being stuck in Melbourne, right? In Victoria, which was the most locked down state in the world. The lockdowns were extreme. So can you imagine not being able to go out onto the streets in your own city, let alone going and doing this massive tour that you had planned, and you having to just sit in your apartment and sit with this reality of everything being stripped away and going back to the absolute basics, living with the devastation of 26 core team members having to go back to non-vegan jobs, having to go and work for people they didn't. The whole thing was just pure devastation. Then finally, the borders open and we can fly out of the country. So the first thing that I do is this workshop. This is the first time that I'm doing, actually no. I must say that there was something before this. There was one campaign I did in Melbourne, and that was when, if you watch on my YouTube channel, that's when I did Holding Non-Vegans Accountable 4.0. So if you want, you can check that out. It's a solid workshop. And yeah, and what else can I say about that? That was just a really solid workshop and campaign, but it was only like one day, and Tash Peterson and Jack Higgs came to that. And here in the audience, you've got David Rams. And here at this masterclass, there's this whole room is full of 100 plus people. So this was like just finally coming up to the surface for air, it felt like. And I went into a really dark depression during the pandemic because, like I said, if you can even imagine like the weight of all of that, having such great momentum with everything you're doing, right? And then going through what you had already felt like you had faced, you had felt, for me, it felt like we had already faced all the dramas. These two major dramas we dealt with in the past, we persevered through. But then this third one was by far the biggest, and then it got compounded with the pandemic. But then we kept moving forward. Of course, then we produced the AV United campaign in 2021. The International Cube Day actions kept continuing because, like, obviously not every country was locked down, and cities were definitely not locked down like they were in Melbourne, in Victoria. So it just especially hit us hard there in Melbourne City. And then finally the borders open up, and then we can continue to do the work. And so being on stage and doing this masterclass felt like the first huge action that I was able to do, that we were able to put together in, a city outside of Melbourne. And yeah, so then, at some point during this masterclass, we present the flowchart. How this can go. Interaction will start by simply saying hello. How does this footage make you feel? That's generally the question we will ask. From that, you'll either understand if the person you're speaking with is open-minded or closed-minded. You'll get a sense. If they're trolling or they're closed-minded, repeat this question to give them another chance. And if they still say, if they still act as if they're closed-minded and they're just trolling, then disengage. If they are open-minded and they say something to the effect of, this is really sad, it's wrong, then you can go into the second part of this step, 1.5, where you basically say, we're showing behind the scenes of industries that abuse animals such as the meat, dairy, and egg industries. All footage is standard practice and includes humane RSP certified. RSPCA is perhaps not relevant here in the Netherlands. But it doesn't matter. You can just simply say it includes humane certified, because that pretty much is universal. And then you will, so this part here is education. You're just sort of educating them on what they're watching. And then we move on. Is it safe to say that you're against animal abuse? This is an important question. We need to know where they stand on animal abuse. Again, most people will not just say, of course, they will not just say, yes, I'm against animal abuse. They'll say, of course, without a doubt, I'm emphatically against it. And then we ask them this first point of accountability question. This here is where you will make or break. This is where you really get to see if someone is truly about what they just said, if they're truly being honest with you or not. Do you think it's possible to be against animal abuse while consuming animal products such as meat, dairy, and eggs? Now, some people actually try to say, yes, it is possible, and this is when they get into the excuses. Or if they're being genuinely honest with themselves, they'll say, no, it's not possible. It's hypocritical. That is the ideal response, because you don't have to go through this ugly section that we call the circle of excuses. Now, I'm not going to get into all the argumentation. We can do that in the Q&A. If any of you struggle with any part of any specific argument that you get, then we can do that. But, these arguments will be things like crop deaths, though. That's a popular one. Nutrition, though. Human superiority, though. What do you feel is stopping you from not abusing animals anymore and going vegan today? So this is where they may get into more excuses, or if they haven't actually gotten into any excuses, if they just admitted that there's no way to be against animal abuse while eating animal products, then this question may actually induce some excuses, and that's when you can go through addressing the excuses. But then you would move on to the next question after step 4. Do you know the number one benefit of being vegan? Now, most people will already say to this, it's better for your health, or it's better for the environment, which just proves the point that we don't need to be talking about the health and environment points, because people already get it, for the most part. I'm speaking generally. So then if they say, okay, what is it? What's the number one benefit? And by the way, some people will actually say it's better for the animals, like they are no longer going to be killed and stuff. So that's a really good response. In that case, we are actually talking to someone who's really good to be talking to. This person is reachable and willing. For the animals, they no longer have to be abused and killed needlessly for you. And for you, you said that you're against animal abuse. When you become vegan, you'll no longer be a hypocrite. Let that marinate. Okay? Don't quickly go into the next point. Let that sit. If you were in their position, how urgently would you want this to end? Because once you make a point that they are truly convinced on, usually then they'll go, okay, I'll try. Okay, I'll slowly change. Okay, I think maybe I'll do it. And this is why we ask this important question. If you're in their position, and again, it's always about putting them in the animal's position, it's easy to think outside of that. How urgently would you want this to end? If they're being honest, they'll say very urgently, immediately, right now. If they are, if they're not so open and willing and not so ideal to speak with, they'll try to go into more excuses or say something that isn't appropriate. After our conversation, are you going to stop abusing animals and go vegan? This is an incredibly important question to ask. Because if we do not ask, what are you going to do? What is the point of the conversation? Don't just leave it at, okay, I've given you seeds, now let's move on. Ask them, what are you going to do? This is a call to action. And if they aren't fully convinced, sometimes I don't actually say this last part, in all honesty. If they're fully convinced by this, I don't necessarily feel I need to say this, but most people actually need this last portion as this is a good way to end the interaction and then move on to the next person. Remember that this is not food for thought. This injustice is an urgent matter, and for as long as you take to go vegan, these animals are abused and killed because of you. Once you've gone vegan, please also speak up and defend animals. That part I always say, actually, the last sentence. Non-vegans experience cognitive dissonance. They'll go through all of their excuses. Peter, though, that's another one. Okay, so your job is to cause them to refocus on individual accountability and the real victims at hand here. If the person is genuinely open and willing, then you'll find you won't get many excuses, and you can go through those steps. I've done it in under a minute, actually. And so as long as you are getting through to them and they are responding with honesty, and you can tell that they're open and reachable, you will jet through, you will speed through the process very quickly. I don't have any examples to show you right now, but that flowchart is very, at the end I summarized it for you and I went through it very quickly, right? You can actually do that very quickly with people. I've done it before many times. Are you against animal abuse? Is it possible to be against animal abuse while consuming animal products? No, it isn't. So then what, then going through the rest of the steps, you end up getting from start to end within a minute or two. That's how you do it.
it just so satisfying to get to the point and say exactly what we need to say on behalf of the animals and not have to compromise, not have to water things down. I'd like to basically just do what we need to do on behalf of the animals instead of trying to pander and focus on being liked as a priority in the conversation and basically not saying what we need to say. And I think that's what most vegans actually get caught up in. They basically don't say what needs to be said, and therefore they're compromising on the animal rights message. And I personally am way more satisfied with this way of doing things because I'm only spending significant time with people who are worth my energy.
Where are you from?
I'm from Canada, from Ottawa, the capital of Canada.
From the Netherlands. Je suis français.
I'm basically from India, but I actually live in the Netherlands.
I'm from Argenteuil, Paris, France. And we're from Munich in Germany.
I'm from Italy, I'm Italian, but I live in Spain, Malaga. We have a chapter there. We also do Cube of Truth, show people what happens in slaughterhouse footage and behind those products, and get non-vegans to understand that is their fault. All those horror and horrible practices is just because of them.
My name is Adrian and I'm from Nottingham in the UK.
Anonymous for the Voiceless, AV is the premier animal rights group on this planet when it comes to education-based activism. They've been teaching people about veganism, ethical veganism, for around 10 years, kicking major ass all over this planet. I'm going to be joining them in July in Cologne, Germany for the One Damn Month campaign. I'll be there for the last 3 weeks. It's going to be at the Cologne Cathedral. And then I'm going to join them as they head on out to Amsterdam for the One Damn Ode campaign, August 2nd through the 10th. So if you can make it out there, please come out. We need people. We need enough people to go out there and teach everybody what it means to be an ethical vegan. Why animals don't deserve to be commodities and turn into food and clothing for the most disgusting species to ever disgrace this planet. It's me and Paul Bashir dropping cents like a cashier.
My motivation for being here is that someone in the comments said, what about One Damn Month 2023? Yeah, there isn't actually a video in here of One Damn Month. If someone on the team can send me a video that you can find online, I'll play it, but it's not something that was added to this. So this is from One Damn Month 2025. One Damn Month, I spoke on that earlier, was the first month-long campaign. 31 days, Dam Square, Amsterdam in 2024. This is One Damn Month. We did 31 days in Cologne, Germany. So the progression was One Damn Day 2019, One Damn Week 2023, One Damn Month 2024, and One Damn Month 2025. But right after this campaign, we did One Damn Ode. So we came back to Amsterdam to do 8 straight days and a workshop, so 9 days technically. Yeah, that was right after this campaign. We went to Amsterdam to do that. AV is involved in doing campaigns that push the envelope. And every year we set out to do better than we did the year before with campaigns such as One Damn Month. Last year we did One Damn Month, which is a similar model to this, but this year we're doing it here in Cologne. 31 consecutive days on the streets. Last year we did 9 hours per day. This year we're doing 6 hours on the weekdays, 7 hours on the weekends for energy efficiency. And we've got a really strong team here working with us on this goal of ending human supremacy. And I'm motivated by exactly that on behalf of the victims to essentially establish true respect for other animals on this planet, and especially the ones that are exploited to death at the hands of humans. Before we get started, I would like to hear really loudly, all right, a massive commitment that today is going to be, without a doubt, the strongest cube you've all been a part of, okay? I want to hear it very loud and proud, okay? I want to hear a nice yes. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes! That's what I'm fucking talking about.
Really impressed with you guys. You guys are really tight. You know, so you took my 70-minute speech and made it a 5-minute speech. I took my 5-minute Street Devils and made it a 70-minute speech. You flipped it.
Perfect. Bottom of the screen out a little bit. It's kind of surreal, even to me, how energized I feel after 31 consecutive days in Cologne and then 8 consecutive days of street activism here in Amsterdam. And that's not even including the 2 masterclasses that I've facilitated. A lot of people have come up to me and asked me if I'm exhausted. And sure, I'm physically tired, but it's also surreal how energized I feel about the work we're doing, and I just want to continue doing this. I actually don't even want this campaign to end on the 10th. I just want to continue doing street outreach with all of you guys, you know, for the full month. Actually, it would be great to do 2 full months. Maybe next year that's what we'll do. But I mean, someone said 1 damn summer, so I feel like that could be done, because when the protocol is so effective, and I have said this for years, what turns anger and frustration into something positive is effective activism, because it leads to fulfillment. So I feel fulfilled, like what we're doing really is working. People are literally going vegan activists on the spot. And it's happening in droves. It's not just happening once every now and then. And so, of course, I just want to keep doing this every day, you know? So that's the beautiful thing I want to impart on everybody here, is that the more effective your activism is, the more you want to do it, the more fulfilled you feel, the less burnout is even a possibility. So that is the video presentation for you all. And there was actually one video in here about 1 damn month, just so we're clear about that. It was where everybody was interviewed. It was this one here.
Argenteuil, Paris, France. And we're from Munich in Germany.
I'm from Italy. I'm Italian.
So that didn't show the cube necessarily, but it showed the great people that we had part of it. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the visual presentation that we have, and I'm going to, oh, here's one video actually that we could show of 1 damn month. Let me pull it up. Let's see. No, it doesn't work. No, you guys get the gist though. 1 damn month was extremely powerful. So I'm going to quickly take you through this. And when I say quickly, I do mean quickly, because if you want to see the latest workshop, the latest masterclass can be watched on my YouTube channel. But the best place to find it is at activism101.com. Just a moment before we get started. Yeah, so let's go through it. Okay, so activism101.com will give you the latest training that we have to offer, and it's always updated. So whenever there's anything that we have to update, it's updated there. So in a year from now, if you want the latest and greatest information that we have to offer about outreach, then go there. Activism101.com is your one-stop shop for outreach resources. So we'll go through veganism, outreach philosophy, do's and don'ts, 3 core principles and 4 control points, and then the latest flowchart. What veganism is, well, it was defined in 1951 as the doctrine that man should live without exploiting animals. In 1949, Leslie Cross pointed out that the society lacked a definition of veganism, and he suggested the principle of emancipation of animals from exploitation by man, later clarified as to seek an end to the use of animals by man for food, commodities, work, hunting, vivisection, and by all other uses involving exploitation of animal life by man. We later changed this to the ethical principle that humans should live without exploiting other animals. I changed it to the ethical principle because no one uses the term doctrine anymore, and we want to stay away from, the way that people use that term these days is that you've been indoctrinated, right? But the doctrine, no one actually uses doctrine as a term really these days. But more accurately, it's an ethical principle. And that humans should live, should meaning that this is a justice movement, right? Should live without exploiting other animals. So other animals is also something that I changed because we need to also recognize the fact that we are one animal and we are one species of animal who is among millions of other species of animals on this planet. But we tend to forget that, don't we? Humans tend to forget that because humans think that humans are so important and so special and therefore superior to all other animals on the planet. And this somehow is used as a justification to exploit other animals and to commit the biggest holocaust on the planet. Being vegan is simply rejecting the exploitation of other animals, but more specifically, it's about ending human supremacy. Veganism has nothing to do with human health, human rights, the environment, affection, love, positivity, or the reduction of suffering. It is only about justice for animals oppressed at the hands of humans. What is vegan outreach? Vegan outreach is speaking up for the victims in the same way that you would want to be spoken up for if you were in their position. Being a medium of truth and enacting change by prioritizing the victims and not the oppressors. If you aren't speaking up for the animals in the same way that you would want to be spoken up for, then you aren't doing justice for the victims. The core of a successful outreach interaction is centered around holding individuals accountable for the way that they're responsible, for what they're responsible for rather. Everything else is details. So if you're not holding individuals accountable during your outreach interaction, what are you doing? What is the point? Veganism is not love or compassion. Veganism is about justice. Your likability does not determine your rights. So outreach is not about how you or anyone else feels about other animals. So in the same way that you could say, people can hate you, right? But they don't have the right to exploit you to death, do they? They don't have right to use your body for whatever they dictate just because they don't like you. They could hate you. They could think you're the worst being on the planet. But if they don't have a justified reason, they don't have the right to do that. It's just that simple. So it doesn't come down to likability. If you don't go around beating children, you aren't instantly a compassionate individual. Refraining from injustice does not make you compassionate by default. It's not loving, it's the right thing to do. It's simply sane and just to be vegan. This approach is pure honesty. What we mean by planting seeds, most people think that seed planting is verbally leafleting with points and questions that lack individual accountability. What we mean by seed planting is that the bystander leaves knowing that they are personally responsible for what we're showing on the screens, that they must be vegan as of that day, and nothing less is morally justifiable. Truth over everything. When it comes to injustice, when there are undeserving victims involved, morality is black and white. Anyone who attempts to convince you otherwise is gaslighting you. Telling victimizers the truth and holding them accountable on behalf of their victims is the most loving and respectful thing you can do for them, even if they can't seem to handle it. When you are being disingenuous, non-vegans see that your desire to be validated by them is stronger than your desire to defend animals, thereby making a mockery of the victims. This is a good quote by Don Freeman. One of the nicest things that you can do for people is be brutally honest. Most of them won't be able to handle it because they're used to sugar-coated bullshit. Isn't that true? So many people are so used to fake shit. But their subconscious will absorb it as long as your intent is righteous. And that's also really important to understand. Your intention must be righteous. If your intention is just to own people and slam dunk on every single person that you meet, your ego is actually the one driving you. And if your ego is driving you, then don't expect to get the results long term at least. Why don't people seem to care enough about animals? We need to speak up for animals correctly. Too many vegans focus on things like plant-based recipes, restaurants, weight loss, or deforestation. If the way that you communicate on behalf of the animal seems to lack a serious focus on them, and instead focuses on human benefits, it implies that we don't need to care and they aren't deserving of liberation. This is not a conversation about sympathy, this is a conversation about accountability. Reachability and conversation length. Not everybody on the streets is worth talking to. Part of your role is to assess who is reachable and who is not. Many people are not reachable. If they want to have a short conversation with you, keep it short with them. Don't entertain bystanders who want to engage in long argumentative debates. Don't underestimate the cunningness of non-vegans, which is fueled by their guilt, and the ability that many non-vegans will have to waste your vital time at work for the animals. This is the Socratic method. We still use this today, but it's a tool. It's not an approach. Socratic questioning is not an approach in and of itself. It's basically a communication tool that we can use within our approach, where we ask questions that lead the bystanders to their own conclusion. First question through to the fifth. I mean, these are just 5 points here within the flow chart that are examples of Socratic questioning. I won't cover them because they're in the flow chart. Go check it out if you want. Why versus how. People already know how to go vegan. With the availability of Google and the internet itself, right, and AI chatbots, anybody can figure out how to become vegan instantly. There are also 200 million vegans on the planet they can ask for support from. In order for people to feel the need to become vegan, they need to be held accountable for why they should do it. Focusing on how is an insult to the victims and marginalizes the severity of their oppression. So sure, spend some time with people, and I really mean some time with people, helping them with their questions, right? But how do I get this? Where do I find this? How do I deal with this situation? But if your conversation with them in an outreach interaction is more than 5% of the outreach interaction about how, then you are actually focusing on something that makes a mockery of the victims. Because quite frankly, when there is a will, there's a way, and when someone is convicted to change, they will find a way. Vegetarianism. So when people say, don't worry about me, I'm vegetarian, vegetarians are our target market. They're actually, in many cases, some of the worst non-vegans you'll ever talk to. Vegetarians are non-vegans and should be outreached like anyone else, in most cases, with even more vigor, because they think they are already doing enough. They're no different to people who eat the paleo diet. Most vegetarians are responsible for just as much animal abuse. Why should we outreach them any differently? They are not allies. Don't let other vegans or non-vegans manipulate you into thinking that they are. Vegetarianism is more of a problem than meat eating. It's created this idea that there's this second version of veganism that exists, whereby you can feel like an animal defender without actually having to be one. You can't manipulate people into going vegan with political or sales games. I touched on this earlier. Always remember that you will never have a 100% success rate with vegan outreach, especially not long term. There is no magic set of words to use during outreach that will make someone go vegan. If they're ready, they'll listen and change. If they're not ready, they won't. Your function as an activist is to hold the individual that you're speaking with accountable for the animal exploitation that they're responsible for. And I will say that mastering your craft with this is incredibly important, and you should all be engaged in trying to be the best activist that you can be. So yes, there's no magic set of words to use during outreach that will make someone go vegan, but if you learn how to navigate conversations and you learn how to say things when they're supposed to be said, then you will increase the likelihood of someone going vegan to the maximum, you know, and that's the game. Don't pander. Pandering is when you are over-agreeable and disingenuous on outreach for the sake of being listened to or engaged with. Pandering will cause non-vegans to lose respect for you as an activist, and you will lose control of the conversation. Non-vegans will manipulate you into thinking they've gained respect for you when you do pander, because they're glad that you are not holding them accountable for the obvious. You know, this is the thing, like a lot of people, and we used to do this back in the day, will judge that someone is taking the issue seriously because they're nodding their heads and they're saying a couple of compassionate comments. But that is pandering. Of course, they want for you to believe that they're taking the issue seriously. How many times have you heard someone saying, I'm totally with you, I support you, I agree with you, but then they're not willing to change? So that's why accountability is the whole thing. Speak boldly. Place yourself in the victim's position. Whenever you are afraid to speak up for the animals directly, or if bystanders call you too extreme, place yourself in the victim's position and analyze your approach from their perspective. Would you consider a respectful yet direct conversation too extreme if you were locked in a slaughterhouse? Speak boldly because it's the most effective approach. When you don't speak boldly, it's implied that veganism doesn't need to be taken seriously. You have to leave people feeling motivated. They need to feel like there is no other option for them other than going vegan. And now I'm going to show you a report that was released last month. And I want to shout out to Floris for raising my awareness to this. He posted about this on his Instagram, and that's how I saw this report. Now, reports like this do not say everything, but they do say something. What this report says, and maybe one of the team members could share this in the chat, the link to the report so everyone can see it. But this is the summary, and this summary was produced by Claude. I instructed Claude to be objective, and this is the report. This is the report summary. Dietary veganism had a massive spike, peaking at about 5 times what it was before January. So as you can see on this chart, right? January 2020 was when there was a massive spike in Google searches. So this is based on Google Trends. So there was a massive spike, 5 times the amount than previous, in January 2020, and this was driven by the plant-based wave, flexitarian trends, health influencers, veganuary, and the general cultural moment where veganism became fashionable. That spike has since crashed to 2.1 times, meaning that much of that dietary growth has evaporated. Non-dietary, which is the ethical abolitionist stance of veganism, by contrast, has now reached its all-time peak of 5 times as of February 2026. So 6 years later, we now see another massive spike, but this is now as a result of ethical veganism, otherwise known as veganism. And that's what the most recent data points to in this report. This is not a neutral finding. The report's author even says explicitly in the author's note, dietary veganism does not appear to be very stable. It can grow fast and decline even faster. Ethical veganism is more stable and represents a long-term trend. That is a direct empirical endorsement of the strategic position AV has held since 2016. That basing the movement on justice and abolition rather than diet and personal health produces more durable adherence. Reducitarian, welfarist, baby steps, make it easy approach. That approach produced a wave. That wave broke. The justice-based approach produced a slower, more durable incline that is now at its highest ever. The 84% dropout rate from Faunalytics cited in the report is directly relevant here. Diets fail, and veganism framed as a diet will fail at diet rates. 84% fail rate. Can you believe how significant that is? That is crazy. This is the core argument that AV makes. The trend in this data supports it. The data that this report, let me read that again. The trend data, meaning what this report is actually exposing here, is supporting our core argument. Framing veganism as something that you do for yourself produces volatile numbers. Framing it as a moral obligation that you hold because of what is being done to others produces people who don't quit when it gets inconvenient. The reduce, welfare, baby steps, and be liked camp has an implicit theory that lowering the bar increases participation and that incremental participation compounds into abolition. What the data suggests isn't that. I'm trying to, this is actually like really funny to me because I'm trying to read this while also in the back of my mind feeling like this data, like I said, doesn't say everything, but it does say something really significant. But this data is something I never needed to know that what we were doing was obviously the right thing to do, because it does come back to the simple principle that if you were in the victim's position, how would you expect people defending you? And it's that simple to me. This lowering the bar thing just never made sense to me at all. So what the data suggests instead is that you get a spike followed by attrition, with the residual commitment. Let me read this again. With the residual committed population being roughly the one that would have existed anyway. So the people moved by the ethical argument. There is a fair counter argument here. Dietary veganism may have introduced millions to the concept who later became ethical vegans. That conversion pathway cannot be ruled out by this data. But the net trend line on dietary veganism is now below where it was during the 2017 spike onset, which does not support the claim that the dietary surge left behind a permanent uplift in ethical vegans. So that last sentence is incredibly important for you to understand if you still think that getting someone to go vegan or plant-based, let's be honest, for health reasons leads to ethical veganism at some point. You need to read that line again, that last line, because that's what you need to understand from this data. And I know that a lot of you actually need data to understand what is working and what's not working. So what this suggests about where growth is coming from, the geographic finding is striking here. Asia, the Middle East, Central America, Eastern Europe are driving global growth at the moment. This is significant for AV specifically. AV has operated in 80 plus countries, explicitly in non-English speaking markets, and the Cube of Truth format is culturally portable. It requires no linguistic sophistication beyond the core moral argument. The regions showing their largest growth are not regions associated with plant-based food tech wave. The plant-based food tech wave, or Veganuary style campaigns, are heavily concentrated in English-speaking Western markets. They are regions where the message is more likely reaching people through grassroots street outreach and social media video content. Exactly the formats AV specializes in. This doesn't prove AV caused the growth, but the profile of where growth is happening is far more consistent with AV's reach and methods than with mainstream dietary or wellness veganism as it's been promoted. So the summary here is that the trend validates the type of vegan AV is trying to produce. Someone motivated by justice rather than diet, because those are the people who are statistically staying vegan. You know, our saying is that we're not just a vegan organization, we're a vegan activism organization, and the goal that we have is that we are in the business of creating vegan activists who are the most effective at creating vegan activists. The trend that is growing is the one that AV explicitly cultivates. The trend that spiked and crashed is the one that AV explicitly warned against. The growth is happening in the regions AV is most actively expanding into, and the author of the report independently arrives at the same strategic conclusion we've held for a decade. That ethical veganism is the durable foundation, not dietary veganism. So in 2019 is when we removed animals, environment, health from under our logo. We're here to remind you to please not talk about health and environment when you're having a conversation about veganism. In other words, don't conflate the issue, okay? If you are going to talk about those things, you can say, yeah, I've seen some good data in that regard. Yes, whole food plant-based diets along with a healthy lifestyle have been proven scientifically to be the healthiest diets on the planet. However, this is not about health. And however, this is not about the environment. This is about justice for animals who are exploited at the hands of humans. Animal exploitation is the only thing that is completely unjustifiable and should be the only thing to focus on during vegan outreach. Non-vegans may seem responsive to the health and environmental message, and that is likely because they're trying to deflect from the obvious and avoid being accountable for the murdered elephant in the room. How to respond to health questions. Only entertain these arguments when the bystander brings them up and when you can sense that they are being genuine in their concern. If they bring up health concerns, you can say something like, the science is on our side when it comes to plant-based diets being healthy, and there are plenty of vegan athletes and bodybuilders out there. Statistics, factoids, keep them minimal. Outside of what is asked of you, state minimal information during outreach interactions. We are not on the streets to verbally leaflet. You aren't at a cube of truth to be a statistician. You're there to have a concise conversation that holds people accountable for the oppression of other animals. A conversation will go on for longer than necessary if it turns into an argument over statistics. This is another reason why you shouldn't bring up health or environment talking points. Which injustices to compare to? The most effective comparison to make is to place the bystander in the victim's position. Please avoid dog comparisons. This goes back to not leading with compassion. It's not about love, right? The people, obviously a lot of people have a lot of love and compassion for animals. I love dogs as well, so I understand that. But this is not about leading with love and compassion. It's about the hate that people feel towards injustice, the injustice that they're responsible for. And also, why the hell are you making comparisons to dogs? If this was a dog, etc., how would you feel if this was a dog or a cat? Why the hell are you doing that? When dogs and cats are one of the most exploited animals by humans. And it's just that simple. Can you please just process that? I'm so sick and tired of seeing this in the movement. For years I've been saying this, but isn't it just as simple as that? Why are you trying to get people to respect cows and chickens and pigs and fish, etc., at the same level as dogs and cats when dogs and cats are one of the most exploited animals on the planet by humans? I have to repeat that because it seems like a lot of people in the movement still don't get this. It doesn't come down to whether you can imagine your dog in a slaughterhouse. It comes down to whether you can imagine yourself in a slaughterhouse. Because otherwise, how are you going to connect to the sense of individuality that other animals have, that exists in other animals, if you don't see it from their perspective? And you're an individual yourself, so that's the only way you can get people to connect to that sense of individuality, is that you put them in their position. Unacceptable terms in our experience: meat eater, which is the opposite of vegetarianism, not veganism; vegan journey; omnivore, baby steps; carnivore. Okay? Carnivore is not the opposite of veganism. Plant-based, obviously. Carnism, we've gone into this in the latest workshop, all these things. I'm not going to expand on this too much. It, when referring to animals or things. A lot of people say it though, still. I see this a lot. We are responsible for correcting the language and the culture when it comes to the way humans view animals. Language, interacting with the public like normal human beings, is important. When I say normal, don't speak like a robot. Don't try to put on some kind of facade when you speak with them. Just speak like you normally would. But speak with conviction and speak with these tools that we're giving you. Tailor your language and tone to suit the individual. So if their personality is shy versus talkative, then you have to adjust accordingly. If they're a younger person versus an older person, you have to adjust accordingly. If there's a language barrier because they speak a different language, you have to speak in more simple terms and slow down how you're speaking. Your body language is also important. Body language, be mindful of the bystander's body language, of course. Engaged, open, relaxed, inviting, or are they closed, not interested, uncomfortable, not engaged? Be mindful of your body language, arm positioning, posture, hand movements, eye contact. Do's and don'ts. So we used to say this a lot, no longer saying this. This is one of the most important upgrades we've made to our outreach approach. Instead of saying you are supporting or contributing to this, instead we say you are responsible for this. This is happening because of you. Cringe party. I'm not going to cover this because it's in the flowchart. It's in the latest masterclass. Just go and check that out. It's unnecessary for me to get into that right now. 3 core principles. The first core principle is holding non-vegans accountable. I know that we've already covered this, you already get this, but it's important that you truly internalize this. In our society today, ample information exists on the subjugation of animals, and it is widely recognized that non-vegans exploit other animals to death. People know what goes on. However, what is lacking is individual accountability. Our task is to confront people with the contradiction between claiming that other animals deserve our respect and acting in ways that undermine that ethical principle. Core principle number 2 is the victim's position. We place ourselves in the victim's position in order to acutely grasp the realities of any injustice. This is not only something that we do to foster empathy, but it also highlights the urgency of taking action against it. It's fundamentally critical to do this in the case of the animal holocaust. People most effectively comprehend the consequences of their non-vegan life when they imagine themselves in the victim's position. Core principle number 3, call to action. It's not enough for people to simply agree with the principle of veganism. They must take immediate action against animal exploitation. Only through decisive action will they understand that merely thinking about veganism or trying it out is insufficient. They need to make a firm choice to respect other animals as individuals and act accordingly. If they were the one being heinously exploited, they would also need this principle enacted on their behalf. Now we move on to the 4 control points. A lot of people ask, how do you know you're being successful? Well, focus on what you can control. We're process driven. And that's why we're the highest quality vegan activists on the streets, right? So focus on what you can control. The first thing is what you say. Stick to tried and true principles, avoid distractions, control the conversation. Stay focused. It's about justice for animals. Don't get dragged into side topics. Distractions are endless, but the truth is simple. Guide the conversation, don't let others guide it. The second thing that you can control is how you say it. Assertiveness, honesty, appropriately representing the victims. Speak clearly and truthfully. Don't sugarcoat reality. It's the largest and most atrocious injustice on earth. and the victims need your voice. Be respectfully firm and always speak in the same way that you would want to be spoken up for if you were in the victim's position. The third thing that you can control is who you say it to. Focus on reachable people. Focus on those who are open to listening. Not every outreach interaction is worth your energy. After addressing 3 objections, if they aren't listening or don't seem to care about how sound or how true your rebuttals are, you're most likely wasting your time. There are plenty of people who are willing to act. Spend your time with them. The fourth thing that you can control is how long you say it. Disengage with trolls quickly. Don't waste your time. This is not complicated. Don't get stuck with trolls. Your time matters. Veganism isn't complicated. It's about justice. Over-explaining implies that the issue is complicated. Respect animals, then act like it. Say what needs to be said and move on if the conversation goes nowhere. Now, here we have the flowchart for you all to take a look at, but like I said, the best way for you to download this and really digest this is to go to activism101.com. And I just need a moment to pull something up here. All right, so just give me a moment, ladies and gentlemen. I need to share this with my computer screen. Yeah. So, I wish I could share this with my screen, but I don't think I can. All right. This is gonna be ready for when I do this. I just need to keep track of time here as well. And I really need to use the toilet, but I'm gonna power through the flowchart and then we will, I think, need to take a short break before I close out the final hour, which is when I'll get into testimonials and Q&A. But it's really important that I cover the flowchart, so let's just soldier through this, okay? So, before we cover the flowchart, use your best judgment and common sense on how to maneuver through the steps. Read the room, pay attention to nuances, and do not sound like a robot. This is not a script. There are different ways of saying the same points. Example, do you know the biggest advantage? Instead of saying, do you know what the biggest benefit is? If already expressing emotionally convicted people, through their body language, are some of the best people to speak to. And you don't need to say certain things. So if you can see that they're upset, they're sad, they're watching the screens and they're really disgusted, you don't need to say, how do you feel? You can just point out that you clearly seem upset by this. You can just make a statement instead of asking a question, right? All right. So this is the first step in the latest flowchart. Hello, how do you feel about humans exploiting other animals? Now, this is based on a principle, and that principle is to qualify and explain. Begin by assessing their mindset about animal exploitation. Determine if they are open to honest reflection or if they're defensive about the ethical inconsistency of their views and choices. We are showing the most common forms of exploitation, other animals being exploited for their flesh, breast milk, or eggs or skins, etc. Now, this is something we say if someone doesn't understand what they're watching on the screens. So, just a moment, let me see what. Okay, so I have to just make an adjustment here. Just give me a moment. All right, I hope that's okay. Let me know if that's okay. My team are giving me real-time feedback right now, which I appreciate. I just don't want to cover all of this. But let me just start again here. So this is the first question. Hello, how do you feel about humans exploiting other animals? And this is all about qualifying and explaining. Okay, I have to make this a bit smaller. You know what? I actually need to run to the toilet. I'm not sure how to... I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a video for you guys where you'll see this in action. And while I'm playing it, I need to run to the bathroom. So that's what it's going to be. Give me a moment, I'll pull it up. I've got 16 really powerful videos. These are good examples for you all to watch. So I'm going to play that for you. I'm going to play one of them for you. And yeah, I'll join you guys when I'm back. Wait, where is it? Oh yeah, I have to go into studio. All right, so okay, I'm going to show you one where I go through the entire flow chart, and then I'll explain it to you. So this is a good one. How do you feel about humans using animals?
I'm actually trying to change some of the diet that I
Okay.
have. I would have a couple of days without meat.
So you agree that humans should respect other animals?
Sure.
And is it possible to respect them truly if you're using them?
I don't think so.
Right.
I see your point.
Yeah. And do you know what the definition of veganism is?
You can remind me.
Okay, sure. So it's the ethical principle that humans should live without exploiting other animals. So, sorry, we'll do that again. How do you feel about humans using animals?
I'm actually trying to change some of the diet that I
Okay.
have. I would have a couple of days without meat.
So you agree that humans should respect other animals?
Sure.
And is it possible to respect them truly if you're using them?
I don't think so.
Right.
I see your point.
Yeah. And do you know what the definition of veganism is?
You can remind me.
Okay, sure. So it's the ethical principle that humans should live without exploiting other animals. So it means that when you're vegan, you stop viewing other animals on this planet as existing for human purposes.
Yeah.
And instead you acknowledge that they exist for their own reasons. So do you agree that they do not exist as your property or your slaves or your objects? So then you already agree with veganism.
I think so.
Yeah. Do you know what the biggest advantage of being vegan is?
No.
For the victims, they'll have one more human animal who represents justice for them.
Okay.
And then for you, when you say that you respect animals, you won't be a hypocrite.
All right. Makes sense.
You'll be telling the truth.
Yeah.
With your actions. You don't judge other people based on their words, you judge them based on their actions, right?
Right.
And so if you were in their position, you wouldn't care about words either. You would need actions. So they don't care about words either. And if you were in their situation, how fast would you need this injustice to end?
Pretty fast.
Immediately, not eventually, right?
Yeah, sure.
And if you were in their position, and let's say I was doing this to you, you wouldn't accept me doing this less to you. You would only accept me not doing this to you anymore.
Sure.
That's why doing this less, like you said, doesn't work. It doesn't address the problem. You're actually not understanding the problem if that's the approach you take to addressing it.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Makes sense to me.
And do you feel that there's anything that stops you from being vegan?
It's more of a psychological or ethical thing to consider rather than something actually forcing me to do it.
But do you agree that there's nothing significant that's actually stopping you from being vegan?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
so there's nothing that's forcing me to do it.
And so the only thing that's stopping you is yourself?
Yeah.
You agree?
Yeah.
And so from now on, how many more animals should be exploited and disrespected to death because of you? 0 or more?
Should be 0, yeah.
So vegan from now?
I can try that.
So if you were in their position, would you accept "I'll try" from your victimizers? Or would you only accept them saying "I'll stop"?
Sure.
You wouldn't accept "I'll try," would you? Because "I'll try" would be correct in the context of a diet, perhaps, or a fitness regime. But this is not a fitness regime, is it? This is about injustice. You acknowledge that this is wrong, right?
Correct.
So you can't just do injustice sometimes.
I see.
It shouldn't even be an option for you.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
So vegan from now?
That's difficult to commit.
You think it's hard to be vegan?
I don't think it's hard to commit. Like you're putting me on a spotlight.
You say you respect animals already. So I'm not asking you to change who you are. I'm asking you to be who you are. So when you go to the grocery store and you have to choose something to eat, or when you go to a restaurant, or when you buy clothes or cosmetics, just do things that respect animals. Just choose the vegan option.
Okay.
Is that so hard?
I don't know. I've not tried it.
Well, think about it. Could it be so hard? You're a human being who lives in a modern society. You're a human animal with the most privilege of any animal.
True.
So if you think you have it difficult, even for one moment, if you think it's too challenging for you to be vegan, imagine how difficult the victims would have it if you're not vegan.
Makes sense, yeah.
So vegan from now?
What are you trying to me to say? Like
I'm not making these points just to appease you in an intellectual manner. This is a call for action. You need to change because there's no justification for you to not change.
Sure, but at the same time, I can tell you, sure, yeah, vegan from now, and then just walk away, right?
Well, this is not a promise that you're making to me. Forget about me. This is a promise between you and the other animals on this planet who are currently your victims. So between you and them, will you continue to be the reason they're disrespected to death? Or will you be the reason that they actually have a chance at liberation, at justice in this world?
Okay.
You need to make that decision right now because after this discussion, you'll go back into the world where everybody around you will comfort you to remain non-vegan. No one will influence you to be vegan. No one will persuade you or hold you accountable. The chances of that happening are very low. The chances of you having people around you who influence you and comfort you in being non-vegan is very high.
Okay.
So that's why you need to make the decision right now to be vegan. While I'm holding you accountable kindly and respectfully, but also firmly. I'm doing all of those things right now. So while you have that pressure on you, this is where you make a declaration, not later, because you have all the forces around the world working against you in making this decision later. It will be even more difficult for you to understand why you need to change right now. So I'm asking you to change right now on behalf of all of your victims. Will you do that or not? Will you actually respect them or not?
You know, one thing is to say that you're gonna do something, and the other thing is to do it actually.
What's stopping you from doing it?
Don't you agree that there are many things that you know you should do and you don't do it? Is it for you like you do only the right things?
When it comes to injustice?
No, in general.
But there is nothing that even compares to this in terms of morality. If I was kicking children in the face every day, yes, I wouldn't make any excuses for stopping that. I would stop immediately.
I'm saying in general.
In general, things like my diet, yes, of course, I'm not very disciplined with that every single day.
Yeah.
That only hurts me, right?
Right.
Yeah, so that's not an injustice.
Yeah, but in general, what I'm saying is like, I can tell you one thing, but I cannot, it's difficult.
Have you ever made a promise before?
Sure.
Okay, don't you think this is important enough to make a promise about?
But I've broken my promises as well.
Yeah, but what about when it comes to injustice? We're talking about the biggest injustice in the world. There are 3 trillion...
Is it the biggest?
Okay, let me explain something to you. There are 3 trillion animals.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying is, it is injustice when you're saying
let me explain.
Let
me explain why it is.
Have like in wars right now.
Let me explain why it is.
Sure.
Okay, there are 3 trillion animals who are exploited to death every year. 3 trillion with a T by 8 billion humans.
Right.
In 1 year. Can you think of any injustice that comes close to that amount of victims? Can you think of one injustice, one war that has had even 1 billion victims? Billion with a B.
Yeah, but...
We're talking about 3 trillion with a T every year. You're one of the victimizers in that atrocity. The biggest atrocity. This is the most bloodiest and violent injustice that there is. There's nothing that even comes close.
Oh, in such a way, but at the same time, if you ask me whether I want to save 1 billion of people or 1 trillion of animals, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but no one's asking you to make that decision. And by saying that, you're reducing the seriousness of this. I'm not asking you to decide over humans here.
Okay.
I'm saying you need to take this a lot more seriously than you're currently taking it.
Sure.
You need to take this
It makes sense.
the most seriously.
Makes
You're
sense.
currently not treating it like that. You're thinking that this is just something that you can eventually address, perhaps, maybe.
I'm agreeing with that.
I think you also acknowledge that you should not have that mentality, because that's human supremacism. The idea that other animals exist for you to use and abuse
I
to
agree
death.
with you. We're just in a position where we're over the animals, and that's why.
And that shit needs to stop. And you agree that it needs to stop because you agree with veganism. So vegan from now?
Sure.
Can I get a handshake on that? Strong. I respect that. I respect your character. And do you also agree that they deserve to be actively defended, like what we are doing, speaking up for them? So then please don't be a passive consumer of vegan products and services. Actually use your voice to represent them. Will you do that?
Yeah.
Speak for them in the same way that you would want to be spoken for. If you were
to other people.
Yeah. If you were in their position, you would want people speaking for you, right? Humans are the only ones that can liberate them from this injustice, because we're the ones that put them in this situation. So people like you can convince as many people as possible in your lifetime, and you will convince many, the more that you speak up. There are many people who will not change, unfortunately, but there are also many people who will, fortunately. So the more you speak up, the more you'll find those people, the more that they'll change, and the more people that change, the closer we get to a world of justice for animals, okay?
So it kind of makes sense more to preach to people who are on the fence than to people who are strongly disagree.
Anyone who says that they respect animals, hold them accountable to that. If they're going to openly admit to you that they don't actually respect animals, if they claim that animals deserve to be disrespected, then why would you waste your time trying to convince them? But if they claim they respect animals, then ask them to act that way on behalf of the animals. Make sense?
Yeah.
It's that simple, right? So go to our website, I'll give you a card, and you can look up information that will empower you to be the strongest voice that you can be for the animals. Where do you live?
In Poland.
We do have many chapters in this organization around Poland. You can join those chapters and you can get active with us.
All right.
We have free training, we have videos on our website, things that can help you to convince other people.
That would help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good to speak to you.
See you.
Take
Bye-bye.
care. Okay, now before we continue with any of these videos, I am going to get back to the flowchart where we left off. And it's important that you see this played out in real time. You could really see that guy's brain ticking. And you also can see in that example, which was just recorded recently in Prague, you could see how much of a focus we now place on activism. We always had a focus. You saw me speaking about it in 2019, 2018 in those videos I shared. But now you can see this crazy focus on making people understand that you need to be a part of this movement. Now let me just make sure that this is not too big, making it smaller. I hope my team can let me know in the chat if, let me know on WhatsApp please, yeah, everything looks good now. All right, so let's start again from the start, all right? Step one is hello. How do you feel about humans exploiting other animals? This is based on a principle of qualifying and explaining. You begin by assessing their mindset about animal exploitation. You determine if they are open to honest reflection or if they're defensive about the ethical inconsistency of their views and choices. If they're unsure about what they're watching on the screens, you can educate them by saying we are showing the most common forms of exploitation, other animals being exploited for their flesh, breast milk, eggs, etc. Step number two, do you agree that humans should respect other animals? This is about establishing their position. Set a foundation of mutual understanding and gain a clear stance on their values around respecting animals. This way, you can repeatedly bring the conversation back to their own stated beliefs, pointing out conflicts between their words and actions. Step number three, can you truly respect other animals if you use them for your purposes? This is about contradiction, right? We're trying to get them to acknowledge the contradiction. Expose the hypocrisy in claiming to respect other animals while being responsible for their exploitation. The strength of this principle lies in making this contradiction unmistakably clear, forcing them to confront the gap between their views and their actions. Do you feel that this would be acceptable if this excuse was used to justify exploiting you? That is something that can be used in any situation when they make up some kind of excuse to this question. Like, we'll get into this a little bit further about how the victim's position is really the strongest thing that you can do when you address any excuse that is thrown at you. We did already cover this somewhat, but this is where we set the foundation, which sets people up for success in understanding what they need to do from this point on. We'll get more into the victim's position and the power of that, but this is what we need to do to set the foundation. Step number 4. Do you know what the definition of veganism is? A lot of people will say yes to this, but they actually don't. They usually explain a set of practices, or they usually explain this as a diet. So, you set the foundation by defining veganism as the ethical principle, rejecting animal exploitation, not just a dietary, identity, or lifestyle choice. Educate them on the true meaning to prevent and dismantle misconceptions. It's the ethical principle that humans should live without exploiting other animals. It's not a diet, lifestyle, or identity. It addresses this, it is an identity to a certain extent, but I feel it's strange to call it an identity because, yes, I identify as someone who's against child abuse, but that's not something I don't say that's my identity. It just doesn't make sense for me to think of it that way. But so take this with a grain of salt, that the identity part of this is something that you could be arguing perhaps. I'm open to the fact that that's an arguable point. However, this is definitely not a diet, and it's definitely not a lifestyle. It addresses the supremacist mindset that other animals exist for us to use. That's what we seek to destroy. Just so we're on the same page, exploitation means using someone for your selfish purposes. This is important also because a lot of people may not understand exploitation. However, that doesn't mean we should avoid using the term. It just means we need to explain it to people, and then you can also explain it as something that involves brutality, something that is completely disgusting, something that, involves violence, something that involves abuse, but not in all cases. There are some cases, some edge cases that don't actually involve those things, and that's why exploitation is the core of the issue and addresses all of the acts that are carried out against animals that are wrong at the hands of humans. But this all stems from the human supremacist mindset. Human supremacism is really the operating system. Okay, now step number 5. Do you know the biggest advantage of living vegan? This is where you clarify the advantage, okay? So you introduce the concept of justice in the true sense of the word and what the real advantages are when they take a stance against the world's largest and longest standing injustice. For them, you'll be one more person who represents respect and justice. For you, when you say that you respect animals, you'll no longer be a hypocrite. Now, as you have seen in the past, we actually used a different variation for the start of that. For them, we used to say, you'll be one more person, it will no longer happen because of you, but that doesn't really benefit the animals. Just because it's not happening because of you is not an advantage. That's a good thing to point out, but it's not an advantage to the animals because they'll still get exploited by others. However, there's around 1,000 individuals every year that will be spared from this exploitation as a result of your human supremacism. And that is significant to every one of those individuals, even if it's only one individual per year or one individual for the rest of their lives. for that one individual, it means everything. And what if you were that one individual, right? And so the point I'm making here is that the better thing to point out here is that the benefit for the animals is that not only are they being spared, but they'll actually have someone who defends them, who represents liberation for them, right? And then for you, when you say that you respect animals, you will no longer be a hypocrite. Now let that sit. I said this in the 2023 workshop. I say this usually in all of my workshops over the years, in every workshop or masterclass. I make a huge point about hypocrisy, because hypocrisy is what has gotten some of the best activists in the world to go vegan. Pointing out that hypocrisy and holding people to account for their hypocrisy. Because this isn't just hypocrisy in a neutral sense. This is hypocrisy that leads to the greatest injustice on earth. Step number 6, if you were in the victim's position, how fast would you need this injustice to end? This is about placing them in the victim's position and also getting them to understand the urgency. Helping them empathize and understand the severity and the urgency of this issue by imagining the situation from the victim's perspective. Almost any argument or objection can be dealt with sufficiently by asking if the given argument or objection would be acceptable if they were the victim. So I said earlier that we would come to this. Well, this really is the one thing that you can rely on. It's so damn dependable, because no matter what argument they come up with, no matter how intellectual they sound, no matter how great the edge case is, the gray area they seem to have found, what if you were the victim? And it's just that simple. Step number 7, do you feel there is anything preventing you from living vegan now? This is where you address the objections. Encourage them to share any barriers they may feel about going vegan, allowing space for them to voice insecurities or misconceptions. Then focus on challenging the validity of the excuses itself, keeping the conversation on track and removing any attempt to deflect from accountability. So identify all of the objections. Do you feel that there is anything else preventing you once you have addressed whatever else they've said before that? And also, this is something that you should do. You should test their open-mindedness. If this objection, let's say it's protein, if protein was not an issue for you, would you go vegan today? Because if they say no, they're wasting your time. This is just a deflection and a distraction. Okay. Step number 8. And by the way, I just want to remind all of you that this is not a script, and if you use your intuition, which you develop, it's a skill that you develop. You will use these steps interchangeably, and sometimes you can play around with moving these steps around, but the point is that these principles, because each of these steps are based on principles, need to be covered. And if you miss any of these, it's not usually a good idea to skip them. You need to usually go back and cover them in order to have the most comprehensive chance of getting someone to change immediately and to become an activist, not only vegan. So step number 8, from now on, how many more animals should be exploited because of you? 0 or more? And this is based on the power of choice, understanding how powerful their choices are. Here we show that the power of their choice in this moment either leads to more victims or not. For every individual victim, there is an injustice, and there is usually more than one victim involved in someone's choice to not live vegan. Step number 9, so vegan from now. This is a declaration. That's the point of this. We need a declaration from them. Otherwise, what are we doing out there on the streets? What's the point? We're not just here to appease them in an intellectual manner. That's what I said to that guy in the clip I just showed you, right? I'm not just saying these points just for the sake of saying them. True accountability requires an honest declaration to live vegan from this moment. Address any remaining excuses by helping them empathize with the victims. This is not food for thought, it's a call to action. There is no acceptable reason for you to not be vegan as of right now. For as long as you are not vegan, this will happen because of you. Step number 10, do you agree that we should actively defend other animals, like what we're doing? This is about a call to action. AV is about creating vegan activists who are the most effective at creating vegan activists. Passive vegans do not push the movement forward. Vegans are the only ones that animals have to rely on. Do you agree that animals deserve to be defended? And then you'd follow up by saying, please don't be a passive vegan. Speak up for them in the same way that you would want to be spoken up for if you were in their position. So that is the non-vegan flowchart, right? You're saying this to non-vegans, but now we're going to get into the vegan flowchart. This is a new flowchart we produced so that we can address the things that people seem to forget when they're vegan, right? They tend to forget that they actually need to speak up for them. They're the only ones that understand this issue properly, and yet they're not saying anything. They need to be held accountable for this. So when you speak to someone who's vegan at a cube or otherwise, don't just say, oh, you're vegan, that's great, and then you just don't even get into the conversation about activism. What? It doesn't make sense for people to not speak up for animals. So let's get into this. This flowchart will help you with speaking to vegans. So step number 1, nice and easy. You're vegan? Cool. We've got 5 questions for vegans. Are you open to that? So this is going to so this is going to get people to, okay, someone just put a, I just need to go back a second here. So someone just put a comment in the chat here that I think I'd like to address. So another thing that we have become extremely effective at doing in recent history is getting people to jump in the cube immediately. So this call to action to get people to go active should then involve asking somebody, after they have declared to speak up for them, you should be asking them if they would like to take the opportunity that you're offering them to join us right now and speak up for the animals, to jump inside of the art installation. We don't want them doing outreach immediately. They wouldn't even feel comfortable doing that, most likely anyway, but we also wouldn't want them to do that immediately. But we do definitely want them to jump inside of the cube and hold a screen, right? Or hold a sign, right? So what you should do, and this is like not even up for debate. We need to do this in every single case. I sometimes watch my Irish videos and I kick myself when I don't do this, but the only cases where I don't do this is if I know that they're etching away, like they are trying to end the conversation, and if I get the declaration on them speaking up for animals, I sometimes don't ask them to jump in the cube immediately because I can tell that they're trying to leave. However, we absolutely should be doing this always. We should be asking them to jump in the cube immediately, and the way you should ask that to them is say, would you like an opportunity right now to be a part of this art installation and hold a screen or a sign and speak up for the animals in this powerful way? Would you like to do that? If you've got 5 minutes or more, you can do that with us. You will be surprised by how many people say yes. We have people jumping in the cube, from non-vegan to vegan activists, jumping in the cube than ever before. More people than ever before. We have so many people doing this that it's happening in droves. So trust that this works, and this is extremely important to do if we really want people to understand the moral obligation that we have. Because once they become activists, it's a lot harder for people to go back on their word. And that data that I showed earlier also validates this, that really cements the ethical principle. All right, now let's move on. So step number 1 is For vegans, right, we've got 5 questions. We're asking if they're open to that. This is based on the principle of connection, where we want open dialogue to prepare ground for truth. You know, if they're vegan, they should be open to 5 questions. And this is just a good way to open that dialogue up. Okay, so step number 2, do you know the definition of veganism? Right? This is where you clarify the definition. Clearly state the correct definition, the ethical principle that humans should live without exploiting other animals. If they try to guess what it is, or they think they know what it is and they say it, and it's not that, it's some other variation, let them know. It was defined in 1951 by Leslie Cross in the UK as the ethical principle that humans should live without exploiting other animals. This is the principle of foundation. You establish veganism as a principle of justice, not practice. It's not about not eating animals or not buying certain things. That's part of the practice, that is not veganism. Step number 3, do you agree that veganism is not only about your consumer choices? Now, this is where we need to establish that veganism means activism. Veganism is not only about your consumer choices, it is about rejecting the supremacist mindset in the human species, with the goal of liberating animals from exploitation at the hands of humans. This is about the principle of clarity, determines the trajectory in the vegan movement. This is what determines their movement in the vegan movement. And this is all about movement, because if they're just sitting at home and they're eating vegan food, that's not veganism. That's not what the animals actually need. Being spared is one thing, but they need people fighting for them. And it's just clear that that's what they need if you put yourself in their position especially. Step number 4. Do you think it's okay for other people to not live vegan? Justice isn't optional. Some people should not be allowed to do this. This is where you establish urgency and severity through imagining the victim's position. This is about the principle of consistency. Exploitation cannot be okay for some and wrong for others. Step number 5. Do you agree that they deserve to be actively defended? This is about the moral obligation. Their only hope is vegans, since animals are not able to speak up for themselves. The principle of responsibility. Affirm the duty to actively defend those who are denied freedom. Step number 6. This is the last step. Are you able to join us now? But the better way to frame this is, would you like an opportunity to be a part of this action right now? Call to action. If yes, send them to an organizer for a briefing, because the organizers are the only ones that are able to give them the proper briefing before they jump in the cube. And they need that. Otherwise, they'll feel lost and confused when they're standing in there. So give them a professional setup. Let them know that this action has a professional structure, and that will usually lead to a higher likelihood of them wanting to be a part of this long term, not just for that 5 minutes. So if they can't join now, give them information and ask them to join in future. Get them to commit to joining us in future, or to speak up for the animals in some other way. The least that you can do is refuse to stay silent. This is what you need to impart on them. This is about the principle of commitment. Turn recognition into concrete action. Hand them a card. The resources on this link will empower you to be the strongest voice that you can be for the animals. Don't be a passive vegan. Speak up for the victims in the same way that you would want to be spoken up for if you were in their position. You've heard us say this so many times, but you know why we go over this so many times, right? Because from what I can see in the movement, this is just one of those things that gets lost so many times in outreach interactions and in approaches that are used widely in the movement that are usually based on things like easy veganism, meet people where they're at, reducitarian, welfareism. And that is it for the slides. Now, what I'd like to do is get back to the outreach interactions, and then I'm going to cover testimonials and Q&A. Even if we go beyond the 5 hours that we had scheduled, we have exactly 34 minutes left for the scheduled live stream. I think that's okay because we did have a rough beginning with technical issues, plus I really want to cover these testimonials as best as I can and answer any questions that you may have, because I really appreciate your time, and you being here for this live stream is massively important to this moment. So now I will pull up, let me close this, I'll pull up the rest of the playlist that we have, and let's just start from the start here. So this is another example of someone who is reachable. I would say that the one that I played for you before was a guy that took work. He took some work, but that's okay. Sometimes that happens, and I find that when you have to do extra work to get somebody to make that firm declaration, those are the ones that usually stick long term. But you could see his brain ticking, you know. With all the pushback he gave, he really did think it through, and when he declared, it felt more honest than a lot of people. So let's go through this one here. So start from the start. Again, let me know how the audio is. I don't know if I should turn it down on YouTube or on my laptop. Okay, let's go. Right now is the time for you to make a declaration on what you're actually going to do for the rest of your life. How do you feel about humans exploiting other animals?
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Do you agree that humans should be respecting animals?
Of course.
Is it possible to truly respect somebody if you're using them for your selfish purposes?
No.
That's the opposite of respect, right?
Yeah.
It's disrespect.
I think we should all eat less meat.
So what we're addressing here is not just like eating their flesh, but exploiting them in all of the ways that humans tend to exploit them. So do you know what the definition of veganism is?
To not use or eat anything coming from an animal.
So that's the action or the practice, but the definition is that it's an ethical principle that humans should live without exploiting animals.
Yeah.
What that means is you stop viewing other animals as existing for your selfish purposes, and instead you acknowledge that they exist for their own reasons.
Yeah.
So do you agree that they are not human property?
Oh, 100%. No, I'm with you guys.
So do you know what the biggest advantage of being vegan is?
Yeah, you're healthier. Like, you live without harming anyone. You let everyone live.
Yeah, it can be the healthiest diet on the planet if you eat a whole foods plant-based diet. There are many different kinds of plant-based diets that you can eat, but what we're talking about is the ethical implications for the individuals who are the victims of this injustice. The biggest advantage for them is that you would be one more human on this planet who represents justice for them. And for you, when you say that you respect animals, it's hard to watch, right?
Yeah.
I've seen thousands of hours of this footage. Imagine if it's hard for you to watch, how hard it is for them to experience.
Oh, 100%.
So the biggest advantage for you is that when you say you respect animals, you won't be a hypocrite anymore.
Yeah.
You'll be telling the truth with your actions, which is what defines your character, not your words, right? I know that you don't judge other people based on what they say if they do the opposite thing.
Yeah. One question, why did they cut off their tails?
So that's standard practice in pig farming. They cut their tails off because they are confined in intensive situations where they're packed in. There's so many of them together, so they want to avoid the pigs, through psychological abuse, biting each other's tails, because they get so psychologically deranged in these environments that out of boredom they start biting each other. So they also cut their teeth and their tails. But even in a situation, even on a small farm, these animals are still viewed as human property.
Yeah.
They're still exploited.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't accept that being done to you, even on a small farm, would you? If you were in their situation, how fast would you want this injustice to end? Immediately or eventually?
I mean it.
Right. How many more animals from now on should be exploited and disrespected because of you? Should it be 0 or more?
0.
And do you feel like there's anything stopping you from being vegan?
I actually was vegan for a long time, but then I had to stop out of health reasons because I was doing it wrong. I was not eating any plant-based food. I was eating like the industry shit.
Processed processed plant food.
Yeah, so that was shit. So then I came back to eating meat, like less than before, but still I was eating meat and I still am. But yeah, I was actually thinking about this the other day, like that it needs to stop and I need to be vegan again.
Yeah.
But like try more plant-based diet, like healthier options.
So there's nothing in animal flesh or breast milk or eggs or anything that you eat from an animal currently that you actually need?
No, I don't eat eggs. I don't drink milk.
Cheese?
No cheese. I'm lactose intolerant. Once a month I do eat meat and I can cut that out.
So then it wouldn't be hard for you to change.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking about.
But even if it's only one more animal from now for the rest of your life, that one animal is an individual who deserves respect. And if you were that one individual, you wouldn't accept any of this happening to you.
No.
That's how real it is for them. And you can make the choice to be vegan. You live in a modern society, you're a human being, you have rights and privileges.
Yeah.
Do they have any choice?
No, they don't.
They're at your mercy with what choice you make.
Yeah.
They depend on what choices you're making every day, or once a month, or whatever it is. But this is not just about the diet, this is also about other forms of exploitation too, for clothing, cosmetics, and other forms of animal exploitation. But I think you already agree that all of it is wrong.
100%. It's just like, yeah, I need to get back on track. Like, because I know how horrible it is. Like, I try to be cautious.
Has anyone ever talked to you about this like I'm talking to you about it?
Yeah, like I do have discussion about it, even like with friends. Like I'm from Berlin, you know, the veganism is a very big thing.
This organization has an active chapter in Berlin by the Brandenburg Gate. I've actually done a lot of work there myself too.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, like I feel like this is a very current and important topic, but sometimes you just forget about it.
Yeah, so after this conversation, you'll slip back into the world where you have non-vegan influence around you all the time.
Yeah.
So right now is the time for you to make a declaration on what you're actually going to do for the rest of your life. Because right now you're being confronted with the truth. We're having a very honest discussion. This may never happen again, even with your friends. If your friends are not vegan especially, I don't expect them to be holding you accountable like I'm doing. So you agreed that the number should be 0 and there's nothing actually stopping you from being vegan. So vegan from now?
I hope so, yeah.
You hope so? What does that mean?
I hope that I can stick to it. But like I said, sometimes you just get back.
This is not about discipline.
For me, it is, to be honest.
It's not actually a matter of discipline. I'm not asking you to stick to a workout plan. I'm asking you who you are.
Yeah, that's the thing.
What is your character? Do you think other animals exist as your property?
No.
Then it's just as simple as saying that from now on, I will not treat them as such. I will not actually act in a way that states very clearly that they are my property. If you disagree that they are not your property, then you just have to act that way from now.
Yeah, otherwise I would be a hypocrite.
Yes, you would also be the biggest, worst bully in the world, quite frankly, because they're the most innocent and defenseless beings on the planet. So if you're against bullying...
Yeah, I should stop. Yeah, you're right.
And this is the largest injustice on the planet. There is no greater injustice in terms of how severe this is and how many victims are involved. So if you care even slightly about justice...
No, I do. I care a lot about animals as well. This is my problem. So I just need to find like a diet, or maybe you have some inspiration from you.
I can tell you how to find that. Yeah, that's not a problem. What is hindering you or stopping you from being vegan is not how, it's why. That's why we're talking about the why factor right now. So I can show you exactly how to get that information. That's not a problem. What I want you to understand is that you have a moral obligation to change. Forever, not just for 1 month or 1 year or 10 years, but forever. So vegan from now?
Yeah.
Can I get a handshake on that?
Yes.
Strong. I respect that. So you have a phone? Smartphone?
I do.
So on your phone, you can use ChatGPT, you can use Google.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah.
I know that it may sound silly, but a lot of people don't even realize that with AI now, you can ask any question you have about nutrition, recipes, grocery lists, and you'll get all the answers you need. You can also send a message to our organization and we'll answer any question you have. Do you agree that they deserve to be actively defended like what we're doing, speaking up for them?
100%.
Yeah. So then please don't be a silent vegan, yeah?
No.
Also speak up for them in the same way that you would want to be spoken up for. If you were in their position,
yeah.
Will you do that?
I actually did. That's what I mean. I feel like I'm a hypocrite because I do speak up for them.
But right now, we're course correcting.
Yeah.
So can I get a handshake on you speaking up for them as well?
Yeah.
Good, that's for you. We're all over the world, so you should join us because that information on that card will empower you to be the strongest voice that you can be for the animals. This is the most effective platform there is for vegan outreach on the streets or otherwise. It was good to talk to you and I'm glad that you made the right decision. I know that you feel like a hypocrite. That's exactly why this is important, that you're now changing for real.
Yeah. Yeah, I needed like.
You
I
also
needed to
didn't.
talk
Yeah,
today.
yeah. I'm glad that you see it that way. And you also didn't really understand what veganism was about before. I would say that's part of the reason why you stopped. That's why I asked you what the definition was, because even most vegans or ex-vegans don't know. So now you know, and I think that makes all the difference. It's nice to meet you. What's your name?
Gia, what's your name?
I'm Paul.
Paul, nice
Yeah,
to meet you.
nice to meet you too. All right, you take care, okay?
Yeah, thank you so much for this.
You're welcome. See you. All right.
How do you feel about humans?
Now, I'm not sure exactly if we will. I would like to go through all 16 of these examples, but I'm going to skip some here. I'm going to show another tough one, and then I'm going to show some more variations. I'm going to show some variations of me walking. Actually, let's get to that. This is the this is a good example of me walking away from somebody. This is the 3 strikes principle being enacted.
How do you feel about humans exploiting other animals?
From the culture where I come from, this is how we've always done.
Every culture exploits animals.
Yes.
Your culture is not different.
Yes.
So I come from a culture that exploits animals just like you.
Yes.
But how do you feel about it?
To be honest,
You don't seem to care.
no, I see this whole reality completely differently.
Yeah, do you? Okay, yeah.
So,
Well, it's interesting that you might have a different perspective, but in this conversation,
yeah.
they are the victims, and
Yeah.
if you're not vegan, you're the victimizer. So it might be easy for you to have that kind of perspective that you have where you don't really care
Yeah.
when you're the victimizer. But what if you were in your victim's position? Then what would be your perspective then?
This whole reality is just a game.
Right, it's just a game, yeah.
just-
So if I do that to you, that just a game?
It's still just a game.
Okay.
So he said that this whole reality is just a game, and I said, well, what if this was happening to you? Still just a game? He said, yep, just a game. At that point, you don't need to hear anything else. So those were 3 strikes. I'll show you another case of 3 strikes.
How do you feel about humans exploiting animals?
I'm eating meat as well.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you this question, but you didn't answer it.
Never stop and consider it.
That's why I'm asking you the question. So how do you feel about humans using animals?
I don't know.
You don't know how you feel about it? Okay, well, since you're unable to show empathy, what if you were in their situation? How would you feel about it then? If you were the one being exploited for your body parts, how would you feel?
That's currently also happening.
To you?
No.
Oh, so then that's a diversion tactic that you're trying to use.
No.
That's a distraction that you're bringing up unnecessarily. So you are currently victimizing these victims. You're the reason that they are in this position. So I'd like you to just focus on that for a moment if you're open.
Yeah.
So if you were in their position, I'll ask you one more time. How would you feel about being victimized? How would you feel about being put in this position?
Bad, huh?
Bad, exactly. Do you agree that humans should be respecting animals?
Humans should respect everything, not only animals.
Yes, but I'm here to only talk about your relationship with other animals on this planet.
Okay.
If you agree that we should be respecting other animals, is it possible to truly respect them if you're exploiting them?
What should we do?
You're not answering my questions. Is this because you don't want to have the conversation? So, is it possible to truly respect them if you're exploiting them?
I don't know, is it?
I'm not sure why this is difficult. I'm trying to have a conversation, an interaction. It goes 2 ways.
I just want to point out, do you see what's happened just there? Right behind me, someone was getting put into the cube. Now, I don't know if they were already vegan, but I'm assuming they weren't. And so they were getting put into the cube by an organizer. That was happening behind me while I was dealing with this person.
Is it possible to truly respect them if you're exploiting them?
I don't know, is it?
I'm not sure why this is difficult. I'm trying to have a conversation, an interaction. It goes 2 ways. I'm the one asking the question. When a question is asked, it's not supposed to be answered with a question. Exploitation, just so we're on the same page, means using somebody for your selfish purposes in whichever way you dictate, right? So is it respect if you're exploiting them? Are you respecting them if you're doing this to them?
I don't know.
All right, I'm going to walk away.
So there's another case of the 3 strikes. I'll give you guys one more if there is one more here. No, there isn't actually, but yeah, those are 2 really strong examples of not dealing with nonsense. All right, what else? This is a good one where I had to work extra hard.
What's up, baby? You fucking.
I had to work extra hard to get these 3 to give me a declaration. Let's watch.
What's up, baby? You fucking warrior. You remind me of my prime.
How do you feel about humans exploiting animals?
So animal abuse of any kind.
Exploitation, do you know what that means?
Tell me.
Using other animals or anyone for your selfish purposes. How do you feel about humans using other animals for selfish purposes?
It's not human to use the animals or other animals.
They're not human property, are they?
Yeah, of course.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
Do you agree that we should be respecting animals?
Yeah, of course.
And is it possible to truly respect them if you're exploiting them?
No, of course not.
Using them for any reason. That's not respect, right? It's disrespect. Do you know what the original definition of veganism is?
To eat only vegetables and not
Any animal product.
So in practice, that's partially correct, but the definition is not that. What it means is that humans should live without exploiting other animals. It's an ethical principle. You change your mindset. You stop viewing other animals as existing for your selfish purposes, and instead you acknowledge that they exist for their own reasons. Do you agree they exist for their own reasons?
Yes.
They're not our slaves. You agree?
Yeah.
We are destroying Earth. We are destroying the animals. When the nature, trees, like Amazon, humans are destroying everything.
How do you feel when the product that the animal made, for example, an egg, which has not the fetus of the little bird, is used for food?
You have to look at it from their perspective. The egg is still a product of exploitation. The chicken is still used as a resource. If I don't use you for your flesh, but I want to use you for your bodily fluids instead, something that comes out of your body, I'm still going to keep you as my slave. I'm still going to view you as my property. I'm still going to view you as my resource, which means I'm exploiting you, it means I'm disrespecting you. And all of the chickens that are exploited are usually also murdered. They're viewed as an object. They're not viewed as a living, breathing, sentient being. They're not respected in that sense. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
It's not easy to change, not to the point of view, but it's not easy to change
the way of
behavior
life
we have every day.
It does start with here and here.
Yeah.
How to be vegan is actually not as important as why.
Yeah.
Once you understand why, and they are the reason why, then being vegan is actually very easy. Do you feel that there's anything stopping you from being vegan?
I think sometimes that I should change, but I am not the...
He has not the strength to give us the
because
change.
I think...
Even though we acknowledge that the companies are abusing animals in any way possible, sometimes we consider it somehow impossible, even though our moral principles are strong.
I think that it's possible because a lot of people are vegan,
course,
no?
But
millions.
I have not the strong la forza to...
Be careful with your words. You understand me?
Yes.
Because you either respect animals or you do not. And you do have the strength and you have the power.
Yeah.
And when you say the companies are abusing animals, in fact, they're doing it for you. So you're the one responsible. When you are demanding this with your consumer choices, then it's actually happening for you. So the companies are abusing the animals, but in fact, since you're demanding it, you are abusing the animals. You are exploiting them. You are the ones keeping them as slaves for you. They are keeping them as slaves for those who are demanding them to be slaves. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you have to be responsible for your choices. You have lots of choice, don't you?
Sí.
Do they have any choice? No, they have zero choice because they are at your mercy.
We know a lot of things that usually the people doesn't know this.
And that's good, but what is the point of knowledge without action?
Yeah.
If you were in their position, how fast would you want this injustice to end? Now or in future?
Yeah.
So
If you were in their situation and your victimizers, they know everything already, but they don't do anything, would you accept that? No. Do you know what the #1 benefit is of being vegan? For living vegan, for your health, you know it's healthier already. If you eat a whole foods plant-based diet, yes, it can be the healthiest diet on the planet, but that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about these individuals, your relationship with other animals.
I was 2 months in a farm. Chicken, they live free and green, but they give eggs more than they...
More than they can, yeah.
For the farm, it's the eggs more. And I think that this is more human.
It's not exploited.
It is. Those chickens only exist because they've been selectively bred. The chicken originally came from Tibet in China. The chicken was much smaller and only laid 1 egg per month. But we selectively bred them. Genetically, we modified them. And so now they lay 1 egg every day. So these animals are slave species. They shouldn't even exist because the only reason they exist is because humans think that we can exploit animals. So if you are still having chickens on a farm, when you say they're free, they're not free. They're held captive.
I understand what you say from the...
A long time ago?
Yeah.
But that doesn't make it okay now. We always did lots of things that were wrong in the past. War, slavery, raping women.
I don't know if I will become vegan in my life. To live, from my experience in farm, is not...
I've stayed on farms. I've had that experience too. But you have to understand the way humans are viewing them. Your mindset, it's a supremacist mindset.
Yeah.
They don't exist for you.
No.
They are not yours.
Without thinking about the capitalist society we live in, do you, as a vegan, justify the killing of an animal? For example, someone who lives in the nature, like a pastor or someone who has a farm?
No. A farmer can farm plants. You're not in that situation, are you?
No.
You're a modern human. You live in a modern society. If you have to think like that, that proves that what you're doing right now is wrong. And so you should change.
In Mauritania, the wife of my cousin, she's African. They eat fish because they have nothing else to eat, because they have no plants. They can't eat tomato because they have only fish.
Okay, what about you?
No, not about me, but
okay, but let's just talk.
We can't do a general...
I'm only talking to you right now.
Okay.
I talk to you, I talk to you, and I talk to you.
Yes,
you can change.
Yes, we can change.
Okay, no excuses then. No excuses.
Okay. It's impossible for all world.
I'm only talking to you.
Okay. Also with the pigs.
Okay.
Are terrible.
Yeah.
And the cow. It's terrible when they keep the little cow, the child of the cow, to take milk. It's terrible. I know.
You know?
I'm wrong.
Then you need to change.
I know I'm wrong.
Okay. But you know when I asked you the biggest benefit?
Yeah?
It's not your health. For the animals, they will not be exploited. They will not be disrespected anymore because of you. And for you, when you say you respect animals, at the start of this conversation, you said you respect animals. Remember?
Yeah.
When you say that, when you live vegan, you won't be a hypocrite anymore. You agree or disagree?
Yes, I agree.
Yes.
You'll be telling the truth. When you say you respect animals, you'll be telling the truth with your actions. They do not care about your words. They only care about your actions, right? If you were in their situation, you would only care about actions too. You would not care about words from your victimizers. If I did this to you and I say, I respect you, you would not believe me. You would not care about what I say. You would only care if I stopped doing it to you, right? That's what you would need. You would need me to stop, right? Okay, so from now on, how many more animals should be exploited for you? Should it be 0 or should it be more than 0?
Wool from the sheep would be an exploitation.
Of course it is.
How would you consider for them it's an exploitation?
Whatever question you have, like wool or eggs, whatever it is, ask yourself if you would swap places with those animals. Would you like to live like a sheep? Would you? Would you like to live like a sheep where I take all your hair off and then I kill you?
Without the killing part.
They always kill them, my friend. The chickens are always killed. The sheep are always killed. But that's not even the worst thing that happens to them. The fact that they're exploited, the fact that they're viewed as resources is the issue. That's the crime. So how many more animals should be exploited for you from now on? 0. And what about you? 0 or more excuses? 0. And you?
We know that you are right.
So 0 or more than 0? If you know that I'm right, you need to act, you need to change. There's no point in knowing if you're not acting.
Yes.
So 0 or more than 0?
0.
0? Okay, so vegan from now?
I guess.
Is there anything actually stopping you from being vegan?
I don't know if I
She is capable of doing it.
Well, of course you are able to do
yes,
it.
I know, but I think it's not the first time I think about this.
Okay, then you've been thinking too long and not acting.
Yeah.
You agree?
Yes, I agree.
Stop thinking and start doing. You are a human being who has a lot of privilege. You can go to the grocery store and make different choices. You can go to different restaurants. You can buy different clothes. If you think it's difficult to live vegan, imagine what it's like to live as a cow or a pig. Because they're the ones who pay the consequence for your choices. They're at your mercy with what choices you're making. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, yes.
So vegan from now?
Yes. Okay.
Can I get a handshake on that? Good. Strong. And what about you? You're not going to let your wife do it without you, right? You're not going to let her have a stronger character than you, are you? And what about you?
I try.
If I was doing this to you, would you accept me saying I'll try?
No, of course.
So vegan from now?
Vegan from now.
Good. Strong. With the whole family. Do you agree that they deserve to be defended?
Yeah, of course.
Right. So please don't be a silent vegan. It's too hard to watch, right?
Yes.
Then imagine what it's like to experience, to be in their position. You can't even look at it. Imagine what it's like to live it.
What's your name?
Paul,
I'm Alessandra.
nice to meet you. So you agree that they should be defended, right?
Yeah.
Then please don't be a silent vegan, a passive vegan. Speak up. Convince other people to also change. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah.
Tell as many people as possible. And we operate in Italy too. We operate all over the world. So you can get active with this organization. But at the very least, you can speak up in your daily lives and convince as many people as possible to respect animals. Will you do that?
Yeah. Yeah.
You'll do that?
Yeah.
On there's some videos to watch and you can share that with other people too. And there's information on there that will empower you to be the best vegan activist that you can be. What's up, baby?
You fucking warrior, you remind me of my prize.
How do you feel about humans exploiting? That was a good one. Now, I would like to show you, because I'm not asking people enough in these examples to jump in the cube after they declare to go vegan. So I'm going to show you one where, how do you feel about humans? It's extremely comparable to the one I just showed you, because this is also a family of 3. And it's two people who are standing in front of me, their parents, mother and father, and the son. So it's the same dynamic, the same exact dynamic, right? I was just talking to mother and father and a son. Now, you'll see me do the same thing here, but spoiler, I actually put them in the cube. Humans exploiting other animals.
It's really very sad.
It's sad. Do you agree that humans should be respecting animals?
100%.
100%, right?
Culture is, like we are from India, we are vegetarian.
Okay.
Since birth.
Okay, so I've done this work for a very long time. I've spoken to a lot of Indians. Parts of India are vegetarian.
Yeah.
But vegetarians are still responsible for what's happening on the right screen.
Yeah, for the milk.
Okay, yes.
I understand.
So you are still responsible for other animals who are being exploited and disrespected
Right, yeah.
and used as property. So do you see the contradiction? If you say you respect animals,
Yeah.
surely you agree that it's not respect to exploit. Okay. And so do you know what the original definition of veganism is?
No dairy. No animal head.
So in practice, that's partially correct, but the definition is that humans should live without exploiting animals.
Correct.
It's an ethical principle.
Right.
It means that you stop viewing other animals
Yes.
as existing for your selfish purposes,
Right.
and instead you acknowledge that they exist for their own reasons.
Correct.
Like some people use horses for horse riding.
Right, exactly. So there's other things as well, like cosmetic products that are tested on animals, circuses and zoos,
Yeah.
puppies and kittens that are purchased from breeders.
Keep
These
them
are all forms of exploitation.
Do experiments on them.
Yeah.
You can experiment.
Yes, yes. So what I'm asking you is, do you think that other animals exist as your property, or do you... Okay, so you feel that they should exist for their own reasons.
Yes.
It's not for us to dictate.
Yes.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
We have not created them, so we don't have any right on them.
Beautiful. Okay, so do you feel that there's anything stopping you from actually living vegan, not vegetarian? Because vegetarian is a diet,
Yes.
right, where you exclude one form of animal exploitation in not eating their flesh, but you still exploit them in other ways, all of the other ways. So
Yes.
is there anything that you feel is stopping you from living vegan? And I'm asking this question to all three of you.
Not much, except that addicted to some products of milk, but we can stop.
Okay.
We can give it a try.
We can give it.
So that's honest that you're saying you're addicted to it,
Yeah.
and it's also honest that you're saying that you can stop. So I'm glad you're not giving your power away to addictions. But the difference between discipline and values is that when it comes to addictions, discipline is difficult.
Yeah.
But we're talking about injustice.
Yes.
So who are you? What's your character, right? When you value justice, discipline is a different thing altogether. Do you agree?
Comes from inside.
Yeah. So you're not going to make exceptions on injustice, are you? In other regards, are you? Right, exactly. So do you know what the biggest advantage of being vegan is?
I think it has a lot of health benefits for sure.
Okay,
Because,
that may be the case.
With a lot of allergies,
Yep.
do with a lot of cholesterol and many
It's
things.
environment, definitely.
So your health and the environment, what do you think the biggest advantage is?
I think the most primary one is not exploiting animals,
Right, okay.
and then obviously health, environment. Yeah.
Okay, so your first answer is the one I would like to entertain because health and environment are separate topics.
Yeah.
Now, I could say, yes, I know that it is actually better for the environment. I could also say, yes, I know that it's better for your health, but it doesn't always work out that way necessarily. For the environmental facts, I can see the argument for that. I've seen very good data on that. But with regards to the health argument, if you eat fries and drink soft drink, that's vegan. You have to eat a whole foods diet and exercise and sleep well and all of those things. And if you do that, the science is on our side in terms of plant-based diets. But what I want to focus on is your first answer, which is that you're not exploiting animals anymore. So let me put it to you like this. Let me explain it this way. Your victims will no longer be disrespected and exploited because of you.
Yeah.
Right.
Correct.
And for you, when you say you respect animals, you will no longer be hypocrites.
Yeah.
True.
True. Agree.
So the whole team here is completely vegan?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, amazing.
When you say completely, you can't be 90%,
Right.
right? Just like you can't be 90% against child abuse or
Vegan either you're not.
Yes, you are either pro animal exploitation or you're against it.
Correct.
You reject it.
Correct.
Yeah? So if you were in your victim's position, how fast would you want this injustice to end?
Immediately.
Yeah, not in the future, right?
No, no, of course.
Right? So that's how urgent this is. You had a question. Did you still want to ask me that question? Anonymous for the voiceless. I'll give you a card in just a moment if you'd like. Is this your son?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where do you live? Are you're based here?
No, we live in Dubai.
Oh, you live in Dubai. Okay, cool. So how many more animals should be exploited for you? Should it be 0 or should it be more than 0?
100% zero.
Do you all agree that it should be 0?
Yeah.
Yeah. So vegan from now?
We'll give it a try for sure.
We'll try for
Not at a one go we can do it, but of course
We'll cut it out now.
We'll cut it out. We'll try to finish it out.
Okay, so we already established that there's nothing significant that's actually stopping you,
Yeah.
right?
Right. Yeah.
And if you were in your victim's position, would you accept your victimizers who you know can stop right now saying, I'll try? Would that be an acceptable answer?
It's just that I don't want to just give you a like.
But what do you feel is stopping you from being vegan from now? Do you think it's difficult?
I don't do nothing like that.
I guess changes are hard. It's hard to go from everything to nothing.
What's difficult about that though? You're just making different choices at the grocery store and at restaurants and at clothing stores, etc. You're just making different choices. If you think it's more difficult than I'm saying that it is, imagine how difficult it is for your victims.
Yep.
Would you ever swap places with a cow or a chicken for one day? Just for one day? You wouldn't do that?
Yeah.
That's how difficult it is to live in their position. So again, I want to ask you, is there anything that you think significantly stopping you? Is there anything that's valid that's actually stopping you?
As he said, like certain things we are grown up, used to.
We all were.
We have to
Yes,
stop it.
but you understand that that is not a good justification to continue, right? So you can make the decision right now. You have a choice. Do they have any choice?
They can't even speak.
Right. So they have no choice. They're at your mercy with what choices you're making. So what choice will you make? Vegan from now? Can I get a handshake on that?
Of course, try my best, but I just can't immediately promise that I will switch.
But we will do it.
Remember, you're not promising me. Forget about me. This is a promise between you and the other animals on this planet that are currently your victims.
Correct.
So when you say, I'll try, imagine I'm the one doing this to you. And you know I can stop right now. Let's be real. You know I can stop right now.
Yeah.
Right? Let's say I've got a knife to your throat. Or I'm using you for whatever I want from your body. And I say to you, I'll try. Would you find that acceptable or not? Okay, so vegan from now?
Okay. Okay.
Good. Strong characters. That's the least that you would expect, especially if you were in their position. Now, do you agree that they deserve to be defended like I'm doing?
Yes.
Then please don't be silent vegans. Don't be passive consumers of vegan products. Understand that this is a justice movement, so speak up for them, please. Be a voice for them and speak for them in the same way that you would want to be represented if you were in their position. Will you also do that? Will you also speak up for them? Good. Would you like a card?
Yes.
This is the organization Anonymous for the Voiceless. And on the back is a link, and the information on that site will empower you to be the best vegan activist that you can be. I don't know what your schedule is right now, but you're welcome to actually join us. You see that man standing in the center?
Yeah.
This is his first time joining us. We have a large number of people, just like yourselves, who become vegan on the spot, and then they join the art installation. They actually stand for the animals immediately. You're welcome to do that right now if you have 5 minutes. What do you say?
You want to do it? I don't mind.
You can do it as a family. It'd be really powerful.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, let's do it. So walk with me to that other tent and I'll get you a mask, okay? Can I get 3 masks for vegans on the spot, please? 3 masks. A family of 3 jumping in the queue. So what we do is when we're standing in the cube of truth, you'll essentially be standing nice and strong with a strong posture. Okay, so just put your hands on the bottom of the screen. Looking strong. Nice, strong posture, looking straight forward. Very good. How do you feel about humans? All right, now, in the interest of time, I'm actually not going to go through the rest of the examples here. I need to correct something here. Be a little bit too small. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to move on. But the good news is that there are now 15 outreach examples that have just been posted to the YouTube channel. So go to Paul Bashir on YouTube and you can watch all of the videos that I was going to showcase in this live stream. I've shown you a bunch, but in the interest of time, there's a lot more for me to cover. So I am going to move on and you can watch the playlist on my YouTube channel, and you can also soon, it will be added, very soon it will be added to activism101.com as a series of examples that you can use to understand how to manage and how to navigate the different kinds of interactions you'll find yourself in. I did say 16. There will also be one uploaded as a short. And so that's on my YouTube channel, but I've just made a decision to make this a playlist of 15 examples that will be shown at activism101.com. But I'm not, yeah, like I said, I don't think it's a good idea for us to go through the rest of these. I think it's good for us to continue with the rest of the presentation that we have. I just want to quickly touch on the future for AV. Because, you know, we've talked a great deal about the past, and I also want to touch on some powerful testimonials, and then I'll take your questions. But what I'd like to do is just take a moment to show you what we have planned for this year. I would also like to ask you to become a supporter of AVs through our website. If you take value from anything that we do as an organization, I'm asking you to become a monthly donor on our website at the value that you deem to be equivalent to the value that you get from this organization. We rely heavily on the support that we receive from you and the general public out there. So please don't be that person who thinks someone else will be the person who supports us. If you support us by showing up to Cubes, that means that you get value from doing this work with us. If you get value from this presentation, if you get value from the masterclasses, if you get value from any aspect of AV, then I'm asking you to be that person to support us, because that's the only way that we can truly succeed long term. Now, I'm going to show you let's see if I can present this. Here we go. I'm going to show you the campaigns that I am personally going to be lead organizing, and some of these will be led by me and Asal. So the first campaign that I'm doing this year as part of my world tour is the PDX test in Portland. We'll be in Portland for the weekend of May 16 and 17. A workshop will be facilitated on the beginning of May 16th at the beginning of the day in the morning. And then we'll do a Cube of Truth later that day. Then we'll do a longer cube on the 17th, on the Sunday. It's my first time going to Portland. There's no active chapter there at the moment, so if you can be there, you should be there. And I'd really like to see you there. The next campaign will be in San Francisco the weekend after, and we're doing another takeover. You saw what we did before with the San Francisco takeover as part of the Animal Liberation Conference. Well, we're going back to San Francisco to work with the San Francisco chapter led by Mike Rapina, and we're hitting the streets again for another takeover. May 22nd to 24th, Masterclass is happening on, I'm not gonna remember all of these schedules, but look into the schedule on the main page, the Anonymous for the Voiceless main page, and you will find out the schedules. And yeah, it's going to be a powerful weekend in San Francisco. We'll be in Union Square for all of the Cube locations, and I'm really looking forward to this one. San Francisco, May 22nd to 24th. Then Asal will be joining for this one. Asal and I will be lead organizing this campaign in Los Angeles. We're calling it Truth Angeles, May 29th to 31st. Then we're going to Colorado, and we're doing Mountainous Truth, June 5th to June 7th. That's going to be in Boulder and in Denver. Then we're going back to New York City for another week of truth, June 12th to 21st. That means we're doing 8 consecutive days. Again, that's a full week of cubes, plus the masterclass, which will happen on the 12th of June. Then right after that, we'll go to Amsterdam for another damn month. This is going to be the biggest campaign of the year. And as we traditionally do every year now, we do 1 month, but we're also doing it in Amsterdam this year, back in our original stomping grounds for these campaigns. And the date for that is June 30th through to July 31st. So June 30th is the day of the masterclass, and the full month of July will be used for street actions. We'll do a cube every day for 31 consecutive days. This is the biggest action of the year, so if there's only one that you can be a part of, I'd highly recommend that you are a part of this, especially if you're in Europe. Make an effort, get your bookings in now for whatever you need to book, and just make it happen. Then right after this, with only a 1-day break, we go straight to Prague and we do another check. August 2nd through to August 10th. And I'm really looking forward to this campaign as well. I recently lived in Prague for a month and a half. Lived is probably not the right term, but I stayed there and I loved it. I love Prague. Every time I go there, I just love the work, especially the cubes. The street work there is, I mean, you saw some of these outreach examples. The work there it's impeccable. And so I'm looking forward to doing this 8-day campaign because it's the first time that we're actually doing this campaign of this size. Like in Prague, the longest that we had done before, what was it? I forget. I think it was 4 days, but I think it was actually just a weekend, not even 4 days. But I think at the longest it was 4 days. Now we're doing a full week, 8 days. Yeah, last year I think it was 4 days, yeah. 8 days in Prague, plus the workshop which will happen on August 2nd. The Masterclass is always the first day of the campaign if it's one of these longer ones. Then after that, Vegan Camp Out, I'll be speaking again for the 3rd year in a row. And we'll have also 2 AV talks this year. Oliver Loss will also be doing a talk, and we'll have the AV booth set up. And the AV booth this year will be looking more professional and fantastic than ever before. And our whole goal with the AV booth is to recruit as many vegans as possible. And for those of you who don't know, if you go and you email vcoactivists@gmail.com right now, and you mention AV in that email, you will get 25% off your ticket to the Vegan Camp Out. Now, even if you have your ticket organized already, please do us a solid and email vcoactivists@gmail.com anyway, and mention AV in the email, mention that you're a supporter, and they'll attribute your ticket to AV on the back end. Why should you do this, even though you won't get a discount if you've already purchased your ticket, because they don't give discounts retroactively? Because this will count as one more person from AV that is joining the Vegan Camp Out, and that's what they want. They want to see these numbers, and we quite frankly want for them to see the value of having AV at the Vegan Camp Out every single year. Data speaks volumes in this regard, so do us the solid. For those of you who haven't gotten your ticket organized, you have the opportunity to get a discount in the process. Okay. The other good thing about us recruiting vegans to become active at the Vegan Camp Out is that we are able to give them something to be a part of right after the Vegan Camp Out. So the Vegan Camp Out is from August 14th to the 17th, but on August 21st to 23rd, we're doing another recall. Last year we did London recall, and this year we're doing another recall following the Vegan Camp Out, which worked tremendously well last year. So this campaign will involve a masterclass on August 21st, and then we'll do 2 massive cubes on the 22nd and the 23rd. So there's also 3 other campaigns that I will be lead organizing, and those are yet to be promoted, but I'll make a mention of them right now. The weekend that follows this campaign in London, we will be going to Oslo, Norway, and doing the first campaign that I've ever led organized, and that is called True North. And then the weekend that follows that, we'll be going to Stockholm, which is just a train ride away, Stockholm, Sweden. And first time I'm going to Sweden as well to do a campaign, and we're calling that one Cold Truth. And then right after that, so the weekend that follows that, we're going to Warsaw, Poland, and we're doing a campaign called Witness Warsaw. So once again, August 21st to 23rd, we're in London. The weekend that follows, Oslo, Norway. The weekend that follows, Stockholm, Sweden. The weekend that follows, Warsaw, Poland. And that is my campaign run for this year. However, there are many other campaigns that are happening this year as well. So I'd like to make a mention because we have over 45 major actions as an organization this year. Let me just pull that up for you. And again, I'd like to remind you all to support this organization because we are really the most effective at creating vegan activists who are the most effective at creating vegan activists. And that is our whole thing. And our whole thing needs to be supported. Otherwise, we can't do this thing for very long, and we can't do it at the scale that we need to do it. And so here we go. I'm going to show you now. I'm just trying to pull it up. I'm going to show you now the rest of the major actions that we have scheduled for this year. I'm just trying to pull it up. I'm not sure why sometimes this doesn't work, but all right, here we go. So let's go through them. So we also should note here the global actions. So this weekend, this is relevant obviously for this live stream because it's a presentation for our 10-year anniversary. So April 17, 18 and 19, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that's tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday, we'll be doing cubes around the world where we'll see chapters around the world doing at least 5-hour cubes generally, and some of them even doing 10-hour cubes in commemoration of our 10-year anniversary. Then in 2 weeks, we'll be doing AV United, and this is actually our 5-year anniversary for AV United this year. It's the 5th AV United. And so that's happening worldwide, May 2nd. AV chapters in a region or country unite to do a bigger cube of truth. Okay, then in November, we do International Cube Day worldwide. This is going to be our 9th International Cube Day. Next year will be our 10th International Cube Day. So AV chapters worldwide do a cube of truth on this day. Everybody does a standalone cube within their chapters. So I've already covered this, but additional campaigns in the US will be Ceaseless in Seattle with Michael Prequel and Michael Cosson. It's in Seattle, Washington, May 8th and 9th. And then also Boise the Truth, which is also with Michael Prequel and with Nicola Lindsay, and that's in Boise, Idaho, June 26th to 28th. Some of the Europe campaigns that need to be mentioned here, February to March. This is retroactive. I mean, this is in the past, but these are the ones that have been completed. So I won't talk about these because they have been completed, but as you can see here, these are added to the list for this year among the 45 or more actions that are happening this year. These are also campaigns that have been done, and I'm not skimming through these because they're not notable. They are. It's just that I'd like to focus on what's happening in the future. But each of these campaigns were massive, and I'd like to give a special shout out to those who did these campaigns. I noticed that I'm actually giving myself a shout out here too, because I did the Quality Check campaign in Prague, February 26th through to March 1st. But all of these cubes, all of these actions are massively impressive. I was also part of the 100th cube campaign with Len and Vanessa and the team there. And anyways, this is just massive. And all of these campaigns, like recently Justice Now was massive, and then Until It Ends by Thomas. Justice Now was carried out by Justina, Stanley, Alex, and Max in Edinburgh and Glasgow. That was massively successful. So I guess I am covering these. Sumaya also did a great campaign. Eruption of Truth in Lanzarote. Norway Exposed, March 20th to 22nd. These were all massive. They're just Amsterdam United by ICO. These are all just fantastic campaigns. River of Truth in Bratislava. Yeah, I don't want to make it seem like I'm not giving people their proper shine here, because they all deserve a massive spotlight on them and what they're doing in their own regions and countries, and they deserve all the support. In Italy, 5 days of Milan. Rotterdam United was also massive in the Netherlands. All right, so in the future, what we still have before us is Ascension of Truth in Cologne, Germany. Oliver, Simon, and Marcus. Cologne, Germany, May 11th through to the 24th. May the Truth by Patrizia in Sarzena. In Italy, May 29th to June 1st. Antwerp United, Belgium, June 6th. Capital of Truth, Oliver and Stefano in Berlin. August to September, we have 64 Hours of Truth by Iram and Maxime in Avignon, France. August 6th to 30th. Until It Stops by Stefano in Monza, Italy, September 3rd to 6th. Grand Est for Justice by Emily, Lily, Julie, and Christophe in Strasbourg, France, September 3rd to 6th. That's the same weekend. Cathedral of Truth by Oliver, Simon, and Marcus, Cologne, Germany, September 18th to the 20th. October, we have French Connection with Mathilde and Isabella, Toulouse, France, October 2nd through to the 4th. Italian Anniversary with Stefano, Rome, Italy. That's going to be the biggest campaign in Italy, potentially in Europe, or at least one of, October 2nd through to the 18th. Back to Bologna with Simon and Virginia, Bologna, Italy, October 22nd to 25th. Another Calling with Patricia, Nicholas, and Michael in Vienna, Austria, October 22nd to 26th. Then in December, A Venice Christmas, Stefano and Cristiano, Venice, Italy, December 26th through to the 31st. This campaign was a big success last year, and for those of you who don't want to spend time with your family on Christmas, like me, this is a great campaign to be a part of. However, I don't think I can actually be there because I only have limited days in my visa within Europe every year. So now let's move on to Argentina. March, they're doing the Slavery Center. They did this actually already. The Slavery Center campaign by Cecilia and Lucas, fantastic activists over in Argentina. Buenos Aires, Lauderdale, March 29 and 28 and 29, 10 hours. So in the future, they'll be doing the book fair campaign. Buenos Aires, again, April 25th and 26th, but also May 3rd, 9th, and 10th. That's a 25-hour campaign in total. In July, they're back to the same location, doing a campaign for 30 hours in total, July 17th to the 19th, 24th to the 26th. Okay. Then in November, they're doing Museums Night, which is a national museum action in front of the museum there. And that's November 14th for 5 hours. And then Bookstores Night on November 28th for 5 hours. Okay, and then their final campaign that they're doing is No Peace Without Justice, and that's in Chinatown, Buenos Aires, December 26th and 27th for 10 hours. And this is on top of them being a part of these major actions we're doing, like International Cube Day and AV United, and also AV10. So that's everything. And now I'd like to move on to the submissions through the online form. So we put out a form and asked everybody to provide submissions And these submissions are based on, you know, people's experiences with AV. So I don't know if I'll be able to get through all of them because we're already 30 minutes after the stream time, but I don't mind. I don't mind going a maximum of 30 minutes longer. So let's see how much we can get through, but I also need to take questions. So I'm going to do as much as I can. I'm going to start with one that jumps out at me because Christos is a solid activist within AV, and I'd like to just share something he said on the form. He said, while there are many memorable moments from my time with AV, the highlight must be when a woman burst into tears while I was outreaching her and committed to never be the reason why animals are exploited anymore. Thankfully, I documented this by making a post about it, and I'll share the links here. One is the story itself, and another one with a collection of photos, some of which are from this specific outreach. This happened during one damn month in August 2024. So let's have a look. So some of these photos are relevant, but so this is from one damn month in total. I mean, this is just, it's just great to see. And it could be that woman that he was referring to. But let's see. Yeah, these are some of the same photos that I just pulled up. Okay, I don't know which, let's just see. So they're both the same links. Okay, all right. So that is really awesome. Thank you, Christos, for sharing that with everybody. All right, let's see Adam Young from Boston. First, I'll read it. Not sure if you are looking for only positive memories, but here is a not so good memory which you might be able to use. Remember back in July last year when Laura Ray Buster posted about a kid damaging one of our TVs? Here's a caption Laura posted the day after the cube in Boston. Well, some young punk broke one of the TV screens just to be an arsehole. Hope he hurt his hand. He trolled us all evening, but some vegans were made so it wasn't completely a bad evening. That was a post she made on her personal account. We tried so hard to ignore that kid and his friend, but they kept coming back and even purposefully went to get chicken nuggets just to eat them in front of us. I wanted to punch him in the face so bad. I guess the positive thing that came out of this incident is that I'm now able to handle trolls better. Anyway, I'm not sure if Laura told you, but I did capture the incident on video. I was in two minds whether to share this or not. Okay, so this is interesting to learn about, and I guess let's just stick with the positive of this, which is that Adam became better at handling trolls. But I don't particularly want to play this video because I don't see the point. I've also had this happen before at a cube. It actually happened at a cube in Sydney, and the good thing about that situation was we raised money immediately to not only buy one more TV, but like 4 more, because of how much money we were raised when we put a post up online and said, this happened, we're raising money for more equipment so that we can buy another TV. We had enough money from that fundraiser to buy 4 more. So thanks, I guess. All right, let's just keep moving on here. At this cube in Luzerne, we were with so many activists, and you could feel the power of our presence. So let's have a look. This was 2019. Oh, wow. In Luzerne. Wow. I haven't seen this before. Wow, that's a beautiful picture. Wow, that's actually really stunning, huh? It's beautiful. Wow. Really cool. 2019. Didn't even realize that happened on the same year in Switzerland. That's really, really cool. Thank you for your submission, Aiko. All right, so we're moving on now to Akore. And the submission says, new activist just arrived, was never there but knew how to outreach according to the flowchart. Everybody was in an outreach interaction and he started outreaching others. In that moment, I was free. In the moment that I was free, I walked to him and he started tearing up. I was asking if everything is all right. He answered, the granny here just went vegan on the spot. It really works. Since then, he was as active as he could be. Never missed a cube or an outreach opportunity. Love him and am grateful for calling him one of my best friends. Thanks to AV. Every single cube is awesome. We reach people, make them vegan, and more importantly, we make them active. We get friends with each other, fight against the biggest injustice, and all thanks to AV. One Dom month was the best. Many activists from all over the world and so many animal liberation pledges. Love it. That's great. Thank you for sharing that. And there's photos there. Cool. Thank you. I really appreciate this. This is so cool going through this. All right, moving on. Alberto from Warsaw. My time with Anonymous for the Voice has taught me that the world is quick to offer superficial validation, yet what we truly need from one another is an honest mirror of accountability for our failures and successes alike. Okay? Thank you for that. Annika from Sweden. Wow, this is really comprehensive. So I'm going to read this. Paul Nassar has created a tsunami wave of activists that is rising again, and with that force of professionalism will be an integral part of the world going vegan. In 2022, I went back, this is Annika saying this, I went back to my second home, Western Australia, Perth and Fremantle. I was vegan, literally walked into a Cube of Truth organized by Kathleen Carrington, cried. Wanted to start being active straight away. In those days, we didn't ask bystanders to jump into the cube and started by stopping people and demanding their attention on what was shown on the screens. Kathleen calmly explained that it is not how AV works. But I knew that that was what I wanted to do from now, be part of the chapter and do Cubes of Truth. She said, go home to Sweden and join your local chapter, and if there is none, start one. There was none, so I started to do solo cubes in a nearby town. Sometimes I traveled by train to the second biggest city in Sweden. Later, I got some activists to join me, and so we had 2 chapters active in Sweden. We needed more equipment, so I decided to go to remote area nursing, more pay, for a few months in a very northern part of Sweden. It was less than minus 18 degrees Celsius when I arrived. Oh my God. A university city 3 hours by bus had a vegan group I advertised in saying that I plan to do a cube there in early February. And would they want to join me or come past to give support? No response. I went to Umeå anyway, and it was only -8 that day, only -8. In the central part, I did solo cubes I did a solo cube for 3 hours with a 10-minute break each hour to warm up and have a coffee. 2 people stopped. Many looked very disturbed by what I showed on the screen. I believe it is the most northern cube to date, albeit solo. and from a cube in one of the most southern parts of the world ignited a ripple effect that has directly and indirectly seen 4 chapters active in Sweden and growing. That's really powerful to put it that way, because Annika was in Perth, which is one of the most southern parts of the world. And then as a result of the impact that the Cube of Truth had on Annika, she then went to do cubes in 4 chapters. That impact reached 4 other cities in Sweden and is now growing. So that is a story of a small part of a massive movement created by 2 very determined justice-fighting people, Asal and Paul. Today we celebrate and honor those 2 legends who go to history for their epic work. Thank you so much, Annika. Annika is an extremely powerful activist and has been part of major campaigns ever since. And I do remember when Annika was just getting started as a solo cube in Sweden. And that takes some real guts, some real courage and determination. So thank you so much for that submission, Annika. Now I'm going to move on to an anonymous one. AV was a powerful turning point for me. I met people who were not only passionate but deeply committed to reducing the suffering of animals in a way that felt grounded, purposeful, and supportive. For the first time, I felt like I had found my people. Before AV, I had tried going vegan on my own and found it incredibly isolating. I struggled with my mental health and didn't have the support or direction I needed to sustain it. Through AV, that changed. Through AV, I found community, structure, and a shared sense of purpose that helped me feel better. To help me better align my actions with my values, while also deepening my thinking about how to communicate in ways that are both effective and respectful. One moment that stayed with me was seeing someone step into the cube after a conversation and decided to go vegan. It made the impact of these conversations feel real and immediate. I've also had the opportunity to encourage others, including someone who was already vegan, to become active themselves, which showed me how this works can ripple outward. Being part of AV didn't just change my lifestyle, it changed how I engage with people. The conversations, challenges, and experiences I had through activism have stayed with me and continue to shape how I think and support communication and change. How I think about support, communication, and change. I'm incredibly grateful for the organizers, volunteers, and every person who takes the time to stop, listen, and care. This work matters, and being part of it has been both meaningful and transformative. Wow. Thank you to the anonymous submission. All right, Axo from Oslo. Let's see what Axo had to say. A cold evening, city lights reflecting on the wet square. Among people hurrying past, figures in masks silently show the truth about animals. I watched through my lens, observing people's reactions, their glances and pauses, and for some, understanding began to emerge. For me, AV is the power of truth without words. Let's see. This is Oslo. All right, thank you, Axo. I really appreciate this. You know, I'm actually thinking that I'll just do 10 submissions to commemorate AV10. And then I'll move on to Q&A out of the interest of time. Okay, so let's see this one from Dom. My journey with AV began in early 2017 when I was asked by a friend to have a call with a guy named Paul, who was running a new form of street activism, and that he was looking to form chapters around the world that would run regular campaigns. After getting off the call with Paul, I had a feeling that AV was going to be something really special and that I just had to be a part of it. With Christ The Christchurch chapter in New Zealand was born soon after, and we've been going strong ever since. I've seen many changes taking place within the movement over the years, but the one thing that remains a constant is Anonymous for the Voiceless. We are a determined and resilient family of dedicated and focused activists, and I'm extremely proud to represent them in the fight for total animal liberation. And I am extremely proud to have Dom on the team. She is such a powerful force within this organization, and this is the first International Cube Day in Christchurch, New Zealand. All right, I'm just gonna scan through this and pick some others. What are we up to? How many have I done so far? Can someone tell me? Ideally, someone from the team, send me a message. Let me see. All right, let's hear from Jan, who's been with us for a long time now. I've been vegan for decades, and for me, it's always been about aligning my actions with my values. When I joined Anonymous for the Voiceless, I wasn't stepping into a public-facing role. I was working behind the scenes in admin and finance, but over time, I realized how meaningful that alignment really is. In many jobs, it's easy to feel a disconnect between what you believe and what you do every day. Working here feels different. Even though I'm not the one doing street outreach, I know that the work I do helps support those conversations happening all over the world. Yes, it does. Being part of AV has shown me that advocacy doesn't only happen in front of a screen or in a public square, it also happens in the quieter roles, the ones that keep everything running, organized and sustainable. That's where I fit, and I've come to really value it. Another powerful person within the organization who I really appreciate. Jan, I appreciate that submission. Thank you so much. Here's another one. Okay. The first successful outreach is a moment that has stayed with me deeply. It filled my heart with pure joy, pride, and hope. I remember thinking, wow, this really works. I can have a genuinely positive impact on someone's life and on the future. That realization was mind-blowing, and I had to keep going. I am deeply grateful to have discovered Anonymous for the Voiceless around 3 years ago. The work we do together and the growing synergy within the movement is priceless. It makes me feel part of something far bigger than myself, to stand on the right side of history and to help write its next chapters feels like one of the most meaningful ways to spend a life. And that's from Marco over in Berlin. Thank you, Marco. I really appreciate you sending that through. Let's hear from Petra. I didn't find Anonymous for the Voiceless at a high point in my life. I was burnt out, depressed, and running on empty. I felt like I was drifting without any real sense of why or where. After only being an organizer and with AV in general for a couple of months, I decided to spend my summer joining various AV campaigns, Cologne, Amsterdam, and Berlin. I just kept showing up. Cubes every single day, and something in me started to shift. I started to feel present again, like actually present, not just physically in a room while my brain was somewhere dark and far away. Those summer days changed everything for me, being surrounded by people who got it, who felt the same fire, the same grief, the same refusal to just look away. It was amazing. I felt that I had finally found my people, the ones I didn't know I'd been missing my whole life. That sense of belonging, of finally not being the odd one out for caring too much, I can't overstate what that did for me. I felt connected in a way I hadn't in years, not just to the people beside me, but to something much bigger. Doing cubes every day was something else. You see the worst of people, you really do, but you also see moments that stay with you for a long time. someone stopping to watch the screens, or a conversation that shifts into something unexpected, or even the look on someone's face when the dots are connected. Those moments are everything. Last summer genuinely saved me. It gave me structure when I had none. It gave me community when I was drowning. It gave me a reason to get up when everything felt completely pointless. And once you've felt that connection, once you know what it's like to stand up for the most voiceless beings on this planet and actually do something, you can't unfeel it. You can't go back to before. So this is something I tell myself every time I feel like I'm slipping. Show up anyway. Stand there. Be uncomfortable. Be present. Find your people, because I promise they're there. I will forever be grateful to AV for this. Petra, thank you so much for that submission. That was really beautiful. I think that we need to do something with these testimonials. They need to go up somewhere, for sure. They need to be somewhere. I'm incredibly grateful for all of this. I'm going to read some more here. Can someone tell us in the chat how many I've read so far? Because I'd like to get to your questions now. Not that I'm not appreciating this. I love going through these, but I'm just curious about how many questions I'll be able to get through in 13 minutes. All right, I brought AV to Ireland, and I brought AV to Belfast twice. The first time when I was first, let me start that sentence again. Got a frog in my throat. Okay. The first time was when I first went vegan, not long after I had started doing activism. We were doing a similar style of street outreach to AV, and someone reached out to us, and it was me that made the decision that we join the organization rather than imitate. And we only stopped because of COVID. Then when things could resume, I went to the streets by myself to continue when others wouldn't. Some time passed and I heard about One Damn Month in Amsterdam. And after I attended the Masterclass and what I could attend of the campaign, Paul encouraged me to start the chapter up again, which I did. And I'm so glad I did, because I really felt like that Masterclass was pivotal in how we would proceed to outreach the public. It was super inspiring and professional to have effective protocols, principles, and a conscious ethos about how we conduct ourselves. It was mastery of a communication in service of those who cannot speak for themselves. The second time around, and to this day, I've carried it forward, and as recent as this month, launched my almost week-long campaign here in Belfast, which saw international support and therefore created a new saga and new history for the organization, for the movement, and for the animals whose story is not over until human supremacy is. I picked Valentine's Day as the date because it's all love for the whole AV family. This organization and their work has empowered me to become the best activist that I can be for the animals. I'm forever grateful. The story is still being written. The story is still being written though. And as long as the animals are treated as objects rather than individuals, it's not a story I will ever step away from. A big shout out to Thomas. I consider Thomas a friend as well as a massive force within the vegan movement, and such a strong colleague to work with. So I'm really glad that he took my encouragement in Amsterdam during One Damn Month and stepped up to become organizer again, and then is now, he didn't mention this in this, but he's now the regional organizer for the UK, which is another massive upgrade to things on this. Like, this testimonial should have included that, really, because that's massive. So a big thank you to you, Thomas, for this testimonial. Someone tell me how many testimonials we're up to. You know what, I'm just going to call it here, and I'm going to now take questions. So let me just switch to a different view, and I'd like to take your questions now. So let me see what questions we have here. If you have a question now, then let me know in the chat. And thank you for all of you who have made submissions. And I didn't get to cover all of them, but we will actually use the testimonies in some way, shape, or form to help the organization move forward. So yeah, let me know what questions you have. I'd like to see your questions. Let me answer as many of them as possible. I've got like 8 minutes that I said I would spend here, but if some really good questions come forward, then I'll definitely do my best to answer them. All right, question here by Oysin. Would we be even more effective if we A, focused more on outreaching non-active vegans at vegan events, or B, did actions cubes at large gatherings with an open audience like Gary lecturing at universities? My answer to that question is not either or. We should be doing all of the above. Being the most effective we can be would mean that we're doing both. I don't think that we should just focus on vegans, but that's not to say that we should only focus on non-vegans either. So we need to do both. If I was absolutely forced to choose one, I would focus on non-vegans, because I found it easier to convert people who are non-vegan to vegan activists. I found it more, not just easier, that's not the right word. Yes, easier, but what I mean to say is it's a more powerful thing to happen, and it's more effective. It's more lasting. It's more effective. And so that would be my answer if you really had to pin me up against a wall and choose, and I had to choose. But I think that it's not about looking at it like that. It's about choosing one that makes sense given the context you're in at that moment. So if you have the opportunity to do university stuff, then you should do that. And most of the people you'll talk to will not be vegans, so you focus on them. And then you have vegans that come by too. Should we also do vegan events? Of course. So my answer is both. So there's another question here. Jason, for the animals, can anyone link me to a good TV and a good harness for our chapter, preferably anti-glare and durable? If you're an organizer, then please ask that question in the AV organizer group, and then the organizers will respond and give you the best possible solution. We're also putting together this information. Soon you will actually see this in one place for all of the organizers. We're putting together a resources page, which is going to be really robust. And so for now, I suggest that you put this in the organizer group. Another question, has anyone from India tried AV activism before? If yes, I'd like to know how it went. Yes, we have been doing activism in India since 2016. And right now we have chapters popping up in India. And Shilpa is the regional organizer for India. So we have a regional organizer managing India specifically. That's my answer to that question. Alex is asking, how do we as activists try to ensure that people we convince to go vegan maintain the choice? Sometimes I worry about the longevity of the decision, even if it seems solid in the moment. Okay, so how can we be sure that a person will actually go vegan? Well, the reality is that you shouldn't be focusing on this. As much as I can understand that you would like to know this, but I promise you that this is what is called giving your power away to unnecessary places. This is disempowering for you to be like, see, this is why I say we need to focus on the process. You can't control whether someone's going to go vegan or not, right? You would have to literally force them, and you can't do that. And in order to know for sure that they're going to change, you would need a personal private investigator that works with you to follow up on this person and get you information. Impractical, unethical, expensive, and just not going to happen, right? So why would you be attached to this? Now, there is really good things that you can use as markers. These are the best possible things that you can use to judge whether someone's definitely going to act on what they're saying. One thing is if they give you a strong declaration. Another thing is if they jump in the cube immediately. Another thing is if they start attending cubes thereafter, or you see them active in some way, shape, or form thereafter. You know, connecting on social media is another way, because then you can like check in with each other, or you can check in with them, whatever. And then you can find out, you can have your finger on the pulse, so to speak, and get a sense of what's going on there. But I don't think you need to know this necessarily in order for you to be the most effective activist that you can be. Right now, you can do cubes and focus on what you can control. What you say, how you say it, who you say it to, and how long you say it. When you master those 4 things, naturally what will follow is a bunch of people going vegan for sure. It's just bound to happen. And even more importantly, people jumping in the cube and becoming activists immediately. So what I would say to you is that until we have the ability to track this in some kind of definitive way that's like truly giving you the clarity that you're asking for, which I don't even think we'll ever get in future, just focus on those things and don't let it bum you out, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Don't allow this to disempower you. Yeah, there's some ways that we can find out information. We can find out more information from collecting emails and doing certain things, but I think that at the end of the day, even those attempts to get clearer understandings of whether someone's changing or not still fall short. They still fall short at true clarity. They fall short because you can't force someone to change, and you have to follow them really intimately to find out whether they've actually changed or not. So that's why I keep coming back to this underlying principle of being process focused, not outcome focused necessarily, and just doing what you can in that moment that you have them in the pressure cooker. Right there where you're holding them accountable is the time to get them to declare that they're going to change, and do what you can in those moments. Get them to jump in a cube if you can, etc. All right, I've said a lot about that, but obviously we're very passionate about this because I understand the need, but we're very passionate about like getting people to become active, especially in those moments. Another good question, would you ever do a march again? Like that scene in V for Vendetta, lots of us lined up, screens strapped to the front of people with the anonymous voice saying the flowchart through a speaker. I don't like the idea. If we can get that many people together, I would rather just do a cube, and any time spent on marching through the streets, I would rather be spending doing outreach on the streets, doing a cube. That's my answer. Okay, moving on. What's a good way to find vegan allies in your community? Doing cubes, becoming an activist, becoming an organizer, doing campaigns like you see many organizers doing around the world now. Like I said, we have over 45 major campaigns. join one of these campaigns. They're the biggest sense of community that you'll ever find. So that's my answer to that. I hope that answers the question. What happened to the Chiang Mai chapter? Is it going to start again? Well, it was supposed to be active. I'm not sure what's happening at the moment with the organizer that is there. But yeah, it may have reached a dull moment. But I am going back to Chiang Mai in September, so you can rest assured that when I'm back, I'll be active every week. I noticed many activists were part of AV shortly after starting up, apart from that idiotic boycott. Maybe they were friends, but do you have some particular tips for scouting activists outside of events? I'm not sure which boycott you're referring to after starting up. Oh, I see what you're saying. For scouting activists outside of events. My tips are to just promote what you do, especially through social media, using the best possible tools that we have right now. It's never been better. Like now we have like the best tools for making video content, but also promoting your cubes or promoting your street actions in all of the relevant places in your city, like through putting up posters, through being, I guess, you know, being part of groups, other groups, and then getting the message out there. But I really just think that social media is the best way to promote and to get people to see what you're doing and to be interested in joining. And the work speaks for itself. So many people will talk shit. And at the end of the day, what speaks volumes is the truth of your actions over time. And that's the other thing. Consistency and truth is a matter of time. Over an extended period of time, you will see what is true and what is not. People will see it for themselves. What I mean to say is that, like, almost every single person that has ever talked shit about me has disappeared from the movement for a long time now. They're nowhere to be seen. They're doing next to nothing for the animals. So that in and of itself speaks for itself. There's no response needed. The work I'm doing will continue. I will continue moving forward. I don't give a fuck about anything they've ever said. It just is noise in the background, and there's no noise even in the background anymore. It's gone. So that's my answer to that, is just, I hope that, I don't even know if that answers the question actually. I hope that does answer the question though. Now I'm gonna wrap this up here because it has now reached 6 hours since the beginning of the live stream. Thank you for your time being part of this momentous occasion, this commemoration of our 10-year anniversary. I hope that you got value out of this live stream. And like I said, support AV. Go over to our website, become a supporter, join your local chapter, become an organizer, join one of the biggest campaigns we're doing, one of the 45 plus major actions that we're doing this year. Definitely come and join one of the major actions that I'm doing this year. We're taking things to new heights this year. The campaign schedules are unbelievable. The program that we have for these campaigns this year is unbelievable. I'm so excited. I'm full of energy to do the best possible work ever. We have the best team this year and we're growing, and things are just going to get better and bigger, and I want you to be a part of this. You would be a fool not to be a part of this if you can be a part of it. Massive love to everyone that was mentioned, you know, through the timeline, the history that we went through this, that we went through on this live stream, and all the testimonials that we didn't cover. Again, I want to say a thank you to each and every one of you that took the time to say your piece about your side of, you know, your experience. And yeah, just thank you to everyone that supports AV, the core team, the organizers, the volunteers, the camera crew, everyone. I have massive appreciation for all of you. I care so much about this movement for the animals. I'm more emboldened than I was 10 years ago, but I still have that fire that was in me 10 years ago. Now it's just more refined, but I'm just even more energized to keep going, because now I really see that we can take this all the way. Over the next 10 years, I see us getting incredibly good at this. So yeah, with that, I'm going to sign out. Big love and respect to all of you who sat through this. And for those watching it back, thank you. And check out Activism 101 for activism resources. Everything will be updated there soon. There's so many great things to check out there. And that is it. I'm going to stop the stream here.